Faded Dan A. Faded Dan A. Faded Dan A.
No. Now, little bro really thought we were getting politics.
All right, pull up the next caller.
Oh, little streamer, can you fix my life?
No. Little bro thinks somebody cares.
He
faded.
Yes.
He more faded than a hoe.
Faded. Anybody else here faded? I can hear you. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm just faded. How about you?
I'm good. All right, so the bad news is I already told you torch was flaking, but I got some good news. Are you ready for it?
Bro, I'm always ready for good news.
I found a replacement. This chick, Ashley. She's just as feisty as Torsha.
That sounds great, dude. I'm ready.
Yeah, all right. She's going to be on in, I think, any minute now.
Yes. That's what I want.
Yeah, man. I feel like Erudite was too easy because you guys have too much chemistry.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just have an effect on married women, you know, so.
Well, we're gonna get to the bottom of that. Yeah, that was. I mean, I feel like you've been on 2 speed dates. You've been on with that foreign chick, and you guys did not vibe at all. And then there was Erudite. So it was like 2 opposite ends of the spectrum.
I mean, like, me and Erudite are also, like, pretty close friends, and we have been for a long time, so.
Yeah.
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 Not really fair, but.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. True.
True. All right, let's do, I guess, some Q&A while we wait for her. You should check out. There's actually quite a few questions for you that I was holding off on.
Oh, cool.
Let me see. Yo, the chat is really far back, so can you guys in the chat let me know if you had any questions for Destiny? Post it. Okay, here's a question. This is definitely something that the Vico community always wants to know. What is Destiny's late count?
Dude, I don't know. It's like, if I had to guess, it's probably like around 100, but it might be a bit more, it might be a bit less. It's probably around there, would be my guess.
All right. John Anthony's going to put you in his chart tomorrow.
In his chart? Oh, what's the chart?
He has like a chart of every single person's on YouTube, their like late count, and he talks about in every video. He's like, all right, if you look at my chart, this guy's at 2,000, this guy's at 300, I'm over here. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
It's like super cringe shit. Okay. Oh, here's the question. What he thought about the Me Too movement and if it has gone too far.
I think the Me Too movement started off really good. There were a lot of people that were kind of like untouchable or completely held unaccountable for kind of fucked up actions they did. And I think the Me Too movement was an ability to, 1, out those people, and then 2, kind of have like responsible conversations around consent and how to like approach people and not be creepy and rapey. But like all good progressive ideas, I think it went way too fucking far. And now you've got like 18-year-olds outing 19-year-olds for being pedophiles because they started dating when they were like 19 and 17 and like cringe shit like this. So.
Destiny, what song would you say sums you up the best?
I Am by Eminem, because I am whatever you say I am, and worse.
Oh, that's a good one.
Or The Way I Am, I think that's what it's called. Fuck, my bad.
This is an interesting question. How much of your game is clout-based versus skill-based? Meaning, like, how much of your results with women is a result of your status, and how much of it is a result of your charm?
That's a really hard question to answer. So I think a lot of people get really salty when they see like celebs and shit do well with women because of their quote unquote status. But the reality is that like chances are usually if you've gone really far as like a celeb or something, it's probably because you have like some type of like personality quirk. Like I don't think that there are like celebs that get really far that have dry, horrible personalities that are just like the most boring and terrible people in the world. Like typically, if you're going to be like the kind of person to go far in entertainment, usually you have like a decent personality too. So I mean, like it's probably a combination of both. Like I get access to more people because of my clout and fame. But I mean, like, there are a lot of people that are streamers that aren't getting laid ever because I don't even think it's for lack of trying. It's just they're not into sex that much. But yeah, I don't know. It's always a weird one when somebody, like the most common question that I get is somebody will approach me and they'll be like, well, what if you weren't a streamer? Would you get anybody then? And it's like, well, I don't know. If I was 33 years old, I've spent the last 12 years of my life building a streaming career. And now you're saying I have to take all of that away. But what the fuck am I? I'm a 33-year-old with nothing. Like that's my whole career. Like, would you tell a doctor, like, could you get anybody without being a doctor? Like, I mean, if you've been training in medical school for like 10 or 15 years and now you're a doctor, it's kind of weird to just take all that away and say, well, you know, what would you get with somebody afterwards? I imagine if I wouldn't be a streamer, hopefully I'd be like successful in something else. But you know, who knows?
Well, you would have to compare your results before you achieve cloud to after. Like, did you notice a big, I don't know, increase in your results with chicks, like since you started going viral and since your channel blew up, or is it like you were pretty consistently successful even before that?
I mean, I don't think I was that successful before that, but my life before that was working full time, going to school full time, and my full time work was like graveyard shift casino. So I'm not meeting girls. I guess I was really friendly with all the casino stuff. Well, actually, that's not true. I guess that's where I met my kid's mom. Well, she wasn't my kid's mom at the time at the casino. Like, I did okay. Like, I had a girl from high school to college, and then in college I got another girlfriend who would eventually become my kid's mom. Yeah, so I mean, like, I did okay, but I'm not like trying to lay like 100 million different girls while I'm like trying to work full time and do school. But I would say that like from the beginning of my career to where I'm at now, I think my ability to talk to women has significantly improved. Because there were probably a lot of women that I could have had sex with early on that I didn't just because I didn't know what I was doing. But I'm still fully of the belief that it's better to have, in my opinion, well, if you care about good sex, it's better to have like one or two long-term partners than like rotating, like, you know, trying to get like 50 million girls. Like the happiest time of my life was always when I'm with my loving wife and I love everybody. The best, like the most fun sexual time of my life was there were 3 girls that all 3 of them, I super liked them when I was living in Glendale. And I would see like one on Friday, one on Saturday, one on Sunday. And I did that for like a few months and that was awesome. I vibed with all 3 really well. All 3 were really different. And it was a fun time every single time. And that was just so cool. I loved that. That was so much fun. And I think that that's way better than like doing a new one night stand like every week. Like it's just not that good. I don't know. I don't think the sex and one night stands is that good. It's just not that fun for me.
How many of those 3 girls were Armenian?
None of them, but none of them were from Glendale. I just lived in Glendale.
Okay. I mean, even harder question is like how much of your confidence would be as a result of you constantly streaming and just constantly practicing your social skills versus because you are successful and because you have clout that makes you feel more confident because it's like, look at all the shit I've accomplished, right? So
clout will never, that's a common misconception. I don't know if you felt it yet, but if you continue to grow, you will feel it. Clout is never, ever, ever going to be a confidence builder. I would say for the majority of people, I think that clout destroys your confidence because, or at least in my world, yeah, it seems like most people are desperately chasing numbers and they get obsessed with it. Like they seem to have confidence, but it's not usually confidence. It's usually like a false bravado. It's one of the reasons why that alpha male shit is so fucking cringe to me. When there's like a guy like pounding his chest and screaming about how he's got millions and he's like all this shit or whatever, to me that reeks of insecurity. But I guess a lot of people would see that and think they're confident. Some girls might like it, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like the numbers games, or at least in my communities on like YouTube and Twitch, completely fuck people's heads up to where they always are like chasing the next highest view count stream. That's what it feels like, but.
I mean, I agree with you that, like, yeah, like the whole, like, putting on an act and being like, look how much money I make, look how much clout I have is, like, super cringe. And to me, that also reeks of insecurity. But I would argue that, like, there's a little bit to, like, you know, if everyone treats you like you're the man, then it's kind of easier to tell yourself and feel confident that you are the man. I mean, obviously, I'm not even a fraction of, like, at the same level as you in terms of that. But just, like, when I do, like, I don't know, when I go out to, like, a bar or something like that and people will recognize me and, like, every single interaction I have in real life is, like, positive versus on the internet, like, 50% of the people are just talking shit. But in reality, when you meet people in real life, it's all positive. It's all love. And so, like, that just kind of, like, I mean, I'm already pretty confident, but that just kind of reinforces that. Like, oh, like, this person likes me, this person likes me. Now, the problem for me is that literally every single person that approaches me and recognizes me is a dude because of what I do.
Yeah.
Right? So my dream is that like I could develop like at least 1/3 of those people would be hot girls, but literally it's just all dudes. It's like I've never been approached by like a hot chick, or been recognized at least in terms of because of the YouTube thing. So yeah. It's kind of a thing.
Yeah, having people recognizing you in real life and stuff is really, especially if you're with somebody, that's like the best thing, because then you're like on top of the fucking world. Like if you've got a girl with you and somebody's like, oh my god, is that Alex? Is that Playing with Fire? Is that Destiny? Then it's like, hey,
I know
that is me. Yeah, I'm kind of a big deal. Like I know what you mean.
Oh yeah, it's no big deal. Yeah, God, it's embarrassing. Yeah. Actually, I like this question. Destiny, would you debate with Tate or give him debate tips? Alex, would you set up this debate if Destiny agrees? I would definitely set up this debate if Destiny agrees.
Originally, I super wanted to debate Tate because I saw a bunch of like weird Manosphere clips, like advice shit that he gives that seemed like really cringe to me that I wanted to fight him with. But I actually think Tate is a really interesting person. Who's had a really interesting journey. I think it would be super cool to just sit and chat with that guy for like an hour or two to like get perspectives. I'm curious how much he's changed with his like internet blow up and just like his life experience. He seems like an interesting guy. I think I probably super disagree with him on a lot of like life related stuff, but based on like the larger clips I've seen of him, he seems to get the bigger picture better than a lot of red pill guys that I've spoken to. Like in the beginning of his like online kind of career shit, or at least like a year or two ago, he seemed to be like very much like into like the Bugattis and all this shit or whatever. But as I've seen him like lately, he seems to be a bit more like everybody has a purpose, everybody has a mission, you know, like family oriented kind of. It's hard to say because I feel like I see clip to clip to clip, but yeah, he'd be definitely be an interesting person to talk to for sure.
Yeah, he's a very interesting dude. I talked to his brother on a live stream for like 2 hours. Very interesting guys. I think there's a massive difference between how they are and how they come up. Like I think what they put on, like, or at least they used to, they put on a little bit of like an act, right? They just exaggerate their personalities. So it's not like they're faking it. Like that is their personality, but they kind of exaggerate and try to be more polarizing. But when you have like a long form conversation with them, they're actually like pretty chill and grounded and reasonable people. They're not like just yelling or like fucking, acting like frat boys. Like they're actually pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
From what I've seen. What was I going to ask you? Oh yeah, another quick question I have for you. Did you watch the Sneeko Fresh and Fit with that chick, like DJ Academics yelling the chick and Sneeko piling on? What were your thoughts about that?
Not good. We've talked about it. Not a good. Nope, wasn't good.
Not a good one.
Not good.
Yeah, I did a reaction video to that. All right, yo, what up, Ashley?
Oh my God, is this Alex from Playing with Fire?
I know.
Destiny?
Yeah. Holy shit, the one and
Hi.
only. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
It is me.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah, I am streaming for my own channel. That is, when you come on my channel, it could be anybody, but it's actually me. All right, so Ashley, so you told me that you know who Destiny is, but you actually for this speed date, I want you to forget who Destiny is. You do not know him at all. He's just a random person.
I've already forgotten who he is.
Yeah. Wow.
Who's popping on my speed date? Just a random dude from the chat. So I think let's extend it. Let's do like 10 minutes. Let's make it more
Jesus
interesting.
Christ.
All right, fine. We'll keep it 5 minutes.
We can do 10, whatever you want.
I'm
okay?
sorry. 10 minutes with me is a lot to handle.
You have no idea, okay?
I don't blame you for not being up to the task.
Do 10. Do 12. Do 12 minutes, all right?
All right, guys. 45 minutes it is. All right, let's do 10. I'm going to take myself off and then let the fun begin.
Well, hello, Mr. Destiny. How are you?
You were supposed to forget who I was, so you already fucked up the first part, okay? Ashley?
Well, your name's right there on the screen, so it's a little bit hard.
Oh, shit. You're right. Okay.
Oh.
My bad.
Mm.
Ashley, what's up? Who are you? Tell me about yourself. What do you do?
Well, according to a lot of people on the internet, I'm a hairdresser, and I have several children that are of all different races, which I support. I'm not upset with, but I don't know. I don't really want to say exactly what I do, but I like to stream. I like to YouTube. I like to make derogatory videos about people sometimes. How about you?
Well, if we're going by what other people say on the internet, I am a far-right Nazi and far-left communist person that may or may not have, no, that's too edgy, a lot of issues with a lot of different people, and I also make videos shit-talking people on the internet.
I love videos shit-talking people on the internet.
That's awesome. What? How long have you been doing? Do you do like YouTube stuff or what?
Yeah, YouTube. It's been 5 months, actually. 5 months. I just hit 330 subscribers today and 5.6K on one of my videos.
Wow. Do you?
Exciting stuff.
What do you? What'd you do before YouTube?
Um, well, I've spent a life working in the medical field, actually. So we'll just leave it at that. I've literally had death threats against me lately. So
Jesus.
people trying to figure out where I work and where my children go to school. So I'm going to be vague on that.
Is this all the multi-ethnic children, or was that a joke? I can't tell.
All of my multi-ethnic children, yes. A lot of the skinheads do not like me very much.
How many kids do you have?
I consider that a W,
Okay.
personally.
How many children do you have?
According to the internet?
According to you. I'm talking to you.
Oh, 2.
2. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 36 years old. How old are you, Mr. D?
I'm 33.
Hmm.
Are you single right now or not?
I am single, yes,
Okay.
perpetually.
Perpetually.
Yes, it's a choice.
What do you like to
Lifestyle.
What do you like to do for fun besides making internet videos?
Well, that basically sums it up. Internet videos, YouTubing 24/7, pretty much. But other than that, I guess I could go pretty into it and say that I like gardening, long walks on the beach, pina coladas, and sunrises. How about you, sir?
I do a lot of internet stuff, but I can do outdoor stuff too. You said you like long walks on the beach. Have you been to a lot of beach areas before? Have you ever been to vacation
Yeah.
spots in like Florida or whatever? What state do you live in?
I live in Florida.
What do you say? What part of Florida?
Tampa, yeah, that's pretty well known.
Gotcha. Do you like doing beach stuff? Have you ever been jet skiing before?
I have been jet skiing before, but not on the beach, on a lake, actually.
Gotcha. Do you
What
like?
state do you live in?
I also live in Florida,
Oh, well, looky there.
but I am in Miami.
Oh, that's where all the playas are.
That indeed true. Do you think is it worth it to drive 5 hours to Tampa to meet you? What do you think?
No, probably not. I'm a terrible bitch.
Really? Why do you say that?
Yeah. Oh, well, everyone else says it. I just tend to kind of go along with it. I mean, you hear something enough, you kind of, there's got to be some truth to that, right?
What is there? Do you think you're a bitch? Why do you think you're so bitchy?
I think that I am a bitch, but I think I'm a bitch in all the good ways, if that makes sense. And I think the reason why is because I am a loudmouth and I speak out.
Why did you leave the medical field? Are you an anti-vaxxer? Be honest.
No, I'm not. I am vaccinated, but I did have to be, in all fairness.
Okay. But you didn't want to be. That's what it sounds like.
I'm still kind of in the medical field, but I
That's
do
okay.
I do medical dressing.
Medical hair dressing.
Yes, I'm a hairdresser.
Okay. Do you do your kids' hair?
Always.
Gotcha.
You have children.
Yeah, I've got one, but I don't do his
You
hair.
do?
I barely do my hair.
No.
Thanks a lot. Okay.
You're very welcome.
Okay, you like to make internet videos shit-talking people. You kind of like to go
Yes.
outside. You've jet skied on a beach before. If we hung out, what would we actually do? I'm trying to figure this out. What are you like a vegan, or do you have any weird dietary shit? Do you have like
No.
celiacs or gluten-free, any of that?
Well, I do have a very sensitive tummy, but I don't have any specific dietary restrictions. No. I'm not a vegan, I'm not a vegetarian. I like steak when I can eat it. If you know what I mean.
I don't know what that means, but no, I got you. I know what you mean. Okay, so you
Okay.
like steak. You like going to the beach. How are we at 10 minutes yet? I got nothing else.
You have nothing else? What about you, sir? What do you like? What are you into? Do you have dietary restrictions?
I have no
Sometimes it's
dietary
all right to
restrictions.
talk by yourself too, you know.
Well, you're not asking me questions, okay? So I'm not saying anything.
Well, you're taking up all the time.
Well,
What
say
am I
something.
supposed
Be
to do?
assertive, okay? You said you were a bitch, okay? You're acting pretty submissive right now, all right?
I'm acting submissive.
Yeah, you'll let me lead the whole
Okay.
conversation.
I'm just playing the long game, baby.
The long game. What is the long game? Kid number 3?
Hell to the fuck no. No more children for this, Ashley.
Okay. Well, hey,
No.
never say
No.
never. Okay, I'm half Cuban. You have the whole ethnic baby thing going on, so you could add one to the collection, maybe. I can pay a lot of child support. I do well online.
I don't
so,
have a Cuban yet.
That's true. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, what do I like to do? Dude, I'll do anything. I like to do a lot of redneck shit. I'm from Omaha, Nebraska. Do you like to shoot guns or like go
I'm
off-roading?
from Oklahoma.
Oh, okay, based. All right,
Born
there
in
we go. Hell yeah. You ride horses?
I've owned a horse before. Charlie horse.
What?
He was a quarter horse.
Okay.
I've been hunting, duck hunting, deer hunting.
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
I don't know.
Can you go, like, you ever go, like, trap shooting or anything like that?
I have done that as well. Yes. Bow hunting. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bow hunting.
I'm quite proficient.
Okay.
I was
That's
a marksman in the Air Force.
cool. Okay. We've got a marksman in the Air Force.
Yes.
You see, was it 4 years or how long were you in for?
Yes. 4 years.
Gotcha. Okay. Were you, did you ever go overseas? Probably for 4 years,
I did not. No, I never did. I went to fucking Idaho.
Why would you go to Idaho in the Air Force?
No, right? I went to fucking Idaho. It was bullshit. And then my fellow airmen, they got to go to fucking Germany and Italy. I was one of 2 people in our graduating class that got stationed in motherfucking Idaho.
Damn.
Yeah, you know. But that's okay.
I guess you pissed the wrong person off or something, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Do you believe in God?
Absolutely not. Are you a big God person? What, you are a big God person, right? Because you're from Oklahoma.
No.
Oh, no? Oh,
Not
that's
at
good.
all.
Okay.
No.
That's good because you're living a godless life. I see you chugging down that wine over there. So.
I do live a very godless life. I'm just saving the marijuana for later.
Okay, that's space. Is that all you do? Just marijuana and alcohol, or you have other fun things back there?
Nope, that's it. I did, though, back in my younger days. But, you know, I'm a pious woman now, Destiny. I'm a pious woman.
Okay.
I have children.
That's respectable. Do you? How old are your children?
I don't want to do too many details about the
Okay,
kids.
that's
Sorry.
probably-
I've
No,
literally
you know
had death threats on my kids lately. I'm so
That's
sorry.
fine. Okay. Yeah, we're on the internet. I forgot.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't
Well,
know if they're girls or boys
True.
or what gender
Okay,
they
you
are,
used to
what
do-
ethnicity.
you used to do Air Force stuff. Do you work now or what? Do you just do YouTube stuff or what?
No, I just sit on my ass and I do YouTube all the time. I eat constantly. I've gained about 50 pounds probably in the last 6 months. But you know what? I'm happy.
Does that?
Yes, I
Is
work.
that how you like? Are you trying to convince yourself of that or what? I couldn't tell.
I work. Yes. I'm still in the medical field doing hairdressing, remember? You forgot already. Am I that boring to you?
I don't know what medical hairdressing is when you say that. You just mean do you cut people's hair? Is that all you actually mean? Or I can't tell how much
Dead
is a joke or
people.
not. What?
Dead people.
Dead people. Do you work at like is it not a coroner? What are the people that work with the dead dudes?
A mortuary?
Yeah, mortuary. Is that what you do?
Sure.
Okay. I guess those are good customers because they never complain about the
They
job that
don't
you
at
do.
all. They're still, you don't have to ever worry about nicking or cutting them.
True.
Thanks. Yeah.
Okay. There's got to be like a list of what do you I don't know what else. Ask me a question. Your turn.
Ask you a question.
Yeah.
So you're 33. You have a son.
Yep.
I'm assuming you've never been married.
Wrong. Twice.
Oh, you've been married.
Yeah, I'm churning through marriages quicker than you are kids.
How long were you married?
The first time was for about a year, but we dated for like 3 or 4 years.
Multiple marriages. How many? 2?
2, yeah. So far.
2 marriages.
So far. I'm 33. I'm still young.
So far. You know, lucky number 3, D. Lucky
Yeah,
number
is it?
3.
Is that the lucky number?
Oh, it is that's actually my favorite number and my lucky number.
Why is it your favorite number? What's your favorite memory with the number 3?
This is So I had a little bit of you know, and I hate telling the story because everybody's like, oh, I'm obsessive compulsive, blah blah blah. But I mean, legitimately, I have to do most things 3 times. I do. I don't know why. It's been that way since I can remember.
Okay, fuck. That you were supposed to talk about threesomes so I could get a score for getting sexual.
Alex.
You fucked it up now.
Oh, yeah.
Slut, Ashley.
Yeah,
Excruciatingly
that's
slow.
We pick up artists when need things to be very black and white, explicitly sexual. Like if the girl doesn't say "I want to slobber on your cock," then it can't be a W. But yeah, this was interesting. I wrote down notes. But before I give you my notes, actually, let's ask Ashley. So, Ashley, you have no idea who Destiny is. Would you be interested in going on like a legit date with him, or what are you thinking?
Yes.
How would you rate his performance? What do you think he did well, and what do you think he could have improved on?
A 6 out of 10.
Jesus Christ. And you'll say yes to that? Those are some low standards, Ashley.
Nah, 6 out of 10 is good. So
Most- Yeah, exactly. I've never agreed to yes on anyone on here before, but I know that he's more of an intellectual type. He also has kids. There's a lot of guys out there that within the same age range are not looking to date anyone who's a single mother. So that's plus. I'm assuming if you have children and have been married before as well, then, that's a little more point in my direction. Also, he's got a very calm demeanor and he's got kind of a sarcastic undertone, which I appreciate. I can tell that he's tired though and a little bit bored, so that was kind of vapid, but
Wow. She read me like a book.
You ready for my notes?
Yeah, go hit me up. What do you got?
So you very much have like a natural game, natural style. It's like where we refer to people in the pickup community who are like naturally good with girls, but never actually study game, never learn game, right? Like to a T, you display all the strengths and weaknesses of a natural. Meaning like you're naturally funny, you're naturally good at like just making jokes, just bullshitting about anything and everything. You don't say anything cringe, you don't say anything weird, you don't like just completely like freeze up or anything like that. But at the same time, as a natural, you sometimes run out of shit to say, right? The conversation isn't moving forward, right? So you started off good, but it didn't get better and better. It just ended off. So you start like if you started off at a 6 out of 10, you ended at a 6 out of 10. Versus,
I remember the last time I talked to you, I did the you said I did the interview mode too much. So I think around like 1/3 into this, I tried to stop asking as many questions because I remember you said that last time. You're like, don't interview. But I think I tend to interview people when I talk to them. Like I'll just like start asking a ton of questions.
Yeah, and I like that. I enjoy that.
Well, Alex,
it's just got to be the right kind of lady, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, anyway, I'm trying to keep that in mind. But yeah, go for it.
But yeah, so like the parts were okay. So I'll just go through this. So like for example, when you're like trolling her in the beginning, like oh yeah, I'm a far right Nazi, like that shit is great. Like that's always like makes girls laugh. Leading the convo, that's always good. But I think also one mistake you make is you kind of like you start asking questions, and I think it was probably because you just do so many debates, so it's just like second nature to you. But like you got to also like sometimes stop asking questions and like leave room for the girl to invest. Because if you're just always asking questions, then she's not gonna like she's not gonna talk over you and be like, "Whoa, let me ask you a question, Destiny." She's just gonna kind of go with what you're saying. So you got some funny one-liners in there, like "What is the long game, kid number 3?" I love it. But I think like the real struggle that you have is building sexual tension and escalating. So like, yeah, like the conversation, it wasn't bad at any point. It started off good, but
I don't know. Alex, I'm pretty wet right now.
Jesus.
Are you? Can we do the finger test and just to see some receipts on the internet, question everything. So like I think like the goal of the combo is that it should get a little spicier and spicier as it keeps going. That's not always perfect like this. Like sometimes it'll be like this, right? But generally speaking, like if you watch some of my speed dates, you can see that by the end of it, I'm at least a little bit further along than when I started. Not always. There's been like 1 or 2 exceptions, but like 90% of them, like by the end of the speed date, it's like, okay, I'm further in than I was a minute ago. Versus if we look at this, where you were a minute ago, 1 minute in and 10 minutes in is actually the same point. It's not a bad point, right? It's a decent point, but it didn't escalate, right? So,
do you think is your goal by the end of these like 5-10 minute things to like get the person basically to like say like I want to fuck you, or like what is that? I'm curious. Like what is the?
Well, that's like super ambitious, right? Like that's going to be pretty hard to pull off. My goal is to build as much sexual tension as possible. And if I have a lot of sexual tension, the girl's just going to be down for whatever. Now, of course, with some girls, 10 minutes of sexual tension means she'll just be interested enough to give you her phone number, right? For some girls, she might be interested enough to go on a date with you. Some girls, she might be interested enough to fuck you, right? Girls work at different speeds. But again, I can't control how, what her process is. All I can control is how much sexual tension I build. So that's kind of my goal. Also deal with any concerns or objections that come up. During this interaction, like there was no concerns or objections that came up. But typically like the girl will have an objection like, oh, like you were married or you have a kid. Oh, I don't know about that. Right. Or like, oh, I don't know. Like you guys in Miami are all just fuck boys, like whatever.
Your name's Kevin? What?
Oh, we have Kevin's.
But yeah, so basically, my goal is just to build as much sexual tension as possible in the smoothest way possible, basically. Like you saw with the Rosario girl, for example, like, like she's like probably a little bit more conservative. Like she's not going to like fucking, send me nudes right after meeting or like, agree to fuck me. But like,
Alex, it took me months to send you nudes. Come on.
Yeah. And I never even tried to make a move on you. That's the interesting part. But yeah, so, I don't know. I think that's kind of my assessment. But yeah, so the conclusion I have is it would be fascinating if you took like 2 or 3 months to learn formal game. I think you could fucking crush it.
Gotcha. All right.
Well, good luck to you, Destiny, on crushing it.
Thank you,
Crush
Ashley.
the pussy.
I mean, yeah, I don't think you give a shit because I think you're probably pretty happy with the results you have now. It would be more of like a thought experiment, like, right? But I do think that like if you actually, the problem is it's like kind of a pain in the ass. It's time consuming because you have to go out, interact with girls, and then constantly analyze it. You also have to typically get feedback from people who are better than you, have them analyze all the little mistakes you're making. It's a fucking pain in the ass. It's annoying. And so, like, if you're already happy with your results with women, then why the fuck would you go through it, right? But if you're a guy who's not happy, like you're struggling, and you're like, "Fuck, dude, like, I don't have anything," then yeah, of course you would go through that process. But it's a lot easier to go through that process if you're naturally good with girls. For a guy who's not, for a guy who's like naturally socially awkward, that process could take years.
For sure, yeah, I understand what you mean. Just
That's
because it's
actually true.
like social skills in general, not just even talking to girls. I think, yeah.
Absolutely, I agree. Yes.
Like some of the best guys I know when it comes to like picking up girls are guys who are like naturally good, who for whatever weird reason decide to learn game, like study formal game. Those guys are like significantly better than me, for example. They'll crush me because I was not naturally good. So everything I did was learned. But like if you already have that like very strong natural level of charisma and confidence, and then you like really study game and just focus on like, you know, just mastering every aspect of social interactions, you would be like, those people are like unstoppable.
Gotcha.
Well, I had a fucking fabulous time, fellers.
Yeah, thanks
Thanks
so
for
much.
having me on.
Yeah, thanks for filling in. I feel like you took it a little easy on Destiny though. You didn't give him any shit.
Yeah, but I mean, he's not a total douchewalla. Like you.
I mean, I can be a total douche if you try. You know, you just didn't bring it out of me. I was looking forward to fighting tonight too. I brought my fighting pants. Okay.
Yeah, Destiny's a hardcore anti-vaxxer. He's a big Nick Fuentes or whatever the fuck his name is fan. They do like.
Oh, you like Nick
PFF
Fuentes?
pop. Yeah.
No, hold on. No, that's not true. Stop. Don't.
Oh.
Don't get me in trouble.
But yeah, cool. All right, thanks, Ashley. Appreciate
Thank you so much. Have a good one, guys. Good night.
Take care. But yeah, that was fun. Yeah, what do you think of your third speed date experience?
So much fun. Wow.
Are you trolling or are you serious?
Oh, it's an interesting experience, I guess. Yeah. I feel like the way that I like get to know people and talk to people is so like antithetical to like kind of like the speed dating format. It's like the total opposite in terms of like how I generally move with people. So it's like interesting. One of the things I wanted to learn to do was I thought it'd be really interesting. I've never like picked up a chick at a bar before ever. I thought it'd be like really interesting to try to learn how to like go to bars, talk to women there, like bring a friend or whatever and try that. That would be like it'd just be an interesting experience to have because yeah, I just don't have it. Yeah.
Dude, I fucking got you on that. We do this shit all the time.
Yeah, maybe at some point we're going out Friday, right? I think Friday night.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can chat about it then or something. Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah. I mean, it is fun. It's definitely a good time. I did that a lot in my like mid-20s, late 20s. It's a process. I think it would be really interesting though. I think your community would probably get a kick out of it if you did almost like a behind the scenes like Destiny learning cold approach and you like document the whole process. What is it like?
And it'd be nice to be able to talk about it too, because like I don't know, like in terms of like people ask like, oh, where do you meet people? And it's like I don't know, I can't tell you how to pick up somebody at a bar at all. Like I know to meet people at work and at school and then like do my job, but like I can't go like meeting people at bars. I have no idea what that environment is like at all. So
put a 1 in the chat if you want to see that shit happen. You want to see Destiny do cold approach. All right, dude. Yeah, sounds good, man. It's good chatting. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, have fun. Be careful, buddy.
For sure, dude. Have a good night.
Bye.
All right, guys. So make.
Okay. Yeah, we can, and I am done with my stuff. If you're free to chat. You didn't ask if she was fated than a hoe. True. Absolutely true. End stream if under 900. You think I'm even capable of... I don't know if I can actually drop less than 900s now. I think I'm actually done with those. Dude, it glitched. My shit glitched. What happened? Bruv. Bro. Ooh. Oh ho ho. Ooh. 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 Faded than a hoe. Faded than a hoe. Big. Let's throw out one more 900. Let's throw one more 900 plus out there, okay? Let's throw one more 900 plus out. Preach on Jebediah show. Wait, really? Oh shit! That means he's down here in Florida.
So that's where we
Shut the f up.
They got him.
Don't do
They got him. Good one, bro. I'm sure that was a funny joke.
It's not. It's just like you.
Stress all the time. Like,
You were doing so good,
yeah. I don't go.
bruv.
Bruv. What is this?
So you're. It's not the
I
same.
feel like
So you're. This. I wish I had known that you were gay before we had this whole conversation because this changes things a little bit.
okay.
You're speaking when I'm complaining about this woman shit, and you're saying like, oh, you know, I didn't feel like that. I didn't have a boiling rage watching Rosemary. You don't have to deal with this shit, do you?
I have women that are friends.
It's not the same.
Wait, hold on. What? I
You're
totally
speaking-
wasn't listening to this. I'm sorry. Bro, Kanye is out of his fucking mind. Bro, somebody get this dude checked in.
Before we had this whole conversation because this changes things a little bit.
Okay.
You're speaking when I'm complaining about this woman shit, and you're saying like, oh, you know, I didn't feel like that. I didn't have a boiling rage watching Rosemary. You don't have to deal with this shit, do you?
I have women that are friends.
It's not the same.
don't.
It's not.
But I also
it's
here
not-
I'll tell
it's
you
not
this
the
much. I
same.
feel
It's
like
not the same. So you're this. I wish I had known that you were gay before.
True. If only there was some way we could have known that he was gay. Shaq is in business with Jamie Salter. Jamie first said he's 50-50 with David Beckham and 50-50 with Shaq. I said, Jamie, there's no such thing as 50-50 in business. Who is the extra 1% for the control and voting rights? Believe me, you don't know me like that. Worry about your business. And to quote the once great Kanye West, I got more money than you, so why would I listen to you? Take my advice, get your family business in order. Have a great day, brother. Damn. 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 Kyle Irving got suspended? Kyrie, not Kyle. I'm so sorry.
Having anti-Semitic beliefs. Again, I'm going to repeat. I don't know how the label becomes justified because you guys ask me the same questions over and over again. But this is not going to turn into a spin around cycle of questions upon questions. I told you guys how I felt. I respect all walks of life and embrace all walks of life. That's where I sit.
I think what people want to hear, though, is just a yes or no on that question. Yes or no?
I cannot be anti-Semitic
I'm a
if I
Jew.
know where I come from.
Based black Jews.
I cannot be anti-Semitic if I know where I come from.
Do you have any anti-Semitic beliefs?
Again, I'm going to repeat.
Okay, tomorrow or someday we're gonna like listen to a bunch of videos on like I need to figure out what the difference is between like Hoteps and Nation of Islam and fucking the Farrakhan shit and all these. There's all these different like crazy like black religions. I don't know what to call them. There's like these crazy fucking things. We need to read about them. The Black Israelites, yeah. Doom doom. 909? Beat this and I gift a sub. Bro, are you ready? Are you ready? I rushed
Happy
so
wins.
hard. Fuck, I rushed so hard. I could feel it. I could feel these rushes. I could feel them. I could feel it. One more time. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to throw out perfect 900. That's all I wanted. Why Democrats are losing Hispanic voters. The left has alienated. I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know if I still don't know if I don't even know if I am Hispanic, guys. I don't think I am. I think my parents were all slave owners. I'm going to be honest with you. The more I think about it, the more I see my blue eyes, I realize slavery's in my blood, okay? Slave owning is in my blood, rather. Call me Esteban the Slaver, okay? That's my calling. The left has alienated America's fastest growing group of voters just when they were supposed to give the party a foolproof majority. Bruv. This shit is 20 pages. Nah, bruv. Nah, bruv. Nah, bruv. Nah, nah, bruh. Nah. Seriously?
No more left, no more left, no more left, no more.
Stop. Okay. Oh my God. What if Lab would read for us? We need to get Lab to read it. Lab, do something useful. Bum 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 bum. I got the Death Note song stuck in my head. I don't know why. Hold on. Let's do 1 tier 4. Merlin, you're in. Wake up. Unmute. You're about to get banned from this whole fucking Discord server. Your thing is muted.
Yo.
What's up?
Happy 25 months to me. Pepe wins, obviously. Destiny needs an interview with you ASAP.
Hello?
Sorry, I gotta just get my headphones in here.
Okay, bruv. Headphone it up. You do what you need to do. Okay?
All right. Hello. Is that all right?
It's more than all right. It's fantabulous. What's up?
Oh, that's wonderful. That is great to hear. How's it going?
Well, we're about to find out, depending on how crazy you are. Do you feel pretty crazy right now?
No, I don't think I'm very crazy.
Okay, well, that's what every crazy person says, so let's see what you got.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that actually true?
Well, it's not like crazy people
That
say
can't
I'm
be.
crazy.
It can't be, right?
Okay, well, like I said, we'll find out. Let's go. Impress me. What do you got? What are you in here for?
No, man, I just wanted to say hi. I've been watching you for a while, and
okay.
There's a couple things I actually wanted to ask you about, just out of curiosity.
Yeah, go for it. Hit me up.
Okay, so I have 2 questions. I want to ask you about materialism and also Sam Hyde.
Oh my God, dude, you're bringing the hardcore philosophy questions. Okay.
Whoa, it's not. I mean, it's not hardcore yet, but and I mean, I know you talk about philosophy a lot. I'm not like a huge philosophy guy, but I am interested in like consciousness, and I know you are too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you being sarcastic or?
Well, no, I mean we're conscious creatures. We should have some level of interest in it. Go ahead. What do you got for me?
Okay. Well, are you a materialist?
Man, you know, most of the time I'd say yeah, I am. But if you're gonna start talking
You're
about
not, though, right?
consciousness, I mean, it's kind of hard to be a materialist when we talk about consciousness, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, okay, you do not believe that consciousness comes from like neuron activity, right?
Yeah, I think it does.
You think it does? Okay, interesting.
Well, I mean, where the fuck else does it come from? What do you mean?
I don't know. I read this book called A Case Against Reality a while ago, and I thought that was like an interesting. There's some interesting stuff in there about like an argument for consciousness being like fundamental and like space time being emergent from consciousness.
Jesus Christ. Okay, well.
Which is Donald Hoffman. He has a good, actually, he finally did a podcast on Lex's. I actually talked to Don like a couple years ago before he kind of became big on the internet. You'd be interested in his stuff, I think, man.
Okay.
Because I know I know you've also done a lot of mushrooms at one point. You did that crazy like 10-gram trip, right?
Yeah, I'm all about mushrooms. Yes. I love drugs.
Okay, well, anyway, so my other question's about Sam Hyde.
Yeah, what about him?
What do you think of him, man? Like, did you watch the whole, I think I know that you watched like a clip of the TEDx thing.
Which TEDx thing? Sam Hyde's done a few things.
The main troll at Drexel University.
I don't remember. Remind me, what's it about? Does
He's
it have to do
like,
with his philosophy stuff?
No, it was like he went to this university and just like basically did this like troll TED talk.
Hold on. Wait, did you say Sam Hyde?
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. You were talking about conscious philosophy, and I just assumed you were talking about Sam Harris. I'm so sorry. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm sorry. My brain just shut down. Sorry.
No, sorry. I switched up real quick on
No,
that.
you're okay. I thought you were about to bring up Sam Harris. That was where my brain was going. Sorry. Sam Hyde. Yes, I watched the fake TED Talk and everything. Yeah, of course.
Do you think he's funny? Like,
yeah, for sure, of course. Yeah.
He's a funny guy, right? Did you watch any of his like other shit on YouTube, like any of his like weird stand-ups or anything?
I've seen quite a few videos. His stuff is very hit or miss to me. Sometimes it's really funny. Sometimes it's just I don't think it's funny at all. But yeah.
Do you think he's like a bad guy?
That's a really hard one to say, right? When you cover yourself in so much irony, it's hard to know. I kind of wondered for a while if he was like actually like a fucking Nazi. The whole Jewish shit.
You actually thought that for real?
Well, the Jewish shit on the phone was really fucking weird. Like,
the
no
what
cap
on
a stack. When he started saying, like, the fucking Jews are, like, canceling my programs and shit, it was kind of
fucking
weird.
Yeah. Was that about when his show got canceled, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got the sense that he was, like, for real, like, anything serious in terms of any of that stuff. Did you watch any of his, like, boxing stunts recently?
Yeah, a little bit. I watched him, like, training the Harley guy or whatever.
Yeah, he had some, like, there was, like, a couple interviews that were kind of interesting where he was just a little bit more guard down. Anyway, I don't know. I just thought
I had a chat with him on my channel like a few months ago, I think. So yeah.
Yeah, that's actually how I found out about him in the first place.
Well, why the fuck are you asking me if I've heard of him and shit? If you found out about him through me?
I don't know. I was just curious. Did I ask you if you heard about him?
Well, I guess you asked me if I'd seen his Drexel thing.
I was just curious if you thought he was actually funny or if you thought he was a for real Nazi, because I know you speculated on that at one point, but I don't know if you had like an actual position on it.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, and all the content recently has been hilarious. Everything with Lav is like absolutely fucking bizarre, like with this Mr. Girl shit, and like it's all just like very fucking weird. I'm surprised. It's a very bizarre period of content.
Yeah, well, that's what we do here on the Destiny stream.
You're enjoying talking to Lav, eh?
Yeah, I do. We like to keep things fresh and interesting here.
Yeah, she is absolutely fucking insufferable to listen to.
Yeah, I know. That's why she's on stream.
But very entertaining. So I guess that's
people
that's the whole
going.
Point.
Okay, and that's what we're about here.
Yeah. Well, all right, man.
That was it. You just wanted to ask if I'd heard of a few people, and then.
Yeah, I mean, we could go deeper on the consciousness stuff, but.
No, that's okay. All right, I think we're good.
All right, man.
Okay, I love you, dude. Keep it on a stack, all right?
All right, man. You too.
All right. See you later, bud.
See ya. Bye.
Whatever you do, guys, always remember to keep it on a stack. Did you say that DJ Mule Loser was getting dragged even by Xanderhall's XGF's community? That guy is just weird and creepy.
represent like a threat to discourse or democracy.
Know better. I don't think he's stupid enough to be saying.
Okay, a black woman wants to talk about stuff, and I have no idea how this convo is going to go. DGG World Channel goated. Bum bum. Oh. No cap. No kappa, guys. You're gonna spell it on the vague posting? Nope. Maybe someday you'll know. Or maybe you'll never, ever, ever, no. It's possible. It's possible. Seeing when I can call this person. I'm waiting, hold on. Okay, good luck. I don't know what this is gonna be like. Bum 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 bum. No cap on a stack. Yeah. Hello. If you're speaking, your microphone is not working. Oh, I heard a little something.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yes, hello.
Oh, this is I can barely hear you.
Well, turn your shit up. I don't know what else to say.
Let me see.
Are you using your phone?
Sorry?
Are you using your phone?
Yeah, I am. Oh yeah, this is bad.
We all believe in you.
Oh, I can hear you.
Oh, nice.
What did you do?
Nothing. It's your. Yeah, I'm not in your walls or doing anything. I'm just here listening.
Okay. Hi. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited. I'm nervous.
Okay.
Mostly excited.
That's
actually.
Good. Yeah. Don't be nervous. We're all friends here. So.
I don't know. I don't know if after some of my hates, I don't know if anyone's gonna. Even you. They might even disavow you. We'll see.
My audience never disavows me. They might disavow you, okay, but not me.
Oh, that's a certainty. That is a certainty. But I'm okay with that. I just hope that you and I can come to a meeting of the minds. I hope that you and I can come to some sort of consensus.
Okay. Well, don't get your hopes up, and we'll see how it goes.
Oh, no.
Okay. What, yeah, I think you messaged me about stuff related to, there was like red pill stuff, there was black issue stuff, there was all sorts of stuff. What do you want to start? I'll let you take the reins. Or actually, wait, before we do anything, do you want to like introduce yourself as much as you're comfortable? Like it can be like first name and job, or it can be an alias or whatever, just whatever you're comfortable with, some people.
I sort of learned the hard way that in these spaces, I should probably, I don't want to disclose too much, but my name is Annalicia. I work in the social service sector, and
cool.
Yeah, is that okay?
That's fine. Yeah, that's plenty. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay. What do you wanna go? What do you wanna talk about?
Okay. First, I have to ask, on a scale of 1 to 10, how annoying have I been the last week?
You're actually like you're at a 9. Okay. And do you want to know?
Out of 10?
Do you want to know why? I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I fucking hate people that send fucking voice messages, okay? I gotta find a quiet place. I gotta push the play button. I gotta hold it up to my ear and hope my face doesn't hit the phone. And if I skip a part and I don't hear it, that's just, whew, that's an auto 9, okay? But other than that, you haven't been annoying at all.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Okay.
I like voice messages just because I can get lazy. I don't want to, I tend to spam people when I get really like interested in a purview or a subject, and I don't want to spam with messages, so I...
Oh, so you spam with voice messages instead. Something that forces you to say, okay, gotcha.
I thought it was the lesser of two evils. Look, I'm learning as I go along too, okay? So now I've learned. So the way, first and foremost, the way that I came about even listening or hearing you, Destiny. Do you prefer Destiny or Steven? I prefer Steven, if that makes a difference.
I prefer Steven. Well, why do you prefer Steven? What do you mean by that?
No, I'm formal in that way. I just like to refer to people as, I don't really like aliases. Like, your name is Steven. My name is Annalicia. We're having a conversation.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, just checking. Yeah, that's fine.
So I saw you know the shorts on YouTube?
Yeah.
So I saw you in one of the shorts, and you were on the Bald and Burnt podcast.
Jeez.
And
okay.
But you know who I'm referring to. You know which one is which.
Is this a nickname for Fresh and Fit?
Okay, so you know. Okay.
Okay, gotcha. Wait, are you part of the WL community, or do you even know what that is, or?
I do not know what that is.
Okay, why these nicknames?
I think. Oh, we'll get into that.
Okay, we'll get into that. Okay, we'll get into that.
But I saw you. I just saw a very short clip, and I saw you really unloading the clip. I guess I call it unloading the intellectual clip. Some people call it, really giving really good talking points that are based in fact or statistical. Whatever.
Yeah, okay. I know what you mean. I got you. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So I saw that. I'm like, who the hell is this white guy? First of all.
Okay. A little racist,
surrounded.
Okay.
That is not racist. You were the only white guy there. It's like, it was hard to not. It was hard.
That's all right. It's okay. Go ahead. You're fine. I'm used to it at this point. It's okay to be racist to white people, so nothing you say can hurt me.
Oh, we'll talk about that too.
Okay, I know we will.
So
Go ahead.
I saw that clip and I thought to myself, first of all, that was the first time that I'd ever seen anyone really push back to the extent that you push back. Mm-hmm. Because a lot of people go on this podcast and it's the same shit. Sorry, can I swear?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, I'm not going to swear.
No, I'm sorry. You can say anything, but there's just no hate speech. But I feel like if I say that after making racial jokes, now it sounds like I'm trolling you. But yeah, there's no weird, no racial slurs or whatever, and we're good. You can swear. It's fine. I say fucking shit all the time. Okay.
Okay. So that was, mind you, I don't watch them. I think that they're degenerate. I think that they're, oh my God. Well, we'll get into that. But I don't watch them with any regularity whatsoever. It's usually just a clip here and there. But I saw the clip, I saw you pushing back, and I thought to myself, okay, well, this is the first time that I've seen someone push back to this degree, but not just push back. You were right. Like, some people push back and they think they're right, but it's just really logical fallacies or circular logic. They don't really make sense. But yeah, you were absolutely 100,000% correct. And so I thought to myself, this is the only person in the space that I'd ever seen saying the things or hearing the things that you were saying. And it was for me, it was particularly interesting because, I would say that the Bald and Burnt podcast is largely caters to the Black demographic. That's my understanding. That's my experience. I believe that their audience is predominantly Black.
Okay. It might be. I'm not sure, but it might be. Yeah.
Oh, we can do our homework, but I'm almost
I know it
certain-
targets young men for sure. The community is definitely more black than the communities I've seen. But I'm like in very, very, very white spaces on the internet, so it's hard for me to ever know like which communities are black or not, you know. But yeah,
Well, so,
it could
yeah.
be. Yeah, I mean, it feels like it when I look at their subreddit and I see everything. It feels like it's more black than any other part of the internet that I usually spend time on. So yeah, for sure. I mean, I believe if you say it, yeah.
Well, I mean that's just my experience with the space. It's to me it's sort of derivative of the black manosphere. It's in that area.
Sure.
So because you were like the only white guy, made it really contrast, and I just found it interesting. I thought, okay, well maybe this is someone that I can have a conversation with, who could help understand certain things, because I think some of the things, I would say 95% of what you said on both times that, I don't know if you were on 2 separate times or if you guys filmed both shows.
I think I was on 2 or 3 times, yeah.
Okay, so 95% of the things that you were saying were 100% correct. I think that my issue was, and it's not necessarily an issue with you, but my issue, generally speaking, is sometimes when we're having these conversations, and Bald and Burnt, they sort of format it this way. They format it in a way where it's sort of racially ambiguous. Like they don't name the black community, but really they're talking about the black community. Some of these issues really only apply to the black community, but they're smart because they want to go mainstream. They want to broaden their audience or the guests that they have on their show. So they're not going to name names. But, and I think that sometimes that's where, you know, someone like you might go on the show and you might be saying things, and because you don't acknowledge that, that dichotomy, you might say things that are a little bit like, I don't like that. I don't like that. So for example, you said that something about advice that you give to single mothers. You said basically, what is your value, or what do you have that nobody else has? Is that like an accurate?
That's like a general piece of advice I give. If I'm trying to remember what we were talking about on the show, it probably has to do with the idea of like dating as a single mom is generally really hard because like kids and stuff are going to be like a big deal breaker for a lot of guys, or past drama with other baby daddies can be like a really big deal for a lot of guys. So you have to be offering something like usually exceptional, or be like in an exceptional area, I guess. Otherwise you're just playing from behind. Not that it's like impossible to find anybody, but that it's pretty rough, I think, as a single mom.
Okay, so, and that's what I'm saying. So that's 100%. That's right. It's obviously difficult dating, particularly for women, particularly for black women.
Yeah.
It's very difficult if they want to date as single mothers. But then I sort of thought to myself, well, if men are sort of, you know, men are kind of at an all-time low, you know, socially, sexually, academically, maybe it shouldn't be that hard for single mothers. Like, do you know what I'm trying to say? Not that
yeah, you're making like it's like the reverse argument of what they're saying when they claim that like women's standards are too high, maybe men's standards are too high.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, so my thing is when, especially Booty Goon Samuels. So Kevin Samuels, I was not this like shocker. I did not like Kevin Booty Goon Samuels, but I've heard you sort of reiterate some of his talking points, or is he someone that you like? Did anything resonate with you? Did you agree with him, or?
I would imagine I probably like broadly agree with a lot of what he says. It's just going to depend on, usually when it comes to like the red pill guys, usually I'm going to kind of agree when it comes to like talking about what dating dynamics are. And usually where I'm going to not agree is when people start to get like really weird about why they are that way. Or like sometimes people just go into weird areas with it, but it's just going to depend on it's going to depend on the person and the piece of advice, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe before I even go into that, how red pill are you? How red pill would you describe? Like, if you had to quantify it, or what are some red pill talking points that absolutely resonate with you?
It's gonna depend. Fuck, that's such a lame answer. I'm sorry. it's probably easy to go through a conversation and just talk through things, because there's going to be some things where it's like, oh yeah, this is probably true. So like there are going to be broad facts about dating that I probably agree with. Like for instance, men tend to look for younger women. Women tend to look for guys that are earning more money than them. Like I think those things broadly speaking are true. But like, I'm not going to be on this, like when Fresh and Fit are like, men have to become something and women just are. Like, I'm not going to believe in any of that shit. So it's going to depend. Yeah, it's going to depend. Like if I'm in like a super progressive community, I might come off as like ultra red pilled. But if I'm with like a bunch of red pill guys, like I'm a bisexual dude in a polyamorous relationship, like I'm going to come off as like an ultra cuck, and they're going to all call me like the F word. Like, so I mean, it depends on which community I'm in and what issues we're talking about, I guess.
Okay, so you think that women generally, or as a general matter, you think that women, and so this is kind of the thing, and I don't want to, and I know that for you, I don't think this is your thing. I've sort of binge watched some of your streams, and I heard you discuss Black issues when there were Black people on the podcast. But I don't know how much you want to lean into it. Like, I don't know how comfortable you are. But when you say that women overvalue themselves I fucking hate this word, in the dating market, is that, and that's a red pill talking point, right? Is that something that you agree with?
That's really hard to quantify. So here's like a general thing in society that I think is kind of true. And that's that like, women have been hyped up on like some ultra girl power shit for quite a while, and it's a little bit cringe sometimes. It feels that way. But like, this is also something that's true, and that's that, like, a lot of men are actual just fucking trash. And I don't know how much I want to hold women responsible for that. So it's really going to depend on the type of community that I'm talking to. Like at this point, like I work kind of in entertainment. Like when I find out that like other colleagues of mine are like kind of like rapey and shit, like it's not even surprising anymore. Like so many men are just like actually fucking disgusting. So like, and then when I like look at how, you know, the average young man lives his life, and I see that like a lot of men are just like actual fucking slobs. They can't take care of themselves at all. They don't know how to do laundry or dishes. They can't even hold like any normal job. They play video games all day, and it's like, okay, well, I don't really blame, you know, women for thinking that a lot of these guys are fucking losers. So yeah, but I mean, it goes back and forth. This is an answer where it's like, I feel like the argument is really gonna, or your feelings are really gonna depend on the type of media that you kind of immerse yourself in. If you're hyped up on some progressive tweets all day, you're probably gonna come away thinking that like all women think that they're queens and they have like way too high expectations or whatever. And if you're in certain dating communities relating to women, you're probably gonna think that most men are like actual fucking literal scum, and that women are probably better off single than dating a lot of the losers that are just looking for second moms. So yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. So I guess what I would say to that is, so again, there's like a schism that or there's that dichotomy that for me, I can't ignore when we're having these conversations, because there are differences. And these differences are going to matter depending on what talking point you're using. Right.
Yeah.
So for me personally, whenever I hear, you know, the booty goon talk about, oh, you know, you're average at best, you overvalue yourself, or whenever I hear Bald and Burnt talk about, oh, you know, women think so highly of themselves and this and that and first of all, that wouldn't be applicable to the Black community. That it just wouldn't.
Why? Can you explain that? Yeah, go.
So it wouldn't be applicable to the Black community because Black women largely still date Black men. And Black women are largely getting into relationships. Statistically, they're marrying and dating Black men who don't even, you know, they're not really meeting Black women where they are. Black women are educated and post education, I should say. So undergrad, graduate, PhDs. But they're still marrying and dealing with Black men who largely are uneducated. And to the extent that they are educated, it would probably be a high school, maybe a GED, something like that. So that it wouldn't apply to Black women. Black women as a collectively are outpacing Black men academically. And because Black women are more employed, collectively they have more money. So that's sort of, it wouldn't apply. If anything, Black women need to raise their standards because, I mean, like, if you know anything about probability, I mean, like, let's be honest, it's these men that are the problem in the Black community.
Sure, yeah,
So-
that might be true. I can't speak at all to, especially like African American dating standards. That's going to be a totally like community that I have no understanding with at all. Even for the Black women that I talk to, the majority of them are probably, if I were to dig into it, are probably all like African immigrants, or people that are like first or second generation immigrants from Africa. So yeah, I have no experience probably with actual like African American women. So that might be true. I can't comment. I have no idea.
Yeah, so that was sort of my issue, and that's why I gave you grace because I'm like, you know what, they don't really set the framework for him to, like, when you're making your comments and you're saying what you're saying about dating and women and standards, because the framework hasn't been set, and that dichotomy hasn't been acknowledged. You're speaking generally about all women. And they sometimes they are, but usually they're not, but whatever. Okay, I can respect that, so I'm not going to take umbrage with that. But yeah, so that was my issue. I didn't like the way that there was something else that you said though that was actually problematic, and I'm trying to remember what it was. It was very red pill. It was very red pill.
Okay.
But again, I don't know, like, I don't know how much you lean into the red pill. Like, so I don't even know if it's fair for me to even have this issue.
It's fair to have whatever issue you want. Yeah, go for it. I mean, there's going to be some things with the red pill community that I agree with, so it's possible that it's something I agree with. Yeah.
So I asked this question already, right?
Yeah. Yeah. What do you agree? It's just, yeah. I mean, I think I broadly stated, but I mean, fuck, I can't think of like every single thing relating to dating standards. Like, I'm not gonna be able to.
Okay.
To list them all off at the top of my head, yeah. I guess what are the major things with the red pill community that you disagree with? We could probably start with there, and then we can figure out where our differences are.
Well, I think the red pill community, I mean, their tagline is, you know, better your. Well, I'm not even going to say that, but I think that with the red pill, their ideologies about women and, you know, women overvaluing themselves and wanting too much and needing to, you know, settle for less or date average and this and that. I think it's just it's not true. Like, and again, Black women have been doing that, and in terms of dating strategies, it has not been advantageous for Black women to date and marry Black men. It just hasn't. Black men, in fact, in school, I had to do studies about these dynamics, and there was a really interesting one. It was done by the Brookings Institute, and the summation of the study was basically that poverty in the Black community is rooted to Black men. So you know, Black women sort of being the breadwinners. I think it's like 60 to 70% of Black women are earning more money in Black households and families as a result of their education. Obviously, your education is directly correlated to your socioeconomic status. As a general rule, obviously there are outliers. You would be an outlier, right? But generally speaking, your education is correlated with your socioeconomic status. So the Brookings Institute, the summation of it was that basically because Black men are not getting their education at the same levels, and in this, like, as much as Black women are, when Black women marry them, it makes it really difficult to move from one socioeconomic class to another. With other groups, you find generally they're marrying and dating within their own, you know, in their league, right? Like, someone with a master's is going to marry somebody else with a master's, or at least an undergraduate degree, or, you know, and you're relatively, economically speaking, you're going to be in the same bracket, which is going to make it easier for you to sort of go from middle class to upper middle class and stuff like that. But because Black men are not doing that, it's keeping the Black community and it's keeping these families. It's lowering the household income, which in turn is rooting these families to poverty. So that's why I feel like these conversations about, oh, you know, choose better, and like, it's reductive. I don't think that people truly understand what's happening in the Black community. And of course they don't. Of course they don't. You have someone like Kevin Samuel saying, or I don't know if it was him, but somebody in the Red Pill said, I think they said something like 52% of Black men are childless and in the middle class. Like they don't understand probability. They don't understand how statistics work. They don't understand how data and research methods work. But, you know, they hear it from another degenerate and then they go around, you know, with the same talking points, not really understanding and they not really having done the research. Because if they did, they would know what the study was referencing, or what the study actually did say was that these Black men are in the middle class because they're married to Black women. So it's the combined income that brings them to the middle class. Also, the middle class is like what, 39,000 to like 109,000. It's a spectrum. So even they'll go around saying this as a talking point, like it's a checkmate, but like $45,000, depending on where you live, you're living at like where I live, 45,000 is poverty. Like you're living at the poverty level.
Sure. So let me, if I can, so I'm just trying to understand the point you're getting across here. It seems like you're fixated on, or one of the things you're really focused on right now is the lack of engagement with Black women, specifically when they're talking about like their dating issues or stuff relating to dating standards. Is that kind of what you're...
Well, so that and sort of the misinformation that Black men are spreading, including a bald and a burnt. So everything that they say on their podcast, absolutely everything that they say on their podcast. I have not heard one thing that made sense, that was true, that was really based in fact.
Well,
it's like they think...
Yes, I'm curious then, because I've been on their show obviously a few times. What to you are a couple of things that you think are just super wrong or super incorrect? I'm curious.
Like they're always talking about like evolution and what women want evolutionarily speaking, and like the psychological evolutionary aspect to all of their talking points is like, are you serious? Like we've evolved. They understand that as humanity and society and civilization evolves, so does your mating and dating habits. Like, so does your mating and dating strategies. People interact with society and society interacts with people, right? And that's that symbiotic relationship, and that's how things change and that's how things evolve over millennia. These guys are talking about the things that women were doing, like when we were using rocks to make rocks and sticks to make fire. Like, what the hell are you talking about? It's 2022 and you're talking about, oh, women don't know what they want and they connected wires to their private parts, and like, what?
Like, well, I imagine like the answers they would probably say that like there's going to be some things that are inescapable from our biology that are like rooted back to you know, things that we have always done for like all of human history, right? To kind of like show that trends exist and there are certain ways that we interact with environments that we always have, and that it's like kind of like instructive for how people are going to act in the future. Now, isn't that like generally their talking points?
Right, but that's incorrect. That's objectively wrong. If that was the case, then we would do what we want. We would be led by our sexual, physical impulses. Like, that's just not true. Obviously, now we've sort of progressed as a society, and we realize, okay, you know, there are things that you can and cannot do in society. Like, and the same thing goes for monogamy, polygamy, and all those things. Evolutionarily speaking, we've realized it's more advantageous for two people to raise their offspring, just to give the offspring, your child, you know, a better chance of survival. These are things that, like, you can look at the data, you can look at the research. What, like, I don't understand how people, like, these men can just say anything they want, and like nobody, they don't qualify it. It's like, oh yeah, these guys came in and they told me that they don't care about dating girls who don't make as much as them, or who are uneducated, or otherwise just honestly losers. To me, that's what they're describing when they're describing like these docile sort of uneducated women. I'm not saying this is all of these types of women, but they have a targeted sort of demographic, kind of like a predator. They know the types of women that they want to engage. And so, like, generally speaking, wealthy and affluent men are going to marry and date women who are in their same socioeconomic bracket. Like, I don't understand why they just say anything they want and everybody just like, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Like, what? No. Yes, I'm sure some wealthy and affluent men, some powerful men, I'm sure that they'll date down. I'm sure. But generally speaking, and this is what the data supports, people date in their league. People date, generally speaking, they date within their race, they date within their socioeconomic strata, they date within their sort of academic background. That's the way that it works. Like, I don't understand how people can go on that podcast and just, oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, the CEO is dating the girl from McDonald's. Like, what?
Yeah, I don't think I necessarily disagree with you on any of these things. I don't know what you want me to say. I mean, like, yeah, I think that was kind of one of the points that I argued with, is that, like, because I think I asked that on one of the episodes. Because they were talking about how, like, successful men don't care about like the status of the woman that they're with at all, which sounded really ridiculous to me. And then I think I gave Sneeko and I think Fit, I gave the example of, like, if you were a guy that was making, you know, like 6 figures or 7 figures or whatever, like, are you going to go, no, like, not to knock anybody's job or whatever, but you're probably not going to go and date like a Starbucks barista or a woman working at Target, I think was the example that I used. But all of them, they all actually unironically said, yeah, actually I would love to date like a woman working at Target because she's not like a slut. I was like, okay, that's interesting, I guess. But I mean, if they were going to answer yes, I don't know what I'm supposed to say at that point. But yeah, I don't really believe it, you know.
It just confuses me, Stephen. Honestly, and I don't mean to.
Well, what part? I think it all makes sense from their perspective. What part is confusing?
You think it makes sense?
I think from their perspective it does. Yeah, I mean, I understand why they're saying what they're saying.
Why do you think they're saying what they're saying?
Well, from their narrative, they feel like I guess from their perspective, women don't have to work or do anything, probably because they're like, hold on, let me think. Let me put this into better words. I think that men have a really difficult time seeing the struggles of women, and I think that women have a really difficult time seeing the struggles of men, because in some ways we struggle with some things that are really annoying that the other side doesn't struggle with, and then in some ways we have a lot of advantages that the other side wishes they had but don't, and then they get like very they get like very resentful over those things. So like for men, like women are constantly offered dick, right? Like every single time a guy talks to you, you know, arguably he's trying to fuck you, or on dating apps it's insane, and in real life it could be insane. And there's like, for women, this might manifest in like, as soon as I turn 11 or 12 years old, I have older men hitting on me, and it's incredibly fucking creepy, and it's irritating, and it's difficult to navigate, and there's a lot of resentment that might build up in a woman over her lifetime in relation to how men approach her, and that becomes an annoyance. But from the man's perspective, that type of sexual attention is something that he's chasing his entire fucking life. And then when he sees a woman get it so easily, and then when he sees a woman get it and discredit it so easily, like that, those types of dynamics, I think, can foster a ton of resentment between the races, between the sexes. And so when you're in this environment where you're like growing all of this resentment, but you also still have to like engage with the other sex, there's this weird like adversarial but cooperative dynamic that develops in some of these communities where like you fucking hate women, but you also fucking love women at the same time because they give you all of your validation, and that's like ultimately the goal you're looking for. And then I think from there you start to kind of like draw out all of these really bizarro dating standards, or all of these really bizarro analyses. So this might be kind of like where it comes from, the idea like men have to become something and women can just be. Like, that's a pretty dumb statement taken on its own. But if you think to a man, if the only thing he's interested in is sex, well, in order for men to fuck, they usually have to become something. They've got to go through a lot of effort to do it. And for women, they don't have to go through as much. And if that's the only lens that you view like relationships or sexual dynamics or men and women through, then that would explain where that statement comes from. That's what I mean. Like, there's probably a there's like an explanation like that, I think, for everything they believe. The explanation, I don't agree with it. I think it's stupid, but I understand where it comes from, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
So ultimately, that resentment piece,
Mhm.
I think that that's the sort of core and fundamental piece. That resentment, or maybe like we can call it vagina envy. It's that envy is that's not coming from a good place. So them
Well,
saying,
it's not
hey,
coming from a good. It's coming from a place of frustration. You know, whether you say it's good or
right, but
bad, I
it's
guess.
coming from a place of resentment. It's coming from a place of, hey, you get to do this and I don't get to do it, and
Yeah.
you get this and I don't get that. Right. So if it's coming from a place of resentment and animus, which it is, then how could anything that they say foster? Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna put that to the side. So what I find interesting about what you're saying is the very existence of their podcast only perpetuates and solidifies the masculine archetype that they're saying, you know, that they're saying is so burdensome. You know,
Yeah, but
women don't
this is an
understand
issue. Yeah, this is an issue that I bring up a lot. But their answer to this, because I always say this, is like, aren't you kind of like basically feeding into and perpetuating like the cycle of shit that you say is so toxic and horrible? And their response to that, what Fit always says is, well, you know, we're not here to change reality. We're just here to describe it. Is kind of their response.
Yeah, but whose reality are you describing? What type of people? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's such a myopic. That's such a myopic take. Like, I can't even understand. Like, how juvenile do you have to be to see the world through that lens? Through the lens of, I have no autonomy. I can't change anything. I have a giant platform and huge cultural influence, but I can't change anything. And we're just telling people how it's not like that for 99.999% of their audience. Like, it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I think on the last episode I was on, I got them to admit that like the advice that you're giving and the way you're describing life, like this is only going to work for like 1% of your audience. And I think they even agreed with that at the end, but yeah.
Right, but even the way that they see relationships, first of all, we're not gonna sit here and act like what they're describing or what they're prescribing has anything to do with relationships. We know that that's not true.
Yeah,
we know that
that's one of my
about
huge
pumping and
criticisms. They only talk about like fucking and hooking up, and
Right.
I've never heard them give advice on relationship related stuff. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna run and grab a drink real quick. Give me like 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Don't say anything. Everybody can hear you, or say whatever you want. But 1 sec.
Can I say hi to your chat? They probably hate me. Well, you guys can hate me. I love you. I love everybody, so we're good. And if Abba wants to come up, he can get the smoke too. What do you guys want to talk about? What do you guys want to hear? What do you guys want to know? But it's always love. I'm not coming from a place of hate or anger. I'm really coming from a place of, at the root of it, everyone, I'm coming from a place of love, because I really want a specific demographic to do a little bit better. And if they do a little bit better and they, you know, sort of revitalize their talking points, we can revitalize a very degenerate culture. And that's my interest. That's where my interests lie. So, yeah. It's really degenerate, guys. It is this pump and dump culture. Like, you have these two black males talking about, oh, yeah, like, really? What are the issues that are pervading the black community? And this is what you're promoting? Like, really? But these black men in the hood and in these marginalized, social criminalized areas, they don't need advice to pump and dump. They've been doing it for a very long time. They're okay. They don't need the social conditioning. They don't need that cultural conditioning anymore. They've been doing it. Really? Like, this culture is so, like, I don't know how much you guys listen to rap. I'm more of like a Stevie Wonder, Otis Redding. Like, I don't really mess with the rap these days. It's super degenerate. But I believe was it Offset? No. Takeoff. Takeoff died yesterday. And I don't know what, I mean, it's obviously it's a tragedy. But we can't really be surprised as a society and as a culture. You can't be surprised when these rappers are promoting, advocating for violence, degenerate, reprobate behavior. We can't be surprised when they get shot over a dice game. Can you be? Is that surprising? Who is that surprising to? Not me.
Whoa, holy shit. Hold on. What's happening? Oh, no.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, what did you just say?
No, I was just talking to your chat because I know that they hate me. I'm just trying to build a rapport with them.
Okay. People are saying you're wildin'. That guy, the takeoff dude, didn't he die? Didn't he catch like a stray bullet? He wasn't like involved in like any violent shit, right?
Right, but the fact that they're rapping about walking around, toking guns, making money, that like you can't be surprised when this is the outcome. This is what they're rapping about. This is the lifestyle that they're purporting to live. This is the lifestyle that they're advocating on behalf of. Even like you can't be surprised. And it's not to say that his life wasn't worth anything or that he deserved to die. It's just that you have to understand the impact that the music is having on the minds of young, specifically Black men. And you have to understand how you know that symbiotic relationship again. You have to understand what the potential harm and the fact that they don't. It's not just irresponsible, but it's like, I mean, nobody can really feel sorry for you at this point. Certainly not me.
Jeez. Wow.
I mean, and like I said, it's not that he deserved to die, but the old saying, oh, you live by the gun, you die by the gun. If in your community you're advocating on behalf of violence, or if you're engaged, even if you're not advocating on behalf of it, if you're not stopping it and you're engaging in it, you can't be surprised when your life ends at the hands of you know, some violent encounter, or like you can't. Doesn't what?
Do you wait? Okay, hold on. I'm curious. For your background, are you an immigrant or are you like a descendant of slavery people? I don't know how to ask that in polite.
Je suis Canadien.
What?
Sorry, I'm Canadian.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Does that mean?
But my family came from the States. Like I'm Canadian, but my family came from the States.
Are they like first generation, second generation? I'm just trying to see what your background is. I'm just curious. I have a lot of Black people that email me that feel like very strongly about like different types of where Black people are from, and then like different ways that they grow up. And I've had a lot of different input from a lot of different types of Black people about a lot of all the other different types of Black people. And I've started to realize over the past like 2 weeks how unfathomably fucking complicated all of your guys' communities are in terms of like how add-ons you are with each other. So it's just kind of interesting. You don't have to answer also if it's uncomfortable. I was just kind of curious for your background. If you're African American, if you're like first or second or third generation immigrant from Africa or whatever. I was kind of curious.
Oh no, I'm like 10 generations. I'm like Canadian.
Canadian.
Like I'm like, yeah.
Okay.
Like a real Canadian.
Gotcha.
My dad is Trinidadian, but my mom is they go back in Canada. Okay. Like really Canadian.
Gotcha.
But
okay.
I don't want to just. I also, sorry, I have a really like ADHD brain, so I'm all over the place. You're gonna have to sometimes like reel me in and be like, "Hey, Anna, focus."
Okay.
But
sure. Well, okay, yeah, let's do that. I can do that. I'll focus more. Where were we? You're rambling about a lot of stuff. Or I shouldn't say rambling. You're talking about a lot of stuff from the Fresh Your Fit guys that I already agree with. I think I've spoken about it before in terms of I disagree with a lot of the types of advice they give. I guess I'm more interested in ironing out places. You said we had disagreement in some places.
Right, because I think you said verbatim that you said women overvalue themselves. I disagree with
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say women overvalue themselves.
No, that's what you said.
Well, I think it was more that there's like a feeling with how. So here's like one manifestation of that. Okay, here's an example of this. Women historically have tended to date upwards socioeconomically, right? Women tend to prefer men that either earn as much as them, or more than them.
Hold on. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I don't want to cut you off. I just want to make sure.
No, you can off. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I agree with that. Is that a bad thing? Is that problematic in and of itself?
Well, in and of itself, almost nothing is problematic. It's only problematic.
Is that a bad thing in any capacity, on any level, for women in a capitalistic society, in a patriarchal society?
Well, actually, yeah, no, I would say in and of itself, I would say that's problematic. Yeah, for sure. If you always expect somebody to be out earning you, yeah, I think that's problematic.
Well, but to make more money than you when men have a higher or a better opportunity to make more money than you anyway.
Okay, well, hold on. You asked me in a vacuum. But if you want to start like factoring in social conditions, then it's no longer in a vacuum, right? So in other
okay, well, sorry, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay, sure. So if we start adding some cultural factors in, then it becomes kind of more understandable. Men have more opportunities. Men generally out-earn women. Men focus more on earning money, et cetera, et cetera. It makes sense that a woman is going to select for men based on income. That makes sense. But something that's kind of changing recently, I say recently, over the past really 20 years, women have exceedingly attained more and more and more educationally, and then it's starting to carry over income-wise into job market stuff. Now, something that's happened is women's earnings have gone up, but their dating standards haven't adjusted as quickly as their earnings have. So you're getting women that are making more and more money, but they're still looking for men that are out-earning them. So an interesting dynamic that you see play out in society is women, in some ways, have taken on some traditionally masculine roles, such as earning more money or being the primary breadwinner or just having a job and a career. But men aren't allowed to occupy traditionally feminine roles, like being a house taker or earning less money. So women are still looking for men to be like the masculine breadwinner, but they're also like earning money too. That would be an example, I think, of an unrealistic dating standard or something where people are shooting a little bit too high. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna push back on one thing. So while I do agree with you, you know, I think that once women have been given access to engage in the pedagogy, to have a political life, to have autonomy and agency, I think that they've hit the ground running more or less. But I also believe that it took a very long time. It took a very long time for women to get to the positions that they're in now. And largely, you know, that whole superimposing themselves into masculine roles, it's still largely really not accepted. And I don't believe that women, well, again, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I don't.
When we say not accepted, in Black communities or where? Because I would argue, especially in Canada and definitely in the United States, I think it's pretty accepted that women are like working careers and stuff now. I think it's pretty culturally pushed, and I think we see that in schools and broadly speaking across society. I think it's okay for women to be workers. In 2022, I don't think we shun that anymore.
If that were the case, then the red pill community wouldn't exist. Like the manosphere wouldn't exist. Their channels, their entire ideologies is predicated on the fact that specifically Black women are too masculine, and you know they don't want to be submissive and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, so, but I think that's exactly why they exist. Like it used to be the case that before, if you're a woman, you're kind of fucked. You kind of have to find a guy that is just like working a job and earning money. And like in the past, all men really had to do was like be a man. You just had to like have a job, earn money, and you're kind of like guaranteed to get a woman to some extent because like fuck, you're the one that's making the money, and they're either going to live with their parents forever or they're going to find a guy and marry them. But now that women's options have dramatically expanded, men are having to compete at higher levels than traditionally they ever really had to worry about, right? Like 50 years ago or 150 years ago, men didn't have to worry about having like meaningful emotional connections with women. They just needed to lock down a job so that a woman, you know, kind of needed them to support them and their family. Yeah.
Right. So, and I agree with you, but that's kind of what I'm saying. So they're complaining about something that has sort of been engineered by them. So if they're falling behind,
well,
who
I think we got to be really careful about engineered by them, right? Like
when I say engineered by them, I mean that the power structure, these institutions, who created them?
Men might have created the patriarchy, but a man didn't create the patriarchy, right?
No, but not a man, but men. So if
you've never seen a men in your life. You only see a man, right? Individuals don't create systems. The systems are created
but they benefit from them. Individuals don't create systems, but they benefit from them.
Yeah,
they either benefit,
they
benefit, or they operate within them to their detriment. So now what you're seeing is women are benefiting from it, and not because of men, because of their own sort of tenacity or ambition.
Because of a lot of men too. Let's be fair, men helped also for things like civil rights and education and all that. These Supreme Court men. Okay, but go ahead.
No, that's not what I mean. I just mean that getting your education is putting in the work. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, sure, for sure.
So I pushed back on what you were talking about, masculine and feminine. So when you say that men are not allowed to occupy
Traditionally
more
feminine
roles,
space.
right? But who said that?
Women.
Who said that? When?
Every single time, always. So here's something. So this is like where I'm super in the world of anecdote, which I hate arguing from. I'm usually like an autistic like data guy, but like I think we can generally agree on this. So I'm reminded of a rant from. Do you know who Tommy Lauren is?
No.
Okay, white blonde, super conservative idiot. But it was funny because she posted a rant one time on her Twitter that I thought was like very emblematic of all of the kind of dating issues. And she tweeted this huge thing, and she's like, I'm tired as a woman of finding all these loser fucking guys well into their 20s, sometimes 30s. They don't have good jobs. They don't have any fucking career. Some of them still live with their parents. They've got no life fucking skills. All they've done is party and hang out with friends and play games, and that's it. They're losers, right? That was her complaint. And I see a lot of women echoing similar-ish complaints, that a lot of men are just kind of fucking losers. But it used to be the case that most women were fucking losers, but because they were valued for different things, that was okay. If you were a really hot 23-year-old woman and that's it, I guess if you can take care of a house, maybe, you're like, that's like prime dating material. But if you're like a reasonably attractive 23-year-old guy and that's it, you're a fucking loser. So I think that's what I mean when I say that like women have stepped into traditionally masculine roles, which is fine. I like that. I think that's cool. But like men can't step into the roles that women traditionally inhabited because those roles sucked. Men said they didn't suck, but they obviously did. And now like women don't want men that were in roles that were traditionally filled by women, but women are filling roles that are traditionally filled by men. Does that make sense or do you disagree? Go ahead. Whoa. Hello? If you're talking, your thing is muted. Oh, I heard.
Hello?
Oh, I hear you now. Hi.
I don't. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I don't like disagreeing with you, Stephen, because I really do like you. But
you can disagree with anything I say. It's fine. You're not gonna hurt my feelings. I promise. Go ahead.
No, it's not about my feelings. It's more for me.
Okay.
So I agree. Okay, I agree. Generally speaking, I agree that women sort of. How do I say this? I guess if you want to look at the situation and sort of make it parallel, if men were in the same position as a 23-year-old woman, attractive, whatever, that they're not sort of afforded the same
luxury of just like finding a wife,
right?
Yeah, like it's never been an out for a guy to be like, I'm just gonna find a good wife and I'll be okay in life. Like no guy has ever really said that. But for women, that was kind of like the default path, you know?
Yeah, that was a baseline. But I would say that was a baseline that was again sort of socialized into women by men. So
sure, but we have to move. Yeah, that is true. I'm not going to fight with you over like the patriarchy. I'm not going to disagree with any of that. That is true, but it's not relevant. Like that's not a good enough answer anymore because now we're dealing with like the ramifications and the fallout of all of that, and now we need answers for what to do now, right? I think that's the issue.
Well, the patriarchy, it's obviously still exists.
It does, but the issue is that like here's the thing about the patriarchy that feminists used to talk about and they don't anymore, and no red pillar will talk about it because they're stupid and they hate talking about patriarchy. But patriarchy gives benefits and negatives to men and women, right?
Men, right.
Yeah.
Agreed.
In some cases, yeah, women benefit under patriarchy. In a lot of cases, they suffered. In a lot of cases, men benefited from patriarchy, but in a lot of ways, they also suffered. So men are starting to lose a lot of the benefits of patriarchy, right? One of those benefits was you're the sole earner. And that gives you a lot of leverage over finding women and controlling your relationships because she doesn't have any money, right? I'm the sole earner. She's got it. Yeah, I'm the master, literally. But women have stepped into the traditionally masculine roles, but men haven't learned like all of the socialization games and all of the ways to relate to one another in the ways that women had. So women are starting to, in some ways, patriarchy, we can argue, still exists. Women are just benefiting now from things that used to only benefit men, but men are still suffering all of the weird like emotional robbing and all of the inability to housekeep and everything that men have always suffered under, but now they don't have the leverage of being the sole earners. As like kind of a quick add to that, this is really super interesting to me. I got an email from two different ladies that were both Middle Eastern talking to me about dating standards, and they said that in the Middle East, these dating standards are like what they're like in the West, but they're on crack. That basically, when you're a woman in the Middle East, now women have, when they grow up and you're a Middle Eastern, you learn to take care of the house, you're taking care of your siblings, oftentimes to the detriment of your schoolwork. You are learning to do every single thing that a woman does to take care of a house, while men are like, get to kind of bro out. If you're a son, you've got time with your father and you get to do fun things. But women from a very early age are socialized to be housekeepers and to learn how to upkeep a house. But now women have started to step into these roles where they're getting jobs, they're becoming programmers, they're doing STEM shit, and they're getting jobs. But what's happening is when Middle Eastern women enter these dating markets, all of the men that they're finding are like adult children. They don't know how to do anything in the household. A lot of them are earning the same or less than some of the women. And it's like they've got like a bunch of big adult men babies around that are looking for women to basically be their moms while also earning the same money as them. So it's kind of like a similar problem that's going on in the West as well. That was an interesting study. Yeah, go.
Yeah, no, it's a Western problem. It absolutely is. So I think the reason that we may be missing each other is because the way that I approach these conversations is I do tend to relegate it just because that's the community I'm immersed in. Those are some of the disciplines that I've acquired academically. So I think for me, I look at things through the lens of or with the Black community. So what I would say is, and this is gonna be so bad, in the Black community, men have always been in that position. Men have I would say that even when they stepped off the plantation, women were the head of household and women were the primary breadwinners. So that dynamic has never changed. It's never changed, I would say. And so that's why I sometimes get a little bit like like a double consciousness. Like sometimes I have a hard time having these conversations because I'm thinking about it based on the Black community. And in the Black community, we haven't really seen that shift. We've sort of seen Black women become more educated and maybe make more money, but Black women have largely, historically, always been breadwinners. They've always been the head of house. They've always taken care of Black men, and they've always sort of put the Black community on their back. So that's the reason that I think it's important to sort of to flesh out or to at least acknowledge that dichotomy, because
Wait, your thing just cut off. You said acknowledge that reality and then... Oh. Are Black women generally out earning Black men? Does anybody have data on that? I'm curious if that's true. Somebody look me up.
They're not out earning them.
Shit.
Because
Hello.
so
Hi. Okay, you're back.
Black men make more money. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good. You cut out for like 20 seconds there. Yeah, go ahead.
So Black men on the dollar, they make more money than Black women, but because Black women are more employed than Black men, collectively they have more money. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So by earnings, you're saying Black men out earn Black women, but more Black women are working, so they're generally supporting families.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
So that's kind of my issue. So when you have the Black manosphere and Red Pill and those spaces talking about Black women are masculine and they don't know how to be feminine and they don't know how to be submissive, it's like it's not true. And that's why I really struggle.
Well, it does sound true though from their perspective though, is it not? If they view like working jobs and making money as a masculine thing, then it is true that Black women are in their eyes masculine. No. But
if they've never done that, historically speaking, then what's the problem? So this is what people need to understand about the Black community. A lot of people like to and because of Black men. Again, and I can get into this later because I want to talk about interracial dating and biracial people, blah, blah, blah. But because of, the narrative, the cultural narrative that that Black men like to talk about in terms of, Black women are so masculine, and Black people don't understand the relationship between cause and effect. So in the Black community, if you have Black men, Black fathers, leaders in the community who are largely absent, what ends up happening is women are superimposed into that masculine position. It wasn't one day that collectively Black women woke up and they're like, hey, I want to be masculine. I want to work 60 hours and I want to make all the money and I don't want to rear my kids any. Like that didn't happen. But if you were to listen to some of the degenerates in these spaces, you would believe it. You have to understand the cause and effect relationship between that sort of the feminine and masculine, I guess, switch in the Black community, because it's always existed and it's always been there, but it wasn't a choice. It was sort of by design. We were superimposed into that position because Black men were failing in their they were deserting their families and they were failing in the communities.
Sure. Okay. So I don't necessarily, I guess, disagree with anything you're saying. I guess the issue is that like historical analysis can only take us so far. Like, what is the solution now? Let's say everything you said is true. Like, so what? I guess you want to talk about Black men a lot. Like, what is the solution for Black men now? Or what are they supposed to do now?
I don't think that anyone's going to like my answer. So I don't know if I
go for it.
It's not. So you want this to be solutions-based conversation. I understand.
Well, it doesn't have to be, but I'm just curious because because I think it's easy to take away from everything you're saying. Like, okay, sure. So what? Like, let's say everything you're saying is true. Like, okay, well, now what? Right? But go ahead, say it. What do you think? Yeah, let's hear it.
Well, without acknowledging without really acknowledging and critically analyzing sort of the plight of the Black community, there is no and what. So if I were to have a conversation with a Black man, he is going to disagree with absolutely everything that I say, and he's going to turn around and say, no, it's Black women. So because our understandings and our worldviews and ideals about the Black community and the plight in the Black community are sort of diametrically opposed, there is no and then what. You sort of have to come to like the middle ground is we're on the same page. Now what? But unfortunately, Black men are not, there's no accountability. They're not ever going to sit here and be like, yeah, we dropped the ball and we never picked it back up. Sure. So that's the issue. That's why I can't give you that solution you may be looking for. And I don't want to sound pessimistic or like doom and gloom. But the reality is, if we're going to come to the table and we're going to have a conversation about a solution, we have to agree on the problem. And Black men simply won't, they don't take on the burden of accepting any accountability.
Didn't Kevin Samuels, wasn't he generally pretty harsh to men that called in and acted like bigger than they were supposed to be? Like, well, I'm curious.
Right,
yeah, go ahead.
So the thing about Kevin Bootygoon, this is the problem that I have. I understand a lot of Black men, oh, he used to talk about Black men too, right? But it wasn't lucrative. It wasn't lucrative. And he didn't gain any notoriety. That wasn't his niche. And he understood that. But what is lucrative in this space, especially the Black manosphere, especially YouTube, what he found was lucrative was denigrating Black women. And he really did rise to sort of a position of notoriety. So, he got the clout, he got the money, but it was on the backs of denigrating Black women. So we can't, when people talk about, oh, he used to talk about Black men, right? But nobody really cared because he was still like smelling perfume at that time. Like he was still just an image consultant. Nobody really cared about him. He didn't have the traction that he was seeking until he started talking about what Black women need to do and not do. And the problem is when you talk about what Black women need to do, that's when historical context does matter. So I understand
Okay, so this is confusing to me because when Kevin Samuels died, there were a lot of Black women on Twitter that were fucking celebrating.
Yeah.
But I think so with your one Black woman's context, because I get a lot of people that email me. So let me try to make some sense of this. I can understand it more from your perspective, that you basically have a bunch of Black women that feel like they're fucked over in life because they're working in their households, they've been abandoned by Black men, and everything in their life is just kind of fucked. And then a guy like Kevin...
that.
You didn't say what?
Any of that.
Okay, I'm speaking in generalities. Hold on, you just said all of that. You said that Black women in general had difficult times because they oftentimes were the breadwinners and Black men were unreliable and wouldn't take responsibility for themselves and their communities, right?
Right, but and despite that, Black women are still able to thrive. I didn't say that they're sitting there wallowing. They're still.
Oh, no. I'm not saying they're saying, well, I'm sorry. I'm just saying that there's like a resentment there that's built up. And then essentially you have a figure like Kevin Samuels that comes out and then basically just starts shitting on all of Black women, telling them that their expectations are too high when they feel like they're the ones that have been doing most of the work.
It's not, and see, I don't like the verbiage. I don't like that language. When you say they feel like, you're dismissing historical context and objective statistical reality.
I'm just saying these are the feelings, because I'm trying to understand why were Black women so fucking mad on Twitter when Kevin Samuels died, or happy that he died, I guess. But I'm just speaking to the feelings, whether it's true or not. I'm not trying to make a descriptive fact about the world. I'm just speaking to their state of mind. But yeah, I'm not denying that it happened, but I'm saying that this is like, you feel like you've done all of the work, and then another guy comes out and says, well, actually, you're all of the problem. That I can understand why people would get like really upset at that, especially if you have done all of the work, right?
Right. Yeah. So, you said that on Twitter, Black women were sad that he died?
No. Black women generally seem to be celebrating when he died. That's what I generally saw on the Twitter threads that I saw. Like a lot of people were.
Okay, well, I wouldn't celebrate it. Like, I know I call him a booty goon. It's kind of a force of habit at this point. Mm-hmm. But when he died, I wasn't like, oh, you know, Kalu Kalei. Like I wasn't any of that. But it was. I think Black women kind of thought that it was ironic that he died with, I think it was like a prostitute, something like that. So, you know, because his message was, oh, you know, you're going to die alone if you don't lower your standards. You're going to die alone if you don't do this and that. And he kind of like, you know, he didn't die with someone who loved or cared about him in any way, really. They were like, so that, I think that ironic piece is what Black women were thinking about. Mm-hmm. And I think that's fair, because, you know, this is someone whose message has been largely detrimental to the Black community. Like, people want to say, oh, he was about the Black family, this and that. If he was really about the Black family, then he would acknowledge that the Black family has been upheld by Black women unilaterally and exclusively for millennia. So really, you should probably focus on the shortcomings of Black men, because that's the problem in the Black community. It's not, and it's not to say that Black women are not perfect, obviously. I think that because they're going to continue to deal with Black men, they're going to be in the position that they're in. But yeah, Black men, I wish that he would have been more intellectually and historically honest, and really focused his energy where it should have been placed, which is, if we care about the Black family and Black men and Black women, Black men, I need to talk to you, right? Because he was talking about marriage, and Black men have the lowest marriage rate of any group. They have a higher divorce rate than a marriage rate. So you can't, like, and these are not things that he was talking about. He's blaming the marriage rate on women. Like,
because
who
there's
initiates
that talking
marriage?
point that like women initiate most divorces or whatever, right? That's a common red pill talking point.
And but listen to what you're saying. Like, that's not. So what? So what if women? It's, first of all, it's paperwork. We're talking about paperwork, clerical work. That is not the end of the relationship. The relationship could have been over for a long time, like years, months. But men they don't have that. Maybe they don't have that incentive. Maybe they're lazier, whatever it is. I think I read a study saying that men don't like to do paperwork. I swear to God.
Okay.
I swear
it's
to God.
It's a little vague, but okay.
Okay. Now I don't want you to think that everything I'm saying is like, oh, men are. No, I don't believe that. I don't have a problem with men, generally speaking, but I think that talking point that women, women initiate divorce. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so what? Like, women don't initiate, women, no matter what culture, what race, they don't divorce good men. Like, that just does not happen. You don't divorce a man that is treating you well, that is taking care of your family, that is supporting you. And, you guys are sort of coordinating, working to, like, that doesn't happen. So if women are initiating divorce at a high clip, you might want to look to see what's going on with men. Men are the ones complaining about their position in the dating world, their access to sex and this and that. You might want to introspect a little bit and maybe figure out what's going on.
Okay. That is one thing you could do. I don't know what do you want me to? I don't know what you want me to say. I understand what you're saying, but no, I don't. I don't want to.
I think that it's important for if you're going to engage in these conversations, and obviously I'm not an authority or whatever, but if we're going to engage in conversations in a meaningful way, I think it's important to acknowledge sort of, historical context and not historical context. And to be honest, I don't want to keep talking about Black men. Even I'm over it.
You seem like you have a lot of resentment. Yeah.
It's not Black men that I have resent. It's these spaces that
Sure.
that Black men are occupying.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Black men have been doing what they've been doing, but it's just when you bring it to the public platform and you kind of show your ass, it's embarrassing. Like, it's really embarrassing. So
so here's broadly. Okay, I have to be. I got to balance out because I've talked to a lot of downer Black people that are down on the Black community. Okay, so I have to represent my brothers and sisters.
Oh God.
Yeah, get ready. So here, this seems to be like the problem, or not the problem. This is like, I think there's been historically like this issue in the Black community, especially since like the late 60s and onwards, where civil rights happened in the United States. Some stuff got better, like the ending of like legalized segregation and redlining and shit. Some stuff got worse, like how well the Black family was staying together. But it seems like there's this general divide on who's to blame. And people seem like they want to come down really hard on one side. So I don't know what the numbers are, but it's like half the Black people are like, the system is rotted from the ground up. It's impossible for Black men to succeed in this world. Everything is fucked. We grow up sometimes in ghettos with one mom watching us. We've got to take care of our siblings, and then drug dealing and shit is the only thing available to us. And then
hold on,
wait, I'm sorry. I almost screamed at you. Okay, hold on. Let me just figure. Okay, right. This is their perspective that like the whole system is rotted from the ground up. Shit is fucked, and that when people at the end of that system want to levy blame on those Black people that the system produces, they're like, well, this is bullshit. Okay, this is our lot in life, and you're holding us accountable for it when it was largely created by like white systems, right? And then on the other end, there are people, and I've talked to increasingly more and more. I'll say broadly speaking, people like you that are saying, hold on, I think the Black community needs to hold itself more accountable and stop blaming everybody else and kind of like figuring how to work their shit out instead of blaming everybody around them and not taking like more agency for their actions. That seems to be like broadly like the two camps that exist right now. And I'm sure there's a lot of subcommittees in, and then, yeah, okay, go talk, give me your feelings on it, go.
Right, so I guess those are the two. Right. Mm-hmm. I can agree with that. But where I think it's kind of a little bit of both. So I'm not, sure. I don't want to lean too far into one or the other, but I do have a problem with that victim pathology. And I see it a lot. I see it a lot with Black men. I'm sorry, I do. I see it a lot with Black men, where if you sort of engage them, you say, hey, why can't you get your education? Yeah. Oh, the person to school pipeline. Okay.
This is like the classic, and I'm not saying it's wrong, because I think I do see that in some ways it is right. It's the classic conservative argument of like, if you tell people that they're victims of a system for generation after generation, eventually they're only ever going to see themselves as victim of that system, and they're never going to try to do anything to improve themselves, basically. Yeah.
Right. But you have to understand that when you're engaging with the system, and how you engage with the system is going to determine your outcome. So if you take umbrage with the system, if you take umbrage with academia, or the prison the school to prison pipeline, blah blah blah. Black men especially, we're the builders, we're the leaders in society, right? But so they want the accolades. They want the reverence that comes along with being leaders and builders, but they don't lead and they don't build. So that's kind of my problem. They're really stuck, and they really lean into that victim pathology where, it's a learned helplessness, but that helplessness, that sort of victimhood mentality, is the reason that the Black community is not able to economically mobilize. Like,
when you say the reason, do you think it's the only reason, or we're just trying to keep it balanced?
Sorry, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. Not the only reason, but I think that it is a huge contributing factor.
Sure.
Because again, Black men don't realize how they're engaging in this system. How they're even in some instances perpetuating white supremacy, how in some instances they're perpetuating their own plight. So when we talk about, Black ghettos, and who's making the hood a hood? Who like if you were to go to a hood, you as a white man, who are you going to see on the corners? Who's shooting who? Who's selling the drugs?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but then like the response would be, well, who put them there? Who put them in those conditions? Like
them. Who put black men in those positions?
Yeah. Why do black people live where they live? Why didn't their families have any money? Why was there only one parent in the household? Like generation after generation. Like why weren't their parents educated in good schools?
Right. Okay. And that's my point. So whenever it's funny to me when I hear, especially when I hear black men complaining about single mothers, because they're complaining about themselves.
Okay.
You're complaining about you're complaining about yourself. Like what are you talking about? Yeah, all of these black men who are okay, I'm going to put that to the side. So
have you ever heard of a streamer called Low Tier God?
No.
Okay.
Oh yeah, yesterday, right?
Oh yeah, but that was on some wild shit. Oh, you'd love this dude, but okay, sorry, just
why? What did he say?
He's in the black camp of like
victimhood?
No, of that like black men don't do themselves any favors. A lot of them act like fucking losers all the time, and then they blame white people and blah blah blah. That's like his kind of thing. I'm being a little bit more extreme, but like he has a lot of similar positions to you. I
disagree with everything that he said yesterday. So
well, maybe that.
No, I'm just saying, if you wanted to invite him up, I don't think he and I are going to see eye to eye ultimately. But
you would on these black issues, though, I think, right?
No, I'd not even. I don't think so.
You absolutely would. I think you would. But
there's only one way to find out. But
true. Okay. Maybe next time. Okay.
I think that when it comes to single motherhood, so I don't know if you know or if you've ever heard of have you ever heard of the Moynihan report?
Nope.
Oh God. Okay. How do I?
Well, explain it to me. I think I can understand. Or tell me how, or spell it, and I can look it up.
It was a case study, a book by Patrick Moynihan. Sorry, Daniel Moynihan, and it was a critical analysis of the black family, and sort of the plight in the black community I believe it was 1965. So listen, it is a long report. It is a long piece of literature. So obviously, if you don't have any vested interest in the black community, you wouldn't need to read it. But the summation of that report was that even in 1965, households, or that generation, that era, households were mainly single mothers. Some of them, a lot of them actually were married single mothers. So at that time, to get a divorce cost money. Mm-hmm. So a black man used to do, in large numbers, mind you, they would desert their families. They wouldn't, no divorce, no formal divorce, no nothing, just family desertion. And that was the summation of that. That's what the summation of the report said. It said, yes, while slavery played a role in their position in society, their antisocial behavior also played a role in their positions in society, like black men, and also them deserting their families played a role. That was sort of the catalyst in the destruction of the black family. So when why
did black men desert their families back then? I'm asking because I'm genuinely curious.
Because they didn't want the responsibility. Why does any man do that?
Well, but if you're saying black people did it more than white people, I'm curious, why did black people do it more?
I guess at that time, 1965 or the 1960s, they didn't want the responsibility. What do you mean?
Well, again, I'm asking if you're saying black people did this. I'm curious why black people did it, but white people didn't. Why did white people want the responsibility, but black people didn't?
Then now we have to get into psychology, which I love. But I would think that again, it's that it's being really rooted in that victim mentality and that victim pathology that doesn't really matter what I do anyways. Do you think that was really prevalent in in the early 60s? I truly don't know. I don't know what the attitude was in the black community. What was really prevalent? The victim mentality in the black communities. Yeah. It always has been. As soon as they got off the plantation. Of course. Okay. And I'm not saying that... Okay, if you're literally right off the plantation, don't you have the right to act a little bit like a victim? Aren't you kind of a victim? No, that's what I was just about to say. I was just about to say that there's some like it is justified to an extent, but when it sort of permeates into your personality or into your mentality, that's when it can become destructive, right? You acknowledge things that have happened, you acknowledge a white supremacist system, that's fine. But if that's all you're going to do, you're not going to be able to organize and mobilize to do anything about it. That's the problem.
Sure,
So,
I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
I think that for a very long time, Black men have sort of been shirking their responsibilities as fathers, husbands, community leaders, and builders, and they become complacent. And I will say that Black women do have a role to play in that because Black women accepted it. Historically, Black women have always taken care of them. They've always accepted the little that they were given. And Black women have historically been extremely race loyal. So, I mean, in that way, I can understand how Black women also did perpetuate or negatively affect, I guess, Black men's pathology in that way. Because if you don't have to be responsible for anything or anyone, if you know you're going to be taken care of, you don't have to change. The world has to sort of bend to your will and not the other way around. That's kind of the mentality that one would develop, and that makes sense to me. I get that. But now we're in a time where it's like, okay, you know, Black women are kind of pushing back and they're saying, well, we're not okay. Like we don't want struggle love anymore. We don't want your dusty reprobate mentality. We want, you know, socioeconomic stability and mobility. So I think now there's kind of a line in the sand where some Black women are saying, no, we don't want your struggle love. We don't want your absenteeism. We don't want your low marriage rates. Like, we don't want it anymore. But Black men are not really rising up to the mantle of manhood. They're not rising up to the occasion. And that's why you're seeing so much, just a lot of adversity, I would say.
Okay. Well,
I feel like you disagree and you're not saying it. I need you to disagree and say it.
Okay, well, first of all, you seem like you really fucking hate Black men, okay? And I've met a few Black women that are like this, okay? I have met a few Black women that are like this, okay? It's fine.
Steven, don't say that.
I understand. Okay, it feels like you have a lot of resentment. But I understand what you're saying. I guess the thing is that I don't necessarily disagree. I just think it's really important to understand both aspects of what's going on. That, like, I don't think that Black men are psychologically or biologically wired differently than, you know, the men of any other race. I just think that depending on the environments you place people in, you get like pretty predictable outcomes in terms of the type of person that you produce, and that it can be really rough to go back or to go later, like 60 or so years, and like, oh, okay, well, now you need to figure everything out, and you need to you need to sort your shit out and do better for your community. When generally we don't expect communities of people to ever do that. Right.
Okay, but Steven.
Yeah.
Steven.
Yeah. But hold on, but real quick. I agree with what you're saying, though. Sometimes that needs to happen. Like, if you're sitting there waiting forever for like white people to save you, they're not. You know, it's probably not going to happen. You know, people aren't going to be as invested in your communities as you ever will be.
Why
or should be?
They? And they shouldn't be.
Well, but they kind of should be, right? I mean, like.
No, oh my God. Okay. Listen, Steven.
Anna.
I agree, but the one thing that I think the one thing that we're missing is, yes, I understand. Intersectionality and, you know, being a product of your environment, blah, 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 blah. But you have to keep in mind that Black women are also being reared in these same neighborhoods, in these same households. But if Black women have been able to transcend their plight to some degree and move the needle in their subjugation to some degree, that does speak to that means something.
Sure, but Black women might have had, like, maybe the reason why Black women are historically really successful is or maybe the reason why Black women are successful today is historically like tied to, you know, how Black women were brought up, you know, I say brought up in the United States, right? So like, here is, I don't know if this is true. I've heard this one time and it might might be totally false, right? But it might be the case that in early United States history, women in general didn't work because they were women, right? I think it was like World War II is when you saw this mass mobilization of women workers, but black women that were slaves were working. So it might be the case that in like the black community, maybe women historically have been workers more than like white women or women of other races were. And that's part of the reason why, as we move forward into the future, black women have been able to take up the mantle of being like child rearing and household maintaining and job working in a way that has like exceeded most of what other women of other races are even willing to do. And then combined with the fact that, black men have historically been, completely disenfranchised in the United States, maybe that like combination of conditions like creates this storm where, now black men are ultra super fucked in the United States. Maybe?
You don't think, no, you're
Okay.
wrong.
Which part? Okay.
You don't think that black women are disenfranchised as well?
No, I think that black women are disenfranchised, but maybe
you don't think that being black and woman is compounds that being subjugated in that way?
No, I'm not saying that. Listen, intersectional, okay? You can have advantages and disadvantages from all sorts of different areas. I'm just saying that maybe black women
not black women, maybe white women, not black women.
Okay, it is an advantage. Jesus, this is such an awkward argument. I'm making an argument for the advantages of black women being slaves, okay? Bear with me. Jesus fucking Christ.
No, you're making
I'm just saying that like maybe black women working through slavery was actually like an advantage into the future of them being more able and willing to like work in an environment where women are working. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. So we'll go with that. But
okay,
if that's the case, do you understand how it's problematic for black men in the manosphere and on these podcasts to have the opinion that they have of black women? Do you understand how problematic?
I agree with you 1,000,000%. I'm not like, I'm pushing back against you because I want to represent both sides, but I wouldn't agree with people that are just shitting on black women or that say like black women are overly masculine and they're horrible and blah, blah, blah. Like I wouldn't agree with any of those people, of course. Right.
So then we can agree that cause and effect relationship, if we're saying, okay, cause and effect, women didn't have a choice. Women had to work on the plantation, off the plantation. Women had to rear their children on the plantation, off the plantation. And women have been socialized black women didn't have a choice. There was no choice. It was that or die. It was evolve, adapt, or die. And black women have chose to adapt and evolve. And as a result, have been superimposed into these sort of, I guess, what people would call masculine positions. But then at the same time, black men turn around and weaponize that. And that for me is a problem, right?
Sure.
Because
I can understand
a lot of black men will say, a lot of black men will predicate their argument of, oh, I only date white women because of, and that's the reason. And so if that's the reason, then like, that's a problem because you're completely, I don't even.
You're punishing essentially black women for having to be like the sole caretakers of their families, like historically, because of historical conditions that were largely outside of their control, right? It's basically a big fuck you to all of the black women that have been working to build their families and communities, and assume.
It's a fuck you to themselves, though. Like it's not just, you're not just saying fuck you to black women. Like, listen. Interracial dating. Is interesting to me, and.
Okay. Because you want another example for you to shit on black men? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you want me to kill you? I'm going to kill you.
Okay.
I don't
wait.
Them.
Hold on. Control your anger. I got to throw something in the wash real quick before my wife kills me. 1 second. Hold on.
Is it okay if I talk to them? Okay, guys, I know you think I hate black men. I get it. I get it. But you have to try to understand what I'm saying and what I'm coming from. Sorry, where I'm coming from. It's late. I'm tired. I don't hate black men. Actually, an argument can be made that black men hate themselves. And I'll make that argument later. But I personally don't hate them. I believe that they need to do better as a collective. I believe that they need to be accountable individually and collectively. And I need that they just stop being victims. I get it. It's been rough. But, if you take umbrage with a system, you have to sort of address the system. You kind of, if you have a problem with the pedagogy or the education system, I don't know, you gotta create your own. And no one's saying it's easy. It's not supposed to be easy, but it can be done. It's just that black men are more interested in leaning into victimhood because that gives them an excuse to do nothing, to be complacent. And to not challenge these systems, to not take initiative and build these communities and build these schools. It's a problem. You have to be objective. I understand, a lot of you guys are like black men apologists, whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Power is not like, power isn't given, it's taken. Like, that's how that works. So if you're powerless, if you're a group of powerless men, like you kind of have to do something about that. I don't know what to tell you. Anyways, I still love you guys. I know you hate me, but I still love you. I promise I'm a good person. Am I? Yeah, I'm a good person. Oh no. I don't even know how to yeah, no, I'm a good person. Don't worry. Yeah, why would I hate black men? Like, make it make sense. Nobody hates black men. Black men hate themselves, if anything. I don't hate black men. I'm just not delusional. Sorry. I've done the research. I'm not Booty Goon Samuels. I'm not bald and burnt. I know. I know I understand what's happening in the black communities. I know, I've seen the numbers. I'm just not delusional. And sometimes I can come across as hateful. I get it.
Well, people are saying you're wilding.
I'm wilding.
Well, okay, so I'm kind of curious. I'm not leading you anywhere with this. But when people like Candace Owens talk about like escaping the plantation, what are your like feelings on statements like that?
Oh, I don't really follow Candace Owens. What is
She's just like a black conservative in the United States.
What did she say?
Fuck, I don't actually. I'm gonna get this wrong, but I think she talks about like when she talks about like escaping the plantation, she's talking about getting off like the left-leaning party's plantation of like understanding that you always have to vote for left-leaning systemic changes and that people need to take more responsibility for themselves and black people need to stop being victims of it. But if you haven't heard of her, it's not really interesting to get your opinion on it because I'm just explaining it now. So yeah.
No, I've heard of her, but I haven't. I've never sat down and listened to her. I don't know what any of her talking points or political leanings or positions are. Like I don't know, but I'm sure if she's a proponent of communities and individuals being accountable, then yeah, I agree with that.
Do you think, are you broadly like a conservative in Canada or a left-leaning person or?
No, I'm actually very liberal.
Okay, gotcha.
I actually am. Like I work in social work, right? So I work with marginalized and criminalized populations. A lot like in shelters and stuff like that. So, yeah, no, I'm liberal actually.
All right.
But I just, again, it's like, I can't, once you see something, you can't unsee it. Like I can't pretend that what's happening in the black community is not happening, especially when you have like the Black Manosphere and these red pill movements that are so adamant about what they think the problems are in the black community, and they're just wrong. Like they're wrong. Like a lot of black men will say, or a lot of black men will ask, one of the first questions that they'll ask is, "Are you married?" Mm-hmm. Like when I'll engage them and just have a conversation with them, which that's even trying to do that. That's an L. I have to stop doing that because it just like. It's so degenerate, it goes nowhere. But the first thing that they'll say to you is, "Are you married?" And their intention is to disqualify you if you say you're not. Like they try to weaponize being married, like that's a disqualifier, like that's a checkmate. But like black men are not getting married. So it's really not a disqualifier. Like black men you're not getting married. It's not like black men are out here with like high marriage rates and successful marriages. You're not getting married. So it's not an L for black women. It's an L for black men. Men initiate marriage. Like if men as a collective or a community or a culture does not value marriage, like it's not incumbent upon the women. It's men. Men have to value marriage. You have to value the institution. You have to value the implications that will have on your family, your family structure, and they don't in the Black community. So when they come up here and they try to, are you married? Like you're like, really, you're trying to disqualify me? Like, are you like, really?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, but I understand what you're saying.
No, but I'm just saying, like, that's why it's difficult to engage them, because they're not really trying to get to a solution. They're trying to disqualify you. They're trying to denigrate you. They're trying to weaponize any vulnerability that you may have against you, just so that they can win, or what they might perceive in their mind as win. It's not that they're trying to get to some sort of solution or resolution. That's not the objective. And I've had conversations with Black men on these platforms, and it's the same shit over and over and over and over and over. Like, it's just like, that's why I can't really engage them. If I do, it'll get spicy, because I can't deal with the degeneracy. I can't deal with the reprobate mentality. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't deal with the myopia. I cannot do it.
Okay. Can I? Oh, fuck. Never mind. This guy's a coward. Another Black man coward. I'm trying to find a Black guy that wants to jump on and chat with you.
No, don't
no,
do that.
You don't want to.
No, I'm not. No, you can, anybody can come up, but I'm saying don't. Don't. Oh, fuck. It's too late.
Well, I'm saying I feel bad because I can't give like the other end of the story here. I'm not like, despite my name being Destiny, I am actually not a good like representative of the Black male community to defend against.
No, I know you weren't, and I remember I told you I wanted to talk about this. Mm-hmm. Not to this extent. I heard you say something about like, oh, fuck women. I don't respect women, some shit like that.
I said that?
You did verbatim, yeah.
Oh, well, I imagine if I did, I was probably joking, but
no. Well, not in that context.
Wait, what was the context of the clip?
Oh no, I watched the entire stream.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Like, what was the when did I say that comment?
Like which video, right?
Yeah.
You know what? I sent it to you. I sent it to you on Instagram, and I said we need to talk about this. Do you remember?
Well, I don't know if it's hard for me to watch shit on my phone. This is why I get triggered when you send me voice things, okay?
I'm sorry, I won't do it anymore, I promise.
Yeah. No, it's okay, but it's hard for me to like listen to shit on my phone because then I gotta like find a quiet place, I've gotta stop, I gotta listen. Okay, wait, do you wanna have a short conversation with a member of my community? He's the moderator of my subreddit, so he's a trustworthy guy. He's not gonna be crazy.
Yeah, that's fine. I trust you, so okay. I'm good.
I trust this guy. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna throw him into this call. It's gonna start another one real quick, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, actually, hold on. Give me 1 sec, and then I'll start this call. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. My wife just got home from like a trip. Let me say hi to her real quick. Hold on.
Okay. Anywho? Does everybody still hate me? Oh, God. Still. Oh, I would love to talk to Abba. I would live to talk to Abba. What do you mean? Love it. He could get the smoke too, of course. Listen, guys in the chat, people in the chat, it's probably not like it's not smart for you to say, oh, someone hurt her, she's been hurt. Like, I mean, in the context of this conversation, Black men are hurting everybody, including themselves. So let's not do that. They hurt their communities. They hurt the women. They hurt the children. They toe tag each other. Like, let's not do that. That's the reality. She's been hurt. Oh, who hurt you? Oh my God. Black men are hurting everybody. What do you mean? I don't deal with them, so I'm good. Like I'm impervious to the Black male degeneracy. I'm impervious to it. I'm good. But again, the whole who hurt you doesn't really work. Because even if somebody says, hey, Black men hurt me, it doesn't negate the truth. Doesn't take away from the fact that, yikes, Black men are the ones doing the hurting.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh man. People are saying you're wildin'. Is that true? Wait, can you still hear me? Oh, I hope this didn't fuck it up. Abba just sent me, I think Abba's out partying, okay? I'm bringing on Forethought. Forethought, pick up.
What's up?
Are you okay, little buddy?
Listen, dude. I'm heated, alright? I'm a little heated.
What are you heated about?
It's just this interesting pattern that I notice is that when black women overcome
Oh shit, hold on. I'm gonna add another black person, okay? Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it. I'm good.
Okay. I can't hear Anna, whatever the fuck her name is anymore. Hopefully she starts talking. Fuck. No, why did she? Oh god, Anna, if you're trying to talk your shit is...
Honestly, I really can't stay on the call.
Okay, I don't know why you even offered to call then. Leave. I'm sorry, I love you. Be careful.
That's important or no?
No, Abba, I need your strength.
No,
I need your support.
Abba's not even listening to this, okay? Bye. I love you. Bye.
What happened?
There's a black woman here, and she is attacking the whole black community, and I can't mount... Oh, now she left.
Oh, God.
Listen, as a white man,
she's
you
back.
can't say anything to black women. If she says the black is trash, just agree and walk away, because black women are never wrong.
Okay, he's doing it. Okay, stop. Abba, leave. Forethought, you're here for a serious discussion.
No, they're never wrong. Just don't bother. Listen,
Hold on.
black women are affected by misogyny and racism.
Bless
They
you,
are
though,
3
Abba,
layers
don't-
deeper than you in terms of prejudice. So anything they say is always accurate. All right. If she says I'm a pig, oink oink. If she's just a racist, get your pitchfork, and it's the end of the story. There you
Okay,
go.
well, if you're going
Problem
to patronize me, then we're going to have a problem. Why don't you
I'm not
flesh the
patronizing
idea
you.
out?
I'm bowing down, towing or something. Can you hear that? That's music. I'm gonna
Okay,
go
Abba,
enjoy
leave.
myself.
I don't know why you
Try to
joined.
find
Leave.
joy in your
Abba,
life.
leave.
I'll pray for
Abba,
you.
leave. I'm sorry. He wasn't supposed to be here. He snuck in here. Abba, leave. Get out. Leave. Abba, you're being a poor... Thank you. Okay. Forethought. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know how you got on this call. Okay.
Abba's a punk. He didn't want the smoke. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
that was my anger translator.
Okay, no. Okay. Forethought is our more reasonable representative of the black community. Okay, go ahead.
So it
No,
just
I think
seems-
Abba's actually is pretty apt.
Okay, let's just... We gotta... Please. Okay, talk to Forethought. He's a good guy. Okay, Forethought. What's going on? Talk to me.
Give me a second. It just seems like when black women overcome any sort of discrimination or are victims of any sort of discrimination, you are very happy to either put that on a system such as patriarchy or ascribe the positives entirely to the nature of black women themselves, which is just really odd. Because when you say like black men do better, when you were asked like, hey, what should they do? You just didn't want to engage with that at all. I'm super curious. What else is there?
I didn't want to engage with it because, again, if we can't concede and come to a meeting of the minds as to what the issue is, we're never going to come to a solution.
So
what's the point?
What do you think the principal issue is that people don't agree on?
People, as in black men and black women,
Sure.
accountability. Black men are saying women need to be accountable. Black women are saying black men need to be accountable. I think both. I think both are right. I think there's truth to both of those positions. But ultimately, I think if we're talking about what needs to be done in the black community, we're looking to men to take initiative because they're not.
In what ways specifically are black men not taking initiative? Like, is it they aren't working hard enough? They aren't going for high enough paying jobs?
Yeah, all of the above. Sure. They're not marrying women. They're not marrying their women enough. They're not raising
When
their
you
children.
say their women, what do you mean?
Black women.
Why do they need to marry black women?
What do you mean? But self-preservation.
Why are you interested in preserving a race?
Why not?
Because it seems dumb.
That seems dumb? Really?
Yes.
Preserving a race seems dumb?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because it's it doesn't really mean a lot to me. So
Okay, right. Okay, so I don't care what means a lot to you or what doesn't mean a lot to you. I'm telling you that it's very normal for people who look like each other to marry each other. It's been like that forever. And it's still that way for most people in the world except for black men. Because if you look at the rate that they're dating interracially, they're dating at the highest rate. So I
think
understand why you would feel that way.
If I can reframe what she's saying in a slightly more charitable way.
Shut up.
I think she's talking about the proclivity of black men to
Shut
date
up.
other races.
Shut up, Steven. So, are black women also not dating out?
No, not at the same rate, and not nearly. Black women are dating out, but they're still overwhelmingly dating black men exclusively. But yeah, sure, they are.
Okay,
not as much as they should be.
Should it, like, if black women are indeed these high earners, these valuable people that are doing well for themselves, that are pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, etc., why is it on them to date shitty black men when they can date cute Asian guys?
Why isn't it on black men to say we should be better men because we're so shitty?
No, like, let's ignore that for a second.
Hold on. 1 second. So, unfortunately for you, it's not that black men are just terrible partners to their black counterparts. They're terrible with white women, they're terrible with Asian women, and they're terrible with Hispanic women. As a matter of fact, with white women, they have a 200% divorce rate. So this is a problem that black men need to remedy if they're going to have any success in any relationship with any race or culture ever in life.
Okay, I'll say that's true. Why do black men need to get married at all? If they suck, let them suck. Why can't black women reproduce outside of their race and get with the high value men that they want, that they deserve?
Why are you using the word high? Okay, high value men. Okay, so
I'm just communicating in this like red pill space that people talk about. I don't give a shit about this. This is really
right
silly.
Mm-hmm. So you're asking me why don't I? And to be honest, I think that black women should.
Black women should what? Did you say date outside of their race or what?
Yeah, absolutely, they should.
Okay, so black men can just suck until they stop, and then black women can date them. But I don't get this fixation.
This has been revelatory and productive. Do you have any?
Yeah, I'm just like, there's this really weird schism I notice within the black community as a person of color myself, that there are black people that want all of black people to be a certain thing, and that could be a certain race, a certain culture, a certain stereotype that honestly I'm not preferable to. And it's really like kind of disgusting. Like I'm not gonna lie. Like you're kind of revolting as a person.
Jesus.
Like.
So I'm not going to engage again. I'm not going to engage with you. First of all. Second of all, I don't think that it's unrealistic for women of any race to not want their men to be degenerate, to want their men to uphold and value family structures and family values and community. Yeah, that is repulsive. I agree. So I'm done talking to you. I'm done talking to you. Go slap yourself. This conversation's over.
All right, that's cool.
Okay, do you have any final thoughts for the audience?
Slap yourself on the way out. I told you. I can't talk to these degenerate, reprobate black men. Like, go cry somewhere else, sir. Bye.
Oh my God. Okay.
Well, now I don't trust you anymore because you're not a good judge of character.
What? He's fine.
And that is not good.
Wait,
Steven.
hold on. What do you mean I'm not a good judge of character?
You said he's, and so maybe I'm wrong because he is representative of black men. He's obviously degenerate. I mean, outside of I wasn't making any personal attacks. He got personal with me first. Do we agree?
Fuck.
Oh no! Rewind the tape. Well,
hold on. I'm trying to think of what you consider personal because I think he started with saying that when black women like engage with the system, they give like a lot of props to black women for overcoming it, but they blame like was that a personal attack to you? Or I don't remember who made the first. I don't know if what you would consider a personal attack or not. I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure.
A personal attack is you are a disgusting human being. That's personal, no?
Yeah, that is true. He did say that.
Okay, right. So this is what black men do. So because they can't push back factually, statistically on any of your talking points. They don't bring anything intellectual. They don't bring anything intellectual to the table. So what do they do? Right, they do exactly what he did. So no, actually, you are a good judge of character. He is a representative of black men. He just sounds effeminate. So yeah, no, he is representative. So yeah, no, you did your due diligence. But I won't be engaging with any black males moving forward, because this is what they're going to do, because they can't historically, factually, statistically, or maybe because they don't have the information. Maybe they're just stupid. I don't know.
Okay,
but
hold on. Just curious. Do you feel like you're being a little bit racist, or is that not part of this conversation? Because I feel like you're being really harsh right now. Or it feels like you're...
He just told me he doesn't know me from a can of paint to tell me I'm a horrible person. I didn't personally say, sir, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, but I think the feeling with the way that you're phrasing everything sounds
right.
like
Well, okay. Well, listen.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people. I can remember a talking point that a lot of black men would use. Oh, you might not like the way Kevin Samuels talks, but he's right. Everything he's saying is true. Right. Okay. So apply that to me then. That applies to me too. You might not like my verbiage. You might not like the tone with which I speak in. That's cool. But what I'm saying, is it right? Focus on the talking points. Is it incorrect or is it correct? That's what you need to focus on. Okay?
Yeah, I agree.
But because they can't, and they can't because they don't have the information. They don't have the information because they don't have the bandwidth. This is what they do. So no, he is a representative of black men collectively. I agree. And it's not for you to be like, oh, Anna, like, I can't speak on behalf of black men. Obviously, you can't speak on behalf of anybody but white, cisgender, or actually, you're bisexual, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's relevant. I'm still cis. I'm still white. Don't worry.
No, well, that's what I'm saying, and I understand that, and I don't want to like. I don't want to.
Do you know who the sharp one is from No Jumper?
No.
Oh, fuck. Okay. I don't want to like.
I don't watch that show.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay. Do you? I don't know what. Do you want to?
Destiny, do you hate me? Oh my god, you.
No. It's not that I. It's not that I hate you. It's that I've had a lot of black people on recently that are like pretty down on the black community, and then I feel bad because I can give you like the standard talking points, but obviously you've got like you're coming at it from a more lived experiences point of view, and it feels weird for me to push back too much on that. But I feel like you're saying a lot of stuff where I feel like I kind of have to.
No, you don't know. You don't have to agree with me. You can. Push
No.
Back,
it's not a matter of
disagree.
Okay. Can I? Okay. So this, I'm not saying I'm a judge of character or whatever. So No Jumper is like a decently big podcast. They've got a guy that a lot of black people on that podcast. So you don't have to do this, but I'm curious. Do you want to chat with one guy from that real quick? I can drag him into a call and see how you feel, or you don't have to at all. We can just move to another topic. It's up to you. I'm curious to hear you like engage back and forth with a black guy, and then you can with somebody that wants to like defend their point of view or whatever. I'm just curious if you're interested in that.
So this is a black male from a
podcast called No Jumper. He's called The Sharp One.
I've heard of No Jumper. I've never seen their content. So
okay.
Do I want to shoot myself in the foot?
Well, if it's really bad, we can just hang up. You're not like obligated to it or anything, but like.
I know, but what do you think is going to happen? Like, let me, and I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Steven.
Mm-hmm.
I can be respectful. I promise you that I can. When I'm having this conversation with you, I'm being gratuitous, and I'm sort of, I'm unloading the clip a little bit because I'm not directing any of my statements to you, and because I actually do like you. I think you have a brilliant mind, but in terms of an actual debate or discourse,
mm-hmm.
I can be respectful and I can adhere to whatever framework has been given or whatever sort of, rules. I can adhere to kind of anything. And if someone's going to be respectful with me, I'll be respectful with them. But the minute that doesn't happen, it's not going to...
Yeah, I agree 100%. If this person starts like being disrespectful, then we can just end the call with them and then we'll just move on to the next topic if you want to do that. Is that okay?
Okay, but can people follow me on Instagram if I'm going to be like probably... if this is going to go like viral because another black degenerate male is going to try to like do what they always... Is it going to try to Kevin Samuels me? Like...
Yeah. Do you want...
I have to get something out of this.
Sure. I'll link your Instagram in the chat, okay?
Because it's not going to be the intellect. Yeah. I promise you that.
Okay, I got you. I'll plug your IG. No problem, okay?
Oh, God, this is going to be bad.
Okay. Well, I believe in you, okay? I just want to hear... Yeah.
You don't believe in me. You want want to see me. You want to see this as much as they do.
No. I feel like I have a responsibility to apply a little bit of pushback, and I'm not the person to do it. So we're jumping. Okay, I'm throwing you to a new call. Here you go. I'm adding someone else in here. Hello.
Yo.
Hi. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick so everybody, can know who you are and know what's up, and then everybody,
Sharp from No Jumper.
Okay. Somebody guilty messaged me, and he said that you were listening to this conversation. You wanted to chat with my lovely friend Anna over here a little bit. Yeah, you guys can go back and forth.
Hi, I'm Anna Alicia. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Ann. Nice to meet you.
Anna Alicia.
Anna Alicia, excuse me. I'm sorry. What's the problem, sweetie? Why are you so mad at us? What's the problem?
I don't like the condescension already. Oh God.
I'm asking a question. I'm just asking a question.
Don't do the
I'm
sweetie
trying to
thing,
ask
guys.
calmly
Oh God.
and cool.
Oh
like,
no.
Because I'm trying to pull you back to our side because this is very embarrassing for our black women.
This is embarrassing, you think? Oh no. Okay.
I think so.
Well, I don't have a problem with you personally. I don't know you.
I don't got a problem with you either, sweetie. I'm not here to poke you. I'm here just to ask a question.
You're asking me what is my problem?
Yeah, what's your problem with your people? Because we are your people. I'm a black man, so I feel like I am your people. Like, so I'm with you. I'm not against you.
Right, but I mean, that sentiment, while I love and it makes me feel warm inside, is not this sentiment that's really being practiced in the Black community largely. And I think that you and I can agree that Black men aren't really treating Black women in the way that that sentiment would suggest. Do you disagree?
But that's not true, sweetie. And you know what? That's
Can
just
we not
what we
put the
see.
sweetie? Like, I'm so old. I'm old.
Okay, Annalicia, I'm older too, so I'm not a kid. So I'm not trying to disrespect you at all. But like I said, like you have to think about it. Them are black men. There's black men that do that you don't see on TV. So I don't want us to try to stereotype it because we see people on TV or tabloids or social media fucking up or doing shit of the such. I don't want you to have to sit there and say that's all black men because that's not true. And and a lot of us, myself included, I'm not raising my black soldier, my son, I'm not raising him to be anything like that. I want him to have a family, have a wife, take care of his business. It's all about the ones that are willing to break the cycle. I'm willing to break the cycle. So you can't speak for everybody. Even if that's one, that means that that's not everybody. And I know I don't stand alone.
Listen, I agree with everything that you're saying. And sorry, what do you want me to call you?
My name is Sharp.
Sharp. Okay, Sharp.
Yeah.
I agree with everything that you're saying. And I didn't say all black men. It would be dangerous for me to say all black men.
But you never said some either. So that was dangerous as well. That was dangerous as well, right? You didn't never said some.
Well, when I say black men, it's kind of implied. Like, so for example, and just let me flesh this out. When you say something like all, it infers absolutism, right? Or it creates an absolute framework to work from. But if you take all out and you just say black men or black, women or this or that, it becomes statistically provable. And that's what I'm doing. I'm speaking in generalities, and I'm also speaking from a statistically informed perspective. So I'm not like talking that talk because I watch TV and I see like gangbangers and this and that. I'm speaking because I've done the research. I'm in the communities. This is my purview. This is what I do professionally as well. And I'm a black woman. So I just don't want you to misunderstand.
And I understood that. And that's what I had found disgusting about the situation. Not saying that you are, but from what I'm hearing is just very disgusting because it's like, do you have a man in your life right now?
Yeah, see, I'm not doing that either.
I'm asking, do you have a man in your life? It doesn't matter what color he is.
Right, but why is that
relevant? It doesn't matter what color he is. Do you have a man in your life right now?
I agree. It doesn't matter what color he is, but it also doesn't matter at all.
I'm answering your questions. You can answer mine. I'm trying to listen. I'm
not asking you personal questions.
No, because you already came in very bitter and standoffish.
But I'm not. I didn't.
You're in here. But you're in here.
He's doing exactly what she said.
You're in here trying to keep your family.
Steven, you see what I said was going to happen? And it's happening.
No, that's just you being defensive. That's all it is, and you're not trying to be receptive.
Sharp.
But be receptive, sweetie. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
I have foresight, and I know I have enough foresight to know what direction conversations are going to, like, this is not my first rodeo, right? Like, I know a thing or two about a thing or two.
It
especially when
sounds
comes
like
to-
it is, though. You're more
Well-
going off of my research, but you're not even with us. You're not talking about where you done stood. You're just talking about, oh, just with my research, and fuck your research. Come back
I
with
didn't
your
say I didn't say just my research.
Come
Sir,
back with your people,
I
though.
said that I'm in the community. I overstand that, like,
Take the sheet off your
I
head and
do
come
this
back.
for a living. That's what I said.
Take the sheet off your head and come back to us. It's okay. It's okay.
You know what?
No
I'm
one's
gonna do
against
that.
you. We have open arms for you.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
You're
We
right.
have we have open arms for you.
I'm gonna do that. You're right.
I think we're
I think we've hit the wall.
I think we're getting to the end of the conversation here.
And I think you need to start listening to me a little bit more often.
I did listen to you, but I just think you're a very
No,
bitter.
I said Steven. No, sorry.
I'll
I
tell
said
you the
Steven.
real, and I know this for a fact. If you went up and even told another sister this, you probably would get your ass kicked.
Sure.
Let's be real.
this
You
is
would
what I'm
never.
talking
You. I don't think that you're in the community. I think that you're. I think that you're a liar, and I think that you're sitting up over here feeding everybody a bunch of bullshit. And I love black women. We just don't like you. You're the bitter one. You are the bitter one, sweetie.
Okay.
You're very bitter.
Okay.
All right. I thank you, Sharp, for coming on. I appreciate the conversation.
Hey man, let me tell you something, man. Hey,
Yeah.
we don't claim her. She's a very
Nobody wants to be claimed by you.
She's
We're
a
gonna
very
keep it moving.
off-brand
Thank you.
individual.
Thank
you know,
you.
that's why she couldn't even answer the man that she was. She even had a
Stop
man.
crying, sir. Stop crying. It's
You don't even
okay.
understand. Nobody ever cried.
You're
You can
gonna be
always come on my
okay.
show, and I'll
You're gonna
roast
be
you
okay.
tenfold.
All
I'll
right.
roast you tenfold on an even bigger platform. So let's
Have a good
calm
night.
down here. Let's calm down here.
You have a
I
good
just
night,
don't-
sir.
You sound very bitter, and you
You
need
have
to.
a good night, sir.
You can tell that you've hit the wall.
I know. I know.
Okay.
Thanks for having me,
I
man.
know.
Yep. Good luck. All right.
Hey, good luck to you all.
All right, Stephen. This is called foresight.
Okay.
I don't want to say I told you so. I don't, but I'm getting to that point with you, and I'm losing my hope and faith in
No,
you.
listen. I didn't vouch for him.
It's getting bad.
Just trying to get. There's got to be better black men in the community.
But why are black men coming up here confirming everything that I've said? If everything that I said is wrong, why can't they engage in a respectful manner? Was I disrespectful? Be honest. Be objective.
No, you weren't.
So why can't they engage, like, mature? They're confirming everything that I'm saying. You would think that men who are hearing these things are going to they're going to push back in a way by leading by example. I'm going to show her I can engage in the conversation. I have the information. I can push back on the data and the statistics. They're not doing that. It's who hurt you? You're bitter. Oh, where's your man? You can't disqualify me. You can't validate or invalidate me. You can't validate my parking, sir. Who are you? Like, the very idea, and this is what I'm saying with these podcasts and these black men, they're so entitled. They're so entitled. Like, the idea that they think that they can validate someone or invalidate someone. Like, sir, slap yourself. What are you talking? You can't. Like, black men are not socioeconomically, politically in the position to invalidate anyone. Validate yourselves first. Like for real. You're not in a position, sir. Stop it.
Okay.
Would you like to talk about statistics?
Oh, Jesus.
I thought I told you to slap yourself when you sit in a corner earlier. I'm not talking to you.
Even if I apologize?
Even if you apologize? Yeah.
You're kind of being the black woman stereotype.
Yeah,
right
I know.
Stop,
That's
why
fine.
would you say that? Is it racism all the way down? Is that what we do? Is that okay?
I
Leave.
told you.
Before that, leave. Listen.
Like, that's all you guys
All
have. You're so
We're playing
weak
Apex
and
tomorrow. We
remedial.
gotta talk.
Okay, bye.
Hey,
Oh,
I offered to
remedial.
talk about the statistics. You don't want to.
Oh my god.
No. Okay, for that, maybe.
No,
later.
she's a strong woman.
I don't
A
wanna
single
talk to
insult
you.
broke her. I'm
I
sorry.
don't want to talk to you.
We don't have to. I'm just talking to
Okay,
you.
so then I'm gonna
Listen,
enjoy my
we're gonna
night.
talk
You
tomorrow.
guys take care.
Later.
Well, no,
Listen,
he's-
Steven.
Okay, wait, he left. Okay, we're good. Okay, let's take a deep breath.
No, you need. Listen.
Mhm.
Now I'm gonna have a problem with you.
What is your problem
You're
with
doing
me?
this.
What?
You're doing it now.
What am I doing?
You're putting me into the position that I told. Like, I have foresight, and I told you what would happen, and it's happening. And now you're just like, what? Black men do what? Like, no, this is what they do.
No,
this
listen,
is a part
I
of
understand what you're saying. Okay, hold on. I have a large platform. I've got a lot of people that listen to me. I've got you saying a lot of things about a group of people where you're generalizing pretty hard. And I feel like I have at least a little...
Is it what?
It might not be wrong. It might not necessarily be wrong.
No,
but
then don't say that it's a generalization.
Well, no.
These are statistical facts.
That's fine that it's statistical facts, but they still come in the form that your rhetoric is very harsh. Okay, so I have at least
understand, and
I have
I
at least
told you.
listen. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that I have at least some responsibility to bring on at least a couple of black men to plead their case, because otherwise it looks like I'm just bringing you on.
It looks bad on you. Okay,
Yeah. Well, no, not necessarily just bad on me, but I'm saying that like it almost looks like I'm using you to like shit on black people or black men or whatever. And
No,
that, like,
yeah,
that's,
so
yeah,
yeah,
so,
okay,
okay,
Steven,
yeah.
the optics look bad, and I agree, and I'm sorry.
No, I'm not even talking about optics. I'm just saying in terms of platforming. So I'm not trying to bring people on to ambush you. And like I said, I ask you every time if you want, you can. If you don't have, and I won't bring in anybody else. But I'm just saying I had to at least provide some counter voices just to, and then now people can make their judgments or whatever. You said they would say some things, and they did. So you were right. So that's. But I have the responsibility to at least like give some pushback, and that's what I did. Okay, so
Right, but like I'm willing to engage in the conversation. I promise you, I was willing to engage respectfully. I have the capacity. Like, I have the range, I have the depth, and I have the patience to a degree, to an extent. But once they personalize things, and once they, if you move left with me, you get left. And I don't want to continue to have this conversation with black men if they don't know how to be men. If they're going to act like petulant children, then I'm going to meet them where they are. And they're not going to like it. So
Okay.
that's the bottom line.
Gotcha. And that's fair. That's totally fair. Okay. Do you want to move on to a different topic, or what do you want to?
Listen, I'm well versed. I can talk about absolutely anything. It just so happens that I'm like in the community, so I can have these conversations, but I can really talk about anything. Actually, I wanted to talk about the biracial girl yesterday, if that's okay, or is that going to be too controversial?
You know what? Do what you want. Go ahead. This is your time to speak. Biracial girl yesterday. Go. What was the topic? Can you remind me?
I guess biracial women and sort of being identityless. Do you remember that?
Ooh, being identityless.
Like not really fitting in one group or another, or sort of having a feeling.
Oh, sure. Like the plight of like kind of mixed race people in
biracial,
general.
right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. What about it?
I don't want to see, but again, I don't want to. I'm not trying to piss anybody off. Okay.
Well, you're way too late for that, so let's not worry about that. Okay.
The last group of people on the planet that I'm worried about in terms of what they think about me is black men. I'm going to be completely honest with you. If I was worried about that, like I would be like in Siberia somewhere. I don't care what black men have to say or think or like.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. It's a little problematic when you speak like that. No.
No, but think about it. If I did care, what do you think that would do to me?
I mean, like, we should care about what we should care about what all of our brothers and sisters think about us, right?
Okay. Don't do that. Don't do that. Listen,
no, wait. Hold on, wait. Seriously though, you can't just say I don't care what all black men think, right? That's a little fucking mean, right?
But I'm talking about a specific demographic. I'm talking.
Okay,
about
wait.
black
Then you
men
can say that. Say that specific demographic, but we can't just say I don't care what any black men think, right? That's kind of fucked up.
I thought that it was tacitly implied. I don't care about what degenerate black males think about me.
Okay.
I don't care about what like this specific demographic, the ones who subscribe to Red Pill and the
okay, that's fine. Yeah, Red Pill black dudes, whatever, all that shit. That's fine. I agree with that. Okay.
But as a general matter, first of all, I respect any and everybody. I promise you, I do. Like if you saw me in the workplace, if you saw me at school, like I'm a respectful person. I'm actually very funny. I think I'm funny. People have told me that.
Okay. Yeah.
But I also and I care about the people that care about me, and I'm like I will defend them fiercely to the death, and I love hard, but I'm also not someone who you can't just say anything you want to me. Like it doesn't work like that. It never has and it never will.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten better, so I've gotten to a point where I can be like, oh, I know where this is going. I know what type of time you're on. I'm gonna keep it moving, and I can kind of like I maneuver out of those situations. Whereas when I was younger, I probably would have been screaming at that last caller like all night. It would but I've gone to a point where I'm like, oh, you like it's the same old. So it's like, yeah, I know how to to test the temperature of the room. I kind of understand now. So I've gotten better. But I do care about what people. I care about people, generally speaking, and I obviously I care about what people think of me, but only to the extent that I have a relationship with them and I respect them and I love them. Outside of that, it's like, yeah, people are going to have opinions of you that you're not going to like. That is life.
Sure,
and
I understand that. I'm just saying that for me, like, it might be okay in a group of friends to say that, like, I don't care what black men think, but on a larger platform, I have to be a little bit more responsible, right? I can't just, because that's like, yeah, it just comes across a little different in like a larger platform, right?
Yeah, no, I respect that, and I'm sorry. I don't want to. I hope that I don't want to. This is not going to get you in trouble.
No. It's not. I don't care about getting in trouble. It's not that. I just want to make sure that like that. I just don't want to have the impression that I'm like chill with people coming on and being like, I don't give a fuck about black men or whatever. Like, it's not like a.
Listen, if it's any consolation, you've been extremely cavalier. No, I should say. Been copying a plea for black men. You're like black men's public defender, and you've been doing an okay job. So I hope that's a consolation. Like, if anybody watches this stream, they're not going to be like, oh, he's a white supremacist. They're going to be like, oh yeah, no, he can come to the cookout.
Okay, that's all I really wanted. Okay, so thank you. Okay, I appreciate it. All right, we're moving on from black men. You had other issues you want to talk about. Is there anything else you want to chat about? Yeah, while we're here.
What did you think about that conversation yesterday with the that's kind of biracial plight?
That's a way too broad a question. I suck at answering those. What did I think about a conversation? More specifically, like, do I think that like biracial people have like a unique place that they occupy that makes it hard for them to associate with people, or what do you mean? Or like, what is more specifically? Yeah.
So what I found interesting when I just listening yesterday, and because and I can't remember everything verbatim, but I do remember she said that when she's in, I think she said it's like she doesn't have a group that she can really fully integrate and identify with. And I know a lot of biracial people. I'm not biracial myself, but I know a lot of biracial people. I know I'm like light skinned, I have green eyes, so it's very deceiving, but I'm not biracial. But the biracial people that I know, I think what I sort of wonder is why can't biracial people biracial is its own category. It's its own group.
The problem is it doesn't often get treated like its own group by different groups of people, and the sometimes being treated like a different group, oftentimes what happens is you don't get treated like your own group, you get treated like no group. I think that's the issue that biracial people have.
Right, but if they want to be recognized as being a sort of distinct group and not feel like they have to choose or not feel like they don't have their own identity, then they do have to they have to organize in a very particular way with other.
That's the challenge though, right? Is that like biracial people, depending on where you're at, are never going to have that same type of acceptance that a white person will have for another white person, and might not get that same type of acceptance that like
No, that's my point. No, yeah. Stephen, that's my point. My point is, the black community is different, and this I kind of go back and forth with how I feel about this. The black community, any percentage of black you're in, like
wait, hold on, I don't think that's true. You might be treated that way by a white person. No, hold on, it's not.
But what? You're telling me?
Okay, first of all, I don't even believe you that you haven't had people treat you that way, because you are very light-skinned. There's no way that you haven't had people make comments about you being mixed race, or you haven't had that experience in certain black communities, no?
No, I have had people ask me for sure, like, oh, what are you? Like that kind of a racial ambiguity. I've definitely encountered that. But in terms of like the not knowing where I belong, not having that identity, I don't have that plight. I've never had that plight. And my upbringing, the way that I was raised, is different than the way that a biracial person is raised. But my point is, biracial people don't have to choose to be in the black community or the white community. Black people overwhelmingly will accept them and sort of ingratiate them into the black community just based on the fact that they're half black. But I think that it would probably be more advantageous for biracial people to just have their own, like, they are their own category.
Do you think that this might only be true in like Canadian black culture? Do you think this might not necessarily?
No.
Okay. Okay, listen. We got to talk about something besides racial stuff because I just can't be. I can only repeat what I've heard from other biracial people. Because I don't have the biracial experience, so I don't know. I can't disagree with you. I don't know what I'm supposed to say here.
Wait, hold on. You don't think that it's possible for biracial people to sort of like organize and support each other and create and sort of create their own community for them to? Like, you don't think that's possible?
I think it's difficult because we don't usually ask people to create their own communities. People are generally born into communities that accept them, right? It's hard to tell people to just like make their own.
But if they're struggling with their identity, their racial identity, because they belong to two separate racial groups, then I mean, doesn't it only makes sense because I understand that, like I said, I have a lot of biracial like friends, and I understand that sort of. What's the word I'm looking for? I forget. I understand. But what I'm saying is biracial people are not black. They're not white. They're biracial. Like, that is the group that they belong to. And I don't know why that's like wrong. Like, I don't know why it's wrong. Like, I can see, I understand, because I know a lot of black people kind of superimpose them into the black community. And then they kind of expect them to act black when they're not fully black, they're biracial. So I understand that, but yeah, biracial is biracial. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's
it's not a matter of it there being anything wrong with it. It's just that I think sometimes they feel like they don't have a community they belong to.
Right, but Pete, you have to. But communities are built, right?
No,
they don't just like exist.
Well, I think for a lot of people they do. I think you're born into communities, right? Like, a single black person didn't build the black community. You're born into like a black community. Or a white person didn't build the white community. They're born into the white community.
Right, but it only became a community when they organized together and they had collective ideas and cultural norms. And
sure, but most people don't have to build their own community. They're just born into one. They kind of take it for granted, generally, I think. Like, I didn't have to build any of my community. Well, I mean, on Twitch or YouTube I did, but like, I didn't have to build like a white community. I was just born into it. Like, other white people did that for me. And it's true for a lot of black people and mixed race people, right? Like, your communities exist and you're born into them, right?
Right, but if you have a very if you have a unique identity and experience, then that wouldn't apply to you. And it doesn't. You have to know it wouldn't apply to you.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of complicated because it feels like there's a lot of overlap sometimes, and then there's a lot of not overlap sometimes. But I'm not gonna be the best person to talk to about this.
Okay, what do you know what, Steven?
Just things not related to being black. That's it. Any topic I can talk. We can talk about women or men or anything else, but not black people. I'm not black. I don't have the experience. It's hard for me to. And you're making some really extreme statements. It's hard for me because I can only sit here and nod my head. I can't really truly say if I agree or disagree. I can only give perspectives of other black people. But fuck, like, yeah, I'm not black, and like the black experience is like very fucking complicated in the United States. Even in one city, the black experience might be really complicated from hood to hood or person to person or school to school. I can't speak on behalf of like all mixed race people or black men or anything else. Yeah, like, I can't do it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right.
It's okay. But I'm just saying it's hard for me to. I can't have an opinion. I can just say you're not along, and then some people might get mad.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Because outside of your abysmal judgment of character,
I don't have an abysmal. I'm gonna add another black man in here if you say that one more time. So okay, go ahead.
You can do that, but it'll be to his detriment.
Wait. There's one more guy. He's a debater guy, but he's like chill. And he loves black women. This guy, I got into an argument with him because he said that he only wanted to marry black women. And I think he just recently announced he's engaged to a black woman. Hopefully I'm not doxing him. It was on Facebook. Can I add this guy? What?
What's his name?
Fanatic.
Fanatic what?
I don't know. That's his online
name.
What's his channel? He's called Mr. Fanatic.
But
he's like I argue with him sometimes for being too black, okay? And, defending his community so much. So maybe, can I throw him in here? And then if...
Hold on.
Yeah.
So you have a problem with black men marrying black women? Or
no, that's not... No. Yes, our issues in the past was that, like, I felt like it was a little awkward to basically make the statement of, like, I'm only going to marry a person that is black. I'm only going to marry a black woman or whatever. I thought that was, like, a strange statement to make.
Why?
Because I think that for the United States of America, expressing like racial dating preferences is a little bit strange. I think that you should find the people that you most romantically identify with, or the people that you have like life experiences with. For some black people, that might mean only dating a black person. But when we start getting into like explicit statements of like, I only want to date somebody in my racial group, I just think it's a little weird. I think that, yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
But do you think it's weird when someone says, I don't want to date in my racial group at all,
Yeah, I
Like,
think that's equally weird. I think that's bad. You shouldn't do that either. Yeah.
So that's bad, but wanting to replicate yourself is equally weird.
Yes. Because we're post-racial, okay? This is the United States. We don't see race here, okay? We just see wonderful people, like MLK said.
Slap yourself with that one.
Can I drag a fanatic? Can I do that?
I mean,
it's gonna be a good conversation. He's respectful. He's not even gonna call you bitter or anything. I promise. Okay?
Oh, you're so bitter. Listen, man.
Okay, I'm throwing him in, okay? This is gonna be
No, but
yeah?
Steven, I'm gonna say if it goes left,
Yeah.
I'm throwing in the towel because this is baseball. This is 3 strikes you're out. Black man, it's not even 3 strikes. I don't engage them in that way. I'm doing it for you.
Thank you. Okay, this is the last one I'll ask you to do, okay? This is the last one, I promise, okay? And then after this, fuck black men. I'll be right on board with you, okay? I'll put it over my Twitter.
No, stop it.
Okay?
I didn't say that. I never ever said that.
Okay. There you go. If he calls you bitter, I'm grabbing my hood. I swear to God. All right, fanatic, you're in. Okay.
Can we have like a parameters and sort of set a framework to build from? We don't have to personalize this conversation. It's not about me. It's not about him. We're talking about things and generalities in the Black community. Is that that's fair? No.
Sure. Yeah. Fanatic? What did you want to talk about? You heard the conversation. You really wanted to jump in. Here you are. And he's not even talking. Oh, he muted his mic. Oh, he's probably hooking his microphone up. He's a musician too. He plays piano. He might have had his music set up. Now he's gotten his nice microphone. He's very polite.
Okay, you guys can hear me now?
I can hear you. What's up?
All right.
Steven,
So yeah, it just.
Oh my God.
So look, it's real simple. I don't think that it needs to get personal or anything like that. I think everybody's entitled to their own opinions, even if they're wrong. Candace Owens is entitled to her opinion. I think that they're wrong. I think she's intentionally bad faith, but that's a whole nother conversation. It just seemed like a lot of your talking points were kind of antagonistic towards Black men in general. That's what it felt like. And maybe I could be wrong, but it seemed like that's what you were doing. Like you were generalizing a bunch of negative stereotypes towards Black men, and kind of just down on Black men in general. So, and you were saying that people don't normally push back with statistics. What do you feel like are some of the major points that you have that are statistically valid that people don't push back on, or that people don't have a way of contending with?
Okay, sorry. What did you want me to call you?
Fanatic, Lauren Fanatic. It doesn't matter.
Sorry?
Fanatic.
Fanatic. Okay. So before I answer your question, if it's okay, what do you think I'm saying that's a generalization?
Well, for one, earlier it seemed like you were negatively talking about Black relationships. I think at one point you made the statement that Black women out-earn Black men, and then you clarified that it's because Black men make up a larger population of the unemployed, therefore that Black women would be out-earning them, which of course obviously assumes that unemployed Black men don't make money, or people who aren't, I guess, employed in a way that's registered, because black men overwhelmingly make up gig work. I don't know if you knew this or not, but Black men are super duper overrepresented in gig work. And a lot of times in employment statistics, those things aren't counted. So for example, when COVID happened, then Black men, gig work was something that suffered the most. So it really greatly impacted Black men because they're not tracked on unemployment. And because of the fact that they did gig work, for a lot of them, they couldn't even get unemployment. To hold them over until everything opened back up. So I don't know that if there are any statistics anywhere that would say anything remotely close to the fact that Black women on average out-earn Black men. Black women are statistically overwhelmingly overrepresented within poverty because obviously, as you know, 70% of Black babies are born out of wedlock. And of course, the vast majority of those are taken care of by Black women. And I don't know if you knew this, but having a baby out of wedlock is the single greatest indicator that will lead to poverty. So a Black woman, go ahead. Yeah, I said a lot. Go ahead.
I agree with what you're saying. But with respect to employment, so there was an article that came out. It was about Black men costing the government, I think it was like $50 billion annually. because they're chronically employed. So, and they did account for the deficits, or they did account for, whatever issues or challenges the pandemic would attribute to, sorry. So it still holds up. I'm not saying that Black women make more money. I'm saying that Black women are more employed than Black men. That was my position.
Are you talking about employed, like specifically in the way that we track it, that would not account for gig work or part-time work or any of those other things? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm talking about employment, gainful employment.
Do you think gig work is not gainful employment?
I mean, it's kind of precarious.
It can be, or it can be particularly lucrative. Can it not?
Right, but it's not really impervious. I mean, you can do the research. You can look it up and see if that particular market was accounted for.
I wouldn't have to do the research. I would tell you that it's not, because that's part of the reason why the unemployment metric isn't enough to capture it, right? Like, this is like a known talking point for anybody who discusses these kinds of things, is that the unemployment it has some failings, right? Because a person can be considered employed such that they won't qualify for unemployed even if they're doing part-time work. Like, the employment doesn't distinguish between those two, and again, it doesn't account for gig work and so on and so forth. So because of that, I already know that that's not normally, when you talk about employment, that's not counted.
Right, but even still, Black men are creating a sort of economic deficit in, like, they're creating problems economically speaking. So whether it's because they're doing gig work, like whatever the reasons are. And actually, I remember in the report they did talk about that, and they did talk about why that is contributing to their unemployment, and they did talk about why that is contributing to the deficit that they're costing the government. So I think two things can be true at the same time.
So yeah, I guess I would need to see that, because again,
I
if
can
you're
send
only,
it to you. If you have
please
Instagram,
do.
I can send you the report.
Yeah, I sent you a follow request. It's Mr.
Okay.
Fanatic.
So I want to move on to the next point. When you're talking about children being born out of wedlock, yeah, Black men are doing that at the highest rate. But
As are Black women. Why are you phrasing that as a Black men thing and not Black people?
Because women don't initiate marriage, men do.
Right. But then women also have to be like participants in the sexual act that's conceiving the child, right?
Right. Women, obviously women are involved, but
So then it's both of them.
Hold on. If a man knows he has no intentions of marrying a woman, why not leave your biological, your DNA in your own body? Why are you putting your sperm in her body?
Well, okay, so what
women
happens...
don't have any control of where your sperm goes. That's this is biology.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Well, what normally happens, I'm not going to meme. I was about to meme and just talk about why people have sex, but I'm not going to do that. Let me just go ahead and treat you respectfully. I'm sorry.
Right, but sex doesn't always equal baby.
Sex, it doesn't always, but
right.
Everyone knows that most forms, for example, the pull-out method is not particularly effective. If you practice the pull-out method with a regular sex partner over a year, you are likely to get pregnant. Mistakes happen. Condoms break.
Whose responsibility is it?
It is the responsibility of both parties. You see, number one, Plan B exists. Number two, abortion is legal still in this country for the vast majority of states. And number three, women can choose not to engage in sexual encounters with people that they choose not to be marrying or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, this is something that is required by both parties. It seems ridiculous to me that a consensual sexual encounter, which requires the consent of two people, you would try to label it as if it's a problem of only the man, when the woman has just as much responsibility.
You're not listening to me. I'm labeling the fact that he doesn't marry the woman that he puts a child in. That is that is entirely on him. Obviously, he's engaging in the sexual act, in some cases consensually. Obviously, I'm not negating that. But what I'm saying is, it's his initiative. As a man, it is your job. Like, men are the purveyors. You initiate marriage. It's not up to women.
Absolutely. Do you think that it's probably realistic to say that there are plenty of times in which a person can become aware, like, of what the intention is of the individual that they're dating, such that they know whether marriage is even an option? Do you think
Okay,
that that's
so
a thing?
so this is the choose better argument, right?
Well, no,
Right,
I'm not
okay.
just. I'm wait. No. I'm not just
No,
saying
no, hold on,
choose.
hold
But
on.
wait,
No, hold on. I'm trying to
please
save
don't
time.
strawman me.
I'm
Don't
not
strawman
just,
me. I'm not saying choose
no,
better. What I am
let me
saying
finish.
is I'm
Let me
saying it's a
finish.
choice between both
Let
people.
me finish. I'm getting
Sure.
tired. This is the logical conclusion that we're gonna end up going to. I know where we're going.
You can make the assumption, but that's not my point. My point is
Right.
not choose better because I think it's again that's a decision based on both parties. And it seems like the logical conclusion of your argument is just that we should have more shotgun marriages, right? Basically, in the cases of
That's
accidental
not what I
pregnancy.
said. That's
No,
not what I
well,
said. Actually,
but you're implying
what I
it.
said-
You're implying it. Hold on.
No, I'm not
Can I finish really
implying.
quick? You're implying that in the cases in
I
which a
don't
black man.
sir, I don't
Okay, so then let me just ask this, and maybe so that we don't have to
Sir,
we don't have to get back and forth. If a black man accidentally is to impregnate a woman who he recognizes he is probably not compatible for a long-term relationship such as marriage, what do you think that man in that situation should do?
Okay, so can I speak?
Are you going to answer the question?
Okay, so I never said anything about shotgun weddings, and if you were even listening to me, actually, what I talked about was revitalizing the culture, and marriage is a part of culture.
Mm-hmm.
Family is a part of the family structure is absolutely a part of culture.
Yeah.
Who creates culture?
I think culture is developed by a whole bunch of things. Systems
No,
create.
culture.
Wait. Hold on. No. You can't ask me a question, ma'am. I'm sorry. Is it unfair? Is it unfair of you to ask me a question and then not allow me to answer it? Do you actually want a conversation? Because you sounded like earlier you were upset at the amount of people that were talking to you and not being in good faith and not responding. And now you're being the bad faith actor. You're cutting me off and not allowing me to respond. And I get it. Maybe you're frustrated, and it's unfair because I'm probably like the sixth person you've talked to or whoever, and so I can see you being frustrated. But I just want you. I want to call to your attention because I do the same thing sometimes too when I get in my emotions. Right now you're getting really frustrated and this isn't really a conducive conversation.
Okay, so let me hit the reset button. I apologize. Okay. Right.
Thank you. Good job. I'm gonna do the same.
Okay, so moving on.
So let's go back to the point then, because let's try to reset. Okay. And so the question is, obviously I get culture is developed by a bunch of things. Again, systems can create culture. Like a lot of the black culture is developed or derived from like survival within poverty. For example, like our high consumption of pork, right? Because that was the type of meat that we had access to. And so we made a bunch of culinary dishes around that. Or like blues music was literally music that was decrying the systemic oppression and things and the conditions of living that people were in. So it was mournful, sad music, right? And that's what it would make sense of why that would be developed and so on and so forth. So culture can be derived or developed by systems, environment, all of those things, right? Lineage.
Fanatic, my understanding, based on like anthropology, sociology, culture is engineered and created largely by men. In all, so you have men in different cultures, different communities, different ethnic groups, different races, but men largely create and engineer the culture, and women carry the culture on.
I don't know if I fully agree with, because women have sometimes independent cultures that are completely different than men's, right? And so I don't know, that's a hard thing to say, but so hold on, just to make sure, I want you to know that I agree with you, because it seemed like the point that you were getting at, right, is that you were talking about the need for more marriages within the black community and things like that, which I am totally on board with. I'm pretty conservative socially, so I absolutely understand the need for marriage. I just recently got engaged myself. I plan to have my children only in wedlock. I've had a prescription to Plan B for quite some time, specifically to prevent having children out of wedlock. So I think like I'm kidding about the prescription part, but I'm saying like I get the idea and the need for marriages, but I think again to try to put that onus specifically on black men, I think is a little bit misguided. I think that both parties do hold some responsibility. My mother always made the statement, "Why buy the cow when the milk is free?" So if you're able to get your sexual release from people that you don't have to marry, when women aren't safeguarding, because women are the safeguarders of sex, right? Because men are always obviously have higher sex drives than men. I mean, than women at younger ages and things like that. It's up to the women to safeguard these things, right? And if they're not safeguarding it, then I think that that's a problem. But I also think that it's a problem of men to be wanting to wantonly have sex with all types of women that they don't plan to have, like, you know, any serious relationships with, and taking these risks. So I think, again, it's just on both parties. It just seems unfair to me that you're willing to try to label it as exclusively something that's the responsibility of men.
Well, I think that initiating marriage, and you can't read my mind, I'm sorry, Mr. Fanatic. The initiation of marriage is a decision unilaterally made by men. That is my belief system. I do believe that.
Can I ask a quick question, just because as you guys talk about that? So, because he brought this up and then you brought this up, you keep saying that marriage is initiated by men, but it seems like he's bringing up the point that, like, it takes two to tango. Like, is there not some, if there's a black woman who is single and has a child, is there not some responsibility for the black woman to not have had sex with the black man that was going to abandon her? Like, is that not also?
So this is the problem that I have with this argument. A lot of black men will come up here and say, oh, well, black women need to be held accountable. So when a black woman stays after she's deserted by that black man, when she stays and she raises her child on her own, that is her taking accountability. Because I think that people sometimes forget that women have the option to leave as well. Women also have that option to desert their child as well. But to the extent that she stays and she raises her child, that is her holding herself accountable. That's what accountability looks like.
Somewhat, but so yes, women do have the option to, but there's obviously like a complete different biological connection that develops when a woman is pregnant and develops a baby for 10 months inside of her stomach, right? Like, or for 40 weeks.
That's not my point. My point is that when she,
no, that's my point. No. Hold on.
Or not,
wait, you're cutting me off. I feel like
by raising her child.
Hey, but you're cutting me off. What I'm saying is that, yes, while I do understand that both of them have responsibility, I don't think the situation is the same because of the biological connection that develops specifically from the gestation period of a woman. So those two things are different. However, this does not remove any sort of responsibility from men to take care of their children. Fortunately, what I'm finding from studies is that black men actually are very heavily involved within their children's lives. There are stigmas. Hold on. There are stigmas associated with specifically claiming that black men don't raise their children, but those statistics typically rely on marriage, right, as the thing, or even cohabiting. You can still raise your child and be very much involved in your child's life though not cohabiting. I happen to have a sibling who raised his children. Literally, they did 1 week with their mom, 1 week with the dad, and they hadn't lived together. They had two separate households, 50-50 custody. That wouldn't be, like, according to those statistics, they would say that those were single mom raised children, though my brother was 50% in their lives. So, like, those stats are somewhat erroneous.
So I'm going to disagree with you there, because I know you're talking about the study where black men are the most involved fathers. First of all, that study was self-reported. Second of all, it said to the fathers that are involved. So the men that are involved in their children's lives, they're involved more than, I think it was other groups of men. That's also a misrepresentation, because that doesn't mean that all black men who have kids are the most involved fathers. That's not what that means.
Didn't claim that, and neither did that study. I didn't misinterpret that study in that way. That wasn't my point.
Let me finish. I'm saying that
that's a straw man. No one said that here.
No, but you just said that black men are the best fathers, and right. But
I didn't say that black men are the best fathers. What I did say,
you said that they're the most involved.
No, well, that there are studies that have said that, right? That black men.
So hold on. Say that alone. Again,
well, I did expound on it a little bit more than that, and I'm sorry. Then let me clear it up, just to be sure. The studies that talk about single parents and about fathers not being in their homes oftentimes specifically require either marriage or cohabitation in order to determine that a father is involved in their children's lives. But that we obviously recognize that there are plenty of situations in which men are not cohabiting with the mother of their children, yet are still very much involved with their life. Can you find me any study that says that black men regularly abandon their children at such extreme rates, and that don't have any relationship with their children, that's the norm? Because I don't think that that's the case.
Okay, so you said that you sent me a friend a request on Instagram.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to send you the Brookings Institute study. I'm going to send you the study about black men costing the government $50 billion a year.
I appreciate both of those.
And
Does it, so, and here's the thing, really quickly, why do you think culturally black men are significantly less likely to get married and black women are significantly less likely to get married than their white counterparts or Asian counterparts or so on and so forth? Why do you think that is?
Okay, so again, even when we're talking about cohabitation, marriage, what the studies say, even from a psychological perspective, the best, if you want your children to have the best outcomes, the best socioeconomic outcomes, the best emotional, mental, psychological outcomes, the best academic outcomes, marriage is the vehicle. That's where it gets you to that outcome.
I totally agree with you, and that's why I refuse to have kids outside of wedlock. But the question I'm asking you,
let me finish. Jesus,
I'm sorry, you're just doing a lot of circumlocution before you get there. But go ahead.
Wait, hello?
Okay, is he gonna stop?
Yeah, I think he stopped. Go ahead.
Okay, so we know that every statistical metric, by every metric, every standard, that is how you give black children the best outcomes. We can agree it's marriage, right?
Yes, I totally agree with you.
Okay.
The question I'm asking though was
even hold on. I'm setting something up.
Okay.
I understand. I didn't forget your question. I have it in the back of my mind. Don't worry. You asked me about why black men are not marrying black women, and that's what you asked me, right?
And why black women are significantly the least likely person to get married. What do you think that is? Yeah. But I'll listen. Go ahead. You take as long as you need to get there. I'm just going to listen. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I feel like you're.
I'm not trying to be sarcastic.
No, he really does talk like that. He's not being passive aggressive. He sounds like that sometimes. I swear to God, I would tell you if he was.
No, I know exactly what he's being and what he's doing.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
So the problem that I have with the assertions that you're making is you're saying, okay, well, black men are not marrying these women, and maybe it's because they're not marriage material.
No. Well, I didn't even make a reason why. I was asking you. Why do you think that is?
I think because culturally speaking, black men do not value marriage. Black men do not value fatherhood. They don't value community. That's what I think. Historically and statistically speaking.
That's crazy.
Why is that?
No. Yeah, because the actual reason, oh gosh, it's economics. Because the responsibility.
Marriage is more.
Listen. Hey, wait. Wait. You're saying, "Oh my God," as if I didn't sit there and patiently let you finish, and now I'm just speaking a few words, and you're getting upset. What's happening? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What?
I'm not your child. Do you understand?
I'm not trying to treat you like my child. I'm just pointing out to you the you're being indignant. No. You're being indignant about me asking to finish my sentence as if you haven't, I didn't let you finish and then try to go myself.
Condescension. You don't need it.
It's not about me trying to be condescending. I'm trying to.
It is. That's what you're doing.
Okay, I'm sorry if I'm coming off condescending. What's happening here is I'm getting frustrated because I want to talk and respond, and it feels like if I ever interject on you, you get really upset, and now every time I talk, you're doing the same interjection. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to be condescending, and I'm just trying to say, you know what? Rather than get frustrated because I would yell, I'm just going to go ahead and just chill and try to be whatever.
You said economics. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, so yes, this is difficult. I'm sorry. I'm trying to contain myself, and it's difficult, whatever. But anyway, yeah, economics, a lot of times whenever you start talking about raising a family, obviously in culture and society, the onus of that responsibility falls on the man's shoulder. And obviously, if you're unemployed, as you were talking about earlier, or even if you're doing gig work that is inadequate to sustain a family, then it makes you significantly less likely to want to get married, right? And so, already black women out earn black men when it comes to college degrees. And so what we're finding is that black women who earn college degrees are significantly less likely to get significantly less likely to get married than their non-degree having counterparts, right? And it's because of the fact that once women begin to have a certain level of financial of a certain level of earning, then it makes them then men feel like they should be the breadwinners, and they want to out earn their women, and they want to be the head of their household. And a lot of that times the head of the household is specifically the highest earner. So then that discourages black men in some of those situations. But the primary reason, I don't think it's because of the lack of valuing of marriage. I think it's literally because of economics.
Okay, so I talked about this earlier. So black men out of any group, and again, I'm going to send you all of these studies, and I really hope some of them are long, and I really hope that you read them and you go through them. The single group that benefits from marriage the most is black men. Out of all groups of men, it is black men who benefit from getting married economically. The black men who reach the middle class do so by way of marriage, by way of combining incomes with their wife. So the idea that economics is the problem as to why black men are not getting married is counterintuitive and that doesn't really make sense. If you're saying, oh, black men don't want to get married because of their egos, because they can't be breadwinners, then again, I have to say, okay, well, then you just need to be better men. Then you just need to go get your education so that you can compete and so that you can be breadwinners. Like what is stopping them from getting their education and being what they perceive as breadwinners? Who's stopping them?
Well, I mean, oh goodness, we can go all through the, what do they call it, the school to prison pipeline and all of those other things. But hold on, we don't have to. We don't have to. Hold on, but we don't have to.
No, you can.
No. I don't want to. Trust me, I don't need your permission. No, I don't want to, because what I would say in response was, I think that you're wrong. I don't think that black men reach the middle class because of marriage. I think that hold on, ma'am. Look, now you're asking me not to be condescending, but I feel like every time I point out to you when you're doing this bad behavior, you call it condescending. Let me finish the point that I'm making. I barely said a few words. Yes, sure. It's bad behavior. It's bad. It's not good to be interrupting this entire time and getting indignant every time you feel interrupted.
Extreme decorum, okay? Fine. That's cool. But
you said what?
For you to come up here and say, I don't think that black men, based on what? I'm telling you that I've seen the data.
No. I'm sorry. Does the data? What I was going to say, if you would have let me finish, was that I don't know that you can distinguish between these 2 points. One is black men are reaching the middle class because of marriage, and the other one is that middle class black men are more likely to get married. Those 2 statements are not the same. Are you telling me you have I got you, and you're saying that you have a study that says the former?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, can you show me that?
Yes, I can. I promise you. Listen, I'm not saying these things because because it sounds good or because I'm trying to win this argument, this debate. I don't really care. I've done the research. I've seen the numbers. Black men get. So there is a distinction. They get to the middle class when they're married, and to the extent
is the same true of black women.
Hold on. To the extent that they stay married, they manage to stay in the middle class. If they get divorced and they don't remarry, they drop out of the middle class and they're back and they're in the lower class.
Is the same true for black women?
Can I just poke real quick on that data argument? So I don't know what study in particular that you're looking at, but my understanding is that when it comes to marriage, economic stability is usually a precursor to marriage, not a symptom or not like a thing that marriage causes. So that it's
That's what I said.
Yeah. So that so for instance, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if we're referring to the same study, but I know there was one that I remember looking at, it's at least 10 years old. I'm pretty sure it's at least 5 or 10 years old, but basically it looks at the income of single black men versus single black women versus married black families. And the men in married black families always had higher income. And it might be that you would take from that study, oh, look, when black men get married, they make more money. but what's more likely, that like a drug dealing black guy gets married and starts to make a ton of money, or there's a black man that's like educated, graduated school, is already doing well, and then gets married, right? I think that that's the idea, is that like middle class black men didn't become middle class because they got married. It's rather their like situation in life was already pretty well. Marriage isn't elevating like poor or criminal black men out of like
No. Okay, so let me be clear.
Yeah.
It is the combined income. It is not the, and I understand that maybe that doesn't make sense to you, but it is the combined income of the two that puts them in the middle, that puts black men in the middle class.
Okay. I was just providing that perspective.
I'm gonna send it to. I can send it to you, Steven, and you can look at it, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, I can look at all sorts of things. Yeah.
Okay, no, but I'm saying you can look at it and then you can sort of like disseminate and we can go over it.
Sure.
I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna send it to you. But so Fanatic, what were you saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, I was really basically saying the same thing that Stephen was saying, right? Like, it basically it seems to me like one, obviously marriage like has all sorts of benefits, like as a whole, for sure, right? Like, and so I'm not saying that marriage can't also be part of the vehicle that leads towards economic progress. I don't disagree with your statement there at all. Like, I totally agree with you. However, it does seem like that economic, right? Like being economically deprived makes you significantly less likely to get married. In fact, if you were to ask most black men, do they value marriage? Do they hope to be married? I think the answer is yes. I think, but if you were, and same with black women. But the problem is, if you don't feel economically like prepared to take care of a family, then it discourages you from getting married.
But who is it incumbent upon to become economically mobile?
I think it's specifically, I would agree with you that it's probably more responsible on men, since men are supposed to be the heads of households in most relationships.
If you value marriage and you understand that you need to be in a particular economic position in order to get married, why aren't they doing it? Like, why?
Oh, sure. So, I mean, Lord, I mean, Stacey Abrams just recently, put on her page about the black man's agenda. I just put out a video about the black male agenda and what it's been. And it's been the same exact thing for about 60 years. And yeah, we probably need better economic opportunity. And most of the time, economic opportunity comes in the form of jobs. Unfortunately, we're finding study after study after study that demonstrates that literally simply having a black name makes you less likely to get hired. And even if you don't have a black name, that surviving the interview process is really, really difficult to get hired as a black man as well. In fact, studies have demonstrated recently that that white felons have better job acquisition than black males, right? They've done studies to prove this. So it seems like, yes, the job is specifically for black men to try to find ways of becoming financially stable such that they are able to take care of their families. That is a responsibility specifically of black men. And I think there are plenty of societal inhibitors that are getting in the way of that.
Okay. So these societal inhibitors, do you think that they're going to go away anytime soon?
Maybe not necessarily.
Okay, hold on.
Sure.
So these societal impediments, let's call them.
Mm-hmm.
This is my issue. If black men take umbrage with what they feel is a white supremacist system, like, do you really expect whitey to help you mobile? Like, why aren't black men doing something about their ability to get jobs, to get educated? Like, I don't understand why you're relying on another group of men.
Are you talking about at the societal level, or are you talking about at the individual level? Which of these two are you talking about?
At the societal level, why you have black men in positions of power, you have black extremely affluent and wealthy black men. Why? Like, I don't understand why. Like, why?
It makes a lot of sense. So first off, I mean, what you can do, I mean, obviously, I think that the responsibility is on all individuals to like try to their best to make the decisions for themselves. Like, we make decisions at an individual level, not at a systemic level.
Right, but we know that they're not making the right decisions. We know that.
I know.
They're not.
I know. If you'd let me finish, what I was going to say was that, so it is incumbent on the individuals, but I would say that when you start talking more broadly at societal levels, then you start looking at the factors that are likely to cause what do you call them? Normative positive outcomes, right? And so then if you start saying, hey, here are impediments after impediments after impediments, and then you're trying to say there's a system, why aren't Black people like succeeding when you have impediment after impediment after impediment? Then it seems like, yeah, I don't know, it feels like you're almost trying your best to skirt past all of the systemic barriers and just trying to say, no, take the responsibility to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's what it feels like. Am I wrong?
You really think that Black men are trying they're just trying and trying and trying to transcend their plight? You don't think that Black men are actively perpetuating to their own degeneracy, to their own plight? You don't think that Black men are negatively impacting themselves and the community? Are you serious?
I would say that Black men are probably negatively impacting themselves in the community, but I would say a lot of that is from the cultural environments that they have been forced into by plenty of plans by the government. And they're hold on. And I know you're saying, oh my gosh, as if I've talked more than you. And it's hold on, wait a minute. You like this thing is happening again. You cannot
No,
you can't keep being.
Not you, but it's this argument. It's this.
Well, okay, look. I know, but I'm the one making the argument, so it's impossible for me not to take it personally when you decide to interrupt me when I'm making the argument that I obviously believe is cogent. Even if you disagree, let me finish it in the same way that I'm letting you disagree, letting you make your points that I disagree with. That's fair. Okay, so I don't even remember the point I was making now. I'm lost. I'm sorry. Go ahead, say what you were going to say, and then maybe it'll come back.
I think that Black men are not only engaging in the system negatively, in the system that they claim is oppressing them, they are perpetuating. They're perpetuating that oppression. So
thank you. Sam Cedar-Simp said it. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So you're saying that they were forced into these areas, and they're sort of operating based on this degenerate culture. Why aren't they changing the cultures as leaders in the community, supposed leaders in the community, supposed builders in the community? Wouldn't it behoove them to revitalize the culture, to change the culture, to change these communities and these hoods and these ghettos? Like, whose job is it? It's not anyone else's job.
Well, it's really crazy. It's really crazy that you would say that, because when white people went through all of the problems that they've gone through, the government has gone, wait, hold on. Let me finish my point. Please don't. I know. Oh my God. It's crazy that someone else has another point that disagrees with me. Let me finish it and then we'll get to a point. This is the third time you've done that. Chill. So it's crazy to me, because what we recognize is typically when people are dealing with not systemic injustice, when people are in deprived states, the government has gone out of its way time after time to pick those people up. For example, when there's crazy housing crises that are leading to large scale unemployment and things like that, such as the Great Depression, what did they do? There was a great, the New Deal by FDR, where they decided, hey, we're going to create better social programs. We're going to create specific jobs specifically for these people. We're going to go ahead and give them better loans. We're going to create training programs to help them get jobs. They do all of these things. We're going to give them better loans for their housing. We're going to give them specific investments into their businesses and give them tax breaks and tax relief. All of these things that they do specifically to help these people so that they don't become also a ghetto. So it seems like, I would imagine, and I'm pretty sure the government is aware of this, that most of the time people are not capable of pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. Thank you, Sam, for reminding me of that, which is what it seems like you're trying to put the onus on Black people to do. Now, what I can say is, again, at the individual level, yes, my mother did a lot. My mother was in abject poverty. When the year after I was born, we were on welfare. She eventually went back to school, got a master's degree, now is in the upper middle class, has owned several homes in her own private practice. She did all of these things despite the poverty. But I obviously, in my own personal opinion, I believe that God had a big hand in that. But the fact of the matter was, her tenacity helped her really push past that. I know most people don't have that tenacity. So then it's crazy to me, knowing that most people don't have that tenacity, that you expect Black people to do that when white people wouldn't do it in the same situation.
Can I ask
really quick, last point. Economic mobility is just something that is really, really difficult in this country for white people and Black people alike. And the things that you're generalizing about Black people are specifically poverty-stricken Black people, because middle-class Black people do not have the same exact issues. These are two different things.
Can I just toss a little grenade and then you guys could talk around it? I'm so sorry. I'm curious.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
This
hold on.
woman. Wait, hold on. I got to.
Hold on. Listen. The idea that
Wait, I just want to throw in a little thing, and then it's supporting your point. I'm just curious. I just want to hear Fanatic and you guys talk about this, okay? So it's been said by some people, I think, Fanatic, that, and I'm curious. You can provide me an example and shut it down, okay? Because this lady's turning me into a Nazi, okay? No, okay, but I'm just this is just a talking point, okay?
Oh my God.
Okay. I think that one of the unique issues that surrounds the black community, when you talk about how like the U.S. government sees that like people can't lift themselves out of poverty, people can't do it. I think the issue is that you have had groups of people come to the United States, and it seems like they did do that. That Italians came to the United States, Irishmen came to the United States, and when these people got here, they were poor, they were disenfranchised, and oftentimes they were discriminated against by the communities that they came to try to integrate into. A lot of people didn't like Italians and Irish people when they got to New York. A lot of people put up signs discriminating against them, but these people managed to like etch out communities, etch out their own ghettos. They created their own economic opportunities, and they eventually like worked their way through things. Early Chinese people, Asian Americans that came to the United States that were building railroads, also had cultures that enabled them to kind of like grow out of things. That when you talk about like the like FDR's programs, all these things, these weren't programs that were made to uplift specific like white communities. They might have been discriminatory, but it wasn't like they were saying, here is a fucked ethnic group, we need to help them. It seems like a lot of the ethnic groups in the United States have been able to kind
help
of like
themselves.
Yeah. So I'm kind of curious, just as a little question, like it seems like for the black community, this has been a particular challenge, and there weren't like programs made for the Irish to succeed, for Italians to succeed, or even for Hispanic people to succeed. Well, yeah, how does you?
Hold on,
Destiny,
hold on.
You're gonna dog.
Wait, I did cut her off. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Oh
so
yeah,
she
you're
can do a
right.
quick
You're right.
thing, and then,
Okay.
yeah, okay.
So first of all, black men have had access to not only welfare but government social programming as well. So when you come up here and you say other minorities or marginalized groups of people have come here and they've been given government social support, so have black men. As a matter of fact, I refer to the Moynihan report. Black men had access to welfare before even black women did. They were one of the first groups to have access to welfare because they were crippling the economy at that time. So we need to stop acting like black men have never had. They have had help. They don't help themselves.
Okay, so let me respond to Destiny, and then I'll respond to the thing that you just said. Okay, so number one, when you start talking about like the economic mobility of people like the Irish and things like that, they had the complexion for the protection. The average Irish immigration into this country was from 1820 until 1930. The New Deal was not expressly excluded from Irishmen. When the country was at its worst, Irishmen, being white, had access to all of the benefits and all of the aim that was guided at helping them. They were always white, so they didn't encounter the same discrimination. If you watch the other video that I did about the black and brown myth, Hispanic people have largely, until the Civil Rights Act actually passed, they were considered white as well and still are. So they were not segregated in the same way that black people were. Hispanic people were allowed to go to education to the same schools as their white counterparts, as were Asians. Black people were the only ones who were deprived of education in that way. Black people were the ones who were expressly forbidden from being able to testify in court. The Jim Crow was aimed specifically at black men, not people of color. People of color and colored people wasn't a phrase until 1968. So all of this time, the civil rights movement has already happened. We've already passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We've already passed the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Fair Housing Act. So all of these things have happened, and these are after the New Deal has already provided homes, and the GI Bill has made up 20% of all new homes, and which has been largely excluded to black men. And you have the FHA and the HOLC and all of these different programs that are specific, and job training programs that were specifically aimed at white people. So when you ask how did the Irish people achieve their economic mobility, the government helped them. But the government has never lent its hand in the exact same way. You'll give us welfare. Black people have had access to welfare. Welfare is not the same as the GI Bill as it used to be. It's definitely, they've never done the same low to zero interest loans that they did back in that point. They gave white people, specifically when it came to housing, they gave white people single-family units at which they could live in near industrial centers that were expressly owned, exclusively white communities, and then left the cities with nothing. And black people were largely relegated to the cities because of this, and that's why the culture of poverty has been somewhat restricted to that area in the way that it has. And the government has never rectified that, which is the reason why I'm always asking for reparations, and that's why you see the different mobility between the two.
Hold on. Why do you think it's I'm not saying this, I'm not trying to be like cold-hearted or anything, but why do you think if a group of men or people are trying to maintain their status quo, their power structure, why do you think that they would give you a handout? Why like I don't even understand why that's even a talking point. Like, oh well, they help the white people, they should help us. Why? You're men.
Okay, I'm sorry. So now you're moving the conversation. You're not
No,
moving.
I'm
So
asking you a
what?
question.
I know
I'm
you're.
asking you a
I know, and I heard your question, and I'm responding. So the original point that you were asking, the first question was, why aren't black people pulling themselves up? And my response to that
I said
was,
black men. actually. I
black
just said
men, right? I got you. Fine. Even though obviously black women are significantly the highest group in poverty as well. Now,
Yeah, because of black men. Listen,
sure. Listen, I don't care about your blaming. I'm going to finish my point. Hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. So I'm going to finish my point. So again, now, the first question you asked me was originally, why aren't black men pulling themselves up by their bootstraps? Now you're asking me, do you think that it's likely or reasonable to expect white people who have been in power and have largely contributed to the space that black men are, do you expect them to give the handouts that are
right,
to,
but no,
to,
I'm
to
not,
give the
hold
same
on,
aid? Hold on. I'm going to finish. Let me finish responding. You asked the question.
Clarify. I don't want you to
Okay.
misunderstand what I'm asking you.
Sure.
I'm asking you this question because Stephen just gave you a whole bunch of examples of
And I
other
responded to his
oppressed
pretty
minority
adequately.
groups, of other oppressed minority groups.
They weren't
and
oppressed in the
groups who-
same way, as I explained to you.
hold on,
Asian people were white. Chinese people were white. Hispanic people are white. So if you're talking about oppression, they didn't experience the same oppression. So making that comparison doesn't make sense. When
I didn't
education is one of the most significant tools for economic mobility. Education was specifically and exclusively denied to black people. Chinese people and Asian people and Hispanic people were not excluded. Brown versus Board of Education only applied to black people. Asians and Hispanics were already allowed in those schools. So when you start talking about the educational deprivation or the economic deprivation or the transportation deprivation or the government service programs deprivation, all of those were exclusively aimed at black people. That's the difference.
Okay, so Mr. Fanatic, this is what I have to say about the Board of Brown versus the Board of Education. Did you not just complain about the school to prison pipeline? And who advocated? Who brought that to the Supreme Court? Who was that?
What, the Brown versus Board of Education?
Yeah.
Black people.
No.
Specifically the NAACP.
It was black men. So you wanted to integrate into a society that did not want you.
I'm sorry. Wait, did you think that there were no black women in the NAACP? Is that what you were saying?
Let me finish. Now you're complaining about the way that education system is treating you and the outcomes that the children are having. But this is what you advocated for. This is what you fought for. And you're surprised when a group of people in a power structure who literally said, don't run into that burning house. We don't want you here. But you pushed and you advocated and you fought to integrate into their system, into their pedagogy, and into their society. Are you serious?
Okay, so it sounds to me.
And now you're crying that they're not helping you, and as men, you're not helping yourselves.
It sounds to me like you're okay. So obviously, when you're living in a society is going to be developed by a bunch of systems, right? Like the educational system, right? We obviously recognize that education is the greatest tool, one of the three greatest tools for economic mobility. But when that education is deprived from black people, then they obviously recognize that they need to be able to get access to the same thing that white people have. Because at the time, they were under the rule of Plessy versus Ferguson, which said separate but equal. But as you know, as I'm sure everyone else knows, it wasn't equal. The schools in black communities were like largely underfunded, and they still are. The school, all of the things that were supposed to be separate but equal were not the same. The universities the black universities were horrendously underfunded. They didn't have the same They just didn't have the same access to education as white people did. And the idea that they were going to hold on, the idea that you were going to try to force the idea that you were going to try to force them, or that the same way that you're asking me this question now, the idea that you were going to force them to give the adequate funding such that they would be able to give, like that these schools would be equal, was ridiculous. As opposed to that, the concept was, if we can find a way of integrating into these schools, we'll have access to the same opportunities. Fortunately, it worked. I happened to go to a school that was exclusively white. I was like the only. I was the only black person in the school that I went to. I mean, in almost all of my classes, it'd be one of two or one of one in all of my elementary school class. Hold on. If you can let me finish. Okay, I got you. I got you. And even though I was the only, it's crazy to me how you keep on interrupting this way. It's absolutely absurd to me. And then you get actually indignant every time I interrupt you, and half the time when I'm not even interrupting. Anyway, it's crazy to me because using that example, it seemed like it had a profound effect, such that I was able to outscore 95% of my state when it came to state testing in high school. That's after going to this white school. Had I probably gone to one of those deprived schools where I didn't have access to that education, I probably would have been a little bit different. So I don't know. Like, it seems to me like obviously once black people started being able to get access to those universities, that it does seem to change their changes their earnings. It's crazy to me that you can keep citing the fact that black women are out earning men in degrees and saying that education is a necessary tool, while simultaneously decrying the methods that we use to get that integration and saying that we shouldn't have done it. It's crazy.
So this is the problem that I have, because you just bolstered my argument, probably inadvertently. But you said that you were the only, in all of these academic spaces, you were the only black man, right?
One of two, yeah.
Hold on. Oh, right, that's fine. And I can, and even though I said we're not going to personalize this, okay, I'll bite.
Sorry about that.
And there were no black men in my program as well. Okay, so what if we're gonna if you don't want to look at the statistics because you feel like, oh, they don't account for this or that? Okay, so observationally, anecdotally, empirically speaking, we can say that black men are not getting educated. So they're not really taking advantage of the fact that they advocated for integration, and they advocated and fought the Supreme Court for access to the same pedagogy or academic institutions as white people. So that's number one, because they're not getting educated. They're not even getting their high school education, for that matter.
Does it have to do with economics at all?
No, let me finish. That's number one. Number two, you're talking about, so black men didn't have access to I think you said it was, oh fuck, what did you say? Black men didn't have access to the same, you said like social programs, or you said that these schools were in ghettos. These schools were like, basically they were deprived. Even when they did have access to education, they were still deprived. That's what you said, right?
Wait, no, I'm sorry. I was specifically saying that it was a necessary thing. The integration was necessary in order for them to have economic mobility. And furthermore, I want to point out to you, when you keep making these statements like, oh, yeah, black men aren't getting educated and they're not finishing high school, you're specifically talking about a specific class of black people.
Oh my God.
No. Every time I speak, you interrupt. You literally
you gotta let him finish.
Let me
Thank
finish.
you. Literally, no.
Let me finish.
You have to let him finish, but you didn't even respond to you yet.
Let me finish.
My goodness. Listen, I'll just say this. It's really quick. I'm just going to say that if you're going to like try to use poverty-stricken black people and apply that to black people generally, it's erroneous, because again, middle class and upper class black people have significantly higher graduation rates than their poverty-stricken counterparts. So it seems like the problem is economic.
Okay. Everybody knows that the problem is economic. Everybody knows, but again, you pointed to the. I want everybody to understand something. You pointed to the fact that black women, single mothers, are the highest rates of poverty. So if we like, this is what I'm saying. You can't have a single mother without an absentee father. That's how that works. So if you know that that's what's creating the poverty in the Black community, again, Black men are not being held accountable. Their feet are not being held to the fire. They're pumping and dumping. They're doing whatever the hell they want. They're making communities dangerous. They're killing each other. They're toe tagging each other. They're toe tagging women and children. And they're not getting their education at the same rate that other groups are, or Black women for that matter, whether they're middle class, upper class. None of that matters. I'm saying overall, Black men are not getting educated to the same degree that Black women are getting educated at all. It's like 2 to 1. It might be 3 to 1 at this point. The last time I looked, it was like a few months ago, or it could have been last year. But it's 2 to 1. So again,
Yeah, no, you're actually just wrong here.
You're complaining about this. You're complaining about education. You're complaining about the school to prison pipeline. Why aren't Black men doing anything to create an academic environment where Black boys can thrive? Because here's what we do know. Hold on, wait a minute. Here's what we do know, and I think that I sent Stephen the study. There were professors out of Stanford University, and they did a study where they took black boys and adolescents, and they put them in comparable situations to white men and white boys. So you had one Black family, one white family, and they were in the same socioeconomic bracket, in the same socioeconomic at the same socioeconomic income level. Sorry, and in some cases, actually, the Black families earned more than their white counterparts. What that study found was that Black men, even when they come from two-parent households, even when they come from economically advantaged households, they are more likely to not graduate high school. They're more likely than their white counterpart. They're more likely to not seek higher education, not get degrees, not go to college, not go to university. And you know what's even more interesting? They're more likely to actually fall into poverty. So what you saw with the white family, or with white boys, white young men, they graduated high school. They went on to get their degrees or their masters, their undergrads, whatever it was, and they were able to either maintain that same socioeconomic status or income level, or they were able to surpass it. They did the same thing with Black girls and white girls, and Black girls were also able to compete with white women. Black women would graduate high school, they would go on to get their degrees and their masters, and they were able to stay in that same socioeconomic class.
So you're going to rant on this point for 10 minutes? What's going on?
The problem is Black men. You can't perform.
Hear you.
It doesn't matter if you come from it doesn't matter if you have your mom and your dad. It doesn't matter if you have money. You're not graduating high school,
so once again, you're lying. You're talking about Black men. Well, let me finish. No. You're not gonna rant that. You're not gonna. Hold on. You're not gonna rant that long and not let me respond. So I'm gonna go ahead and respond now. Right? Okay. So you made a statement first, and you were wrong. You were lying. You said that Black men aren't graduating. You said that Black men aren't graduating high school. So let me expose your lies to you really quick. So it seems like the graduation rate in 2022 for African Americans in Hawaii is 95.83%, Alaska 94.84%, and it goes all the way down until it starts getting into the southern states where it hits 83%. 83.64, starting with Arkansas, right? And then you have Arkansas, Wisconsin, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Minnesota, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Dakota. All of the southern states are where the graduation rates start falling. And even in those states, the graduation rate is still at its absolute lowest, 78.92%, close to 80% if we're going to round, right? So still, it seems like the vast majority of Black men are actually graduating high school. You were just lying. And of course, now they give the reasons for this as opposed to just giving you a stat with no thing. And the first thing it says in the link that I actually provided for you in the Discord, the factors impacting graduation rate for African Americans are consistent across all states. Poverty is the leading factor impacting graduation rates among Black at both the high school and college level. It is estimated that approximately 32% of Black students live below the poverty line and 10% of Caucasians live below the poverty line. So once again, it seems like this problem is economics. And if you want to start if you want to trace what caused the economic deprivation of Black men, it has always and consistently been a lack of jobs and a lack of economic opportunity caused by systemic deprivation and systemic oppression. If you remember, the March on Washington was called a March on Washington for jobs. I know, no. You're not gonna, oh my God, me and get indignant after you're not gonna do that after you ranted for 20 freaking minutes and I sat there silent.
You've been ranting.
Again, okay, sure. I bet you believe that, but I'm gonna go ahead and finish. The person who claimed you were the person who claimed that literally that everybody kept getting indignant and that you couldn't have good conversations, and you've been a bad actor from the very beginning. Chill all that out. So anyway, I got you, and I have a right to be because you keep getting indignant while talking over me and being rude. So do you need another break to calm down? The other point. Okay, I will. Thank you for your permission. I'll go ahead and do so.
Thank you.
So the point has always been that the March on Washington, that we obviously all know that led to the Civil Rights Acts, that was called the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, because Black men were systemically being excluded from jobs and other economic opportunities. House buying is literally the largest thing that contributes to wealth in this country. And it seemed like in most of these cases that was being prevented at a systemic level. It's still happening, right? So obviously we just had recent settlements in the government for reverse redlining, where the largest banks in our country have been sued because of the fact that they have been economically, specifically targeting Black people with these mud loans and things like that, which was one of the largest things that wiped out Black wealth in recent history. So we have those things. We still have bad ability to get jobs. Even Black people with degrees still have a hard time getting a job and still earn less than their white counterparts with the same degrees, even if we control for all of these other factors. So it seems to me like you're saying, yes, economics is the problem. I'm glad that we finally got on the same page there, but it seems like you're willing to deny all of the things that led to this problem of economics. And so I don't know how we even move forward from that.
So this is my thing about this is the problem that I have. If you take, I said it before, if you take umbrage with the system, you address the system. If the system is creating social, economic, or political inequities, you take umbrage with the system. Black women have been doing that for millennia. Black women they're being discriminated in the workplace because they can't wear their natural hair. And now, because they've been advocating on behalf of themselves, they're getting legislation passed. You have to directly go to the system, and you have to, that's the only way you're going to get change. You're not going to get change by saying, you're not helping us, you're not giving us what we need. They're not supposed to.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree that you have to go to the system and start looking at the system and finding out how that is impacting you. And fortunately, I think that's what we're starting to do now. We're starting to recognize, I think there's a pretty large wave recognizing that Democrats have largely been rejecting rejecting the Black agenda, and we're seeing that they're not actually having our interest at heart. Obviously, Republicans are significantly worse, I think, and overt with it. And I think so now we're starting to recognize that looking towards the system as being the thing that's going to solve us is probably not going to be the case. So then it's going to be on us to start trying to educate ourselves and try to do things outside of the system or whatever needs to be done in order to try to achieve progress. You were asking the question of why originally, and I feel like I gave you an adequate reason of why. Systemic oppression has been rampant in this country from 1968 until present day. And so when you want to say why these things are happening, that's why. Now, obviously the solution is going to have to come at the individual level. I would say obviously avoid having children out of wedlock, stay away from drugs, stay away from gangs, obviously educate yourself as much as possible and make sure education is paramount in your family. And I think those are the ways to achieve economic mobility. Those are the things that I would suggest for everyone. And I also think that reparations is probably due in this country and would probably offset a lot of the damage that's been done. And that's what we've done for other people.
Okay, well, I definitely disagree with that. And the study, and Stephen, I've been sending you studies.
Yeah, I saw the first one.
No, the last one that I just sent you.
No, I saw the first one you sent me, but yeah, go ahead. Or keep
Sorry?
talking. I saw the first one that you sent me. I haven't been reading the other ones, but yeah, go ahead.
Did you read the Moynihan report?
What? No, I haven't read that one. I mean, I'm getting them, but I can't like read them in the middle of your conversation and then like interject. Like, I mean,
Okay, but can you do me just a tiny favor? Can you go to like it's literally it would be the last slide, and it's like the root cause. So you don't go through the whole report, just go to the root cause.
Yeah, can you tell me which link is it?
It should say. I sent it to you in the Discord, like in the.
No. I see all the links to him. I'm just asking which link is it? Which one? Is it the talkpoverty.org one? Is it the Pew Research one? Is it the Brookings.edu one? Is it which one?
It should say. 1 second. I don't know. Okay. I sent you.
Oh, I see the Stanford one. Hold on, you just sent me this one. Okay.
Yeah, but I think that. Do you want like an annotated one?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna read this whole fucking thing.
No, don't do it. I said to go all the way to the bottom and then go to the root cause.
Well, okay, hold on. This is from 1965. What am I supposed to take from this?
You're supposed to take that the problems that they were having in 1965, we're still having now. So the summation of the study is that the biggest issue was absenteeism. So it wasn't like, oh, single moms are the problem. No, it's absenteeism. And this is the problem that I have, but especially when Black men like to talk about Black women, they drive hard to the hoop with this argument. Like, why? First of all, if you're going to look at the Black community and you're going to look at the issues in the Black community, what you need to be honest about is the deficits in the Black community are largely the result of absenteeism. When you're looking at the household and you're looking at children in a household without a father, you're psychologically speaking, there are psychological studies, sociology. Absenteeism is directly correlated to juvenile delinquency. It's directly correlated to addiction, poor academic attainment. It's like, I don't understand how people are pointing to single mothers when the social, emotional, psychological, and economic deficits are the result of absentee fathers. And it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I don't think Fanatic. I don't think anybody's trying to blame single moms. I think he's just saying that the blame is not just that to say that just Black fathers are failing or just Black men are failing misses the reasons of why they might be failing. I think is what his argument is.
Right, but why they might be failing? Again, if we're gonna go all the way back to the big bad whitey and the system and all this and that, at what point are Black men just going to say, no, we actually have to change our culture, and family does matter? And then this is okay. Let me get it together. Marriage, nuclear families, these are the fabrics of any good community, progressive community, and society. If you take that away, you're going to have a degenerate community. What are Black men doing to remedy this? So Black men know that this is a problem, but collectively, what are they doing to either mentor young Black boys? What are they? They're not doing anything at the collective level. They're not doing anything politically. This is what I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. That's not true. First off, there's plenty of collective activity that's being done in the form of specific mentor programs, youth programs in the inner city. Those things are happening. It's just that, again, sometimes those programs aren't enough to offset the economic deprivation, because again, as you're already admitting, and it's so crazy to me, it's like you keep doing this thing where you go, yes, economics is incredibly important, and economics seems like it's a pretty big cause of a lot of these problems, and then at the same time then ignoring the economics and going, why aren't Black people doing it themselves? Why aren't they fixing this problem themselves? You can't have it both ways.
So I can acknowledge.
Wait, hold on real quick. Hold on, Anna? Can I cut you off? Can I toss another itty bitty grenade in here, and then Fanatic and then Anna can? I'm just kind of curious because Anna's been talking about this a lot. So I agree with you that all of those systemic problems, all of those issues exist 100%. Right? Obviously, you know me. I'm your favorite progressive who plays the piano sometimes when you're mad. But I agree that those problems exist. Why is it? It would seem to me that being a woman and black makes you like doubly or quadruply fucked in the United States. Why does it seem like women have made more progress, black women have made more progress addressing black issues in the black community than black men have? I think that's a question. Yeah, go. And you might disagree with the framing. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Because one, I don't think that that's true. Still, the vast majority of black men out-earn black women in the vast majority of households. Still, like, but I will say that there are specific things that are like our system is obviously designed and specifically more punishing towards men. Right, like that's just the way that it has always been. So if you look at something like when it like we can look at the disparity between sentencing for white and black people, and you'll see a great disparity.
But that's white and black
like
people.
Literally,
That's
I don't know. Hold on. I don't know. Let me finish. Like, trust me. No. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Yes, you can see.
What are you doing?
Wait, let me finish my point.
Whoa.
You can finish.
Let
me finish my point.
Whoa.
You can look at the comparison between black and white people, and like, yeah, that's really, really great. But then if you look at the comparison between men and women, it's insane. So like, while yes, black women are still treated worse than white women, black men are still like, it's the comparison between men and women is dramatic. Even when it comes to like the prison to pipeline.
Yeah, none of this matters. None of this matters, right?
Thank you. Like, what do you
like,
mean?
Black women aren't out there on the streets like in gangs, and they're like happening to like just float by like all these sentences.
They got their boyfriends to do it for them, so they can
no,
reap the benefits.
Well, no. That's not the problem. It's that if you look at it, for example, when it comes to like welfare, like the system has always like been significantly more empathetic and sympathetic towards women. So if you look at like, well,
but that's because they're the ones raising all the children.
Well, if you look at like for example, if you look at like the jobs program, if you look at welfare programs and all of those things, that they're significantly more geared towards helping women. Hell, if you even look at like what started the if you even look at the culture that like started single family households within black people, that can be directly tied towards a lot of the welfare systems, which were there were a lot. I know, I got you. I don't care if you think it's a lie. Let me finish it and then respond like I've done you. And don't get mad every time you say don't try to tell me that I'm talking. Don't try to tell me that I'm talking to you like a child when you act like a child and petulantly interrupt me repeatedly. I got you. Maybe you can say that. Stop interrupting and I'll finish a point and it won't take that long. I got you. I bet you believe that. Anyways.
At least as a black man who's on your side, I got you. Just wait your turn and then we can get him.
You're not on my side.
All right.
Hold on.
Okay, but let me finish my point. So look, if you look. Thank you. So if you look at like the welfare programs that were aimed specifically at making, like they specifically said that you could not get those welfare programs if you had a man in the home because it was only aimed at women. During that, obviously, now you want to talk about where culture is developed. During that time, when you're raised in a single family household, you're more likely to normalize to that because single parent households used to be incredibly stigmatized across all of society. But once you have an entire generation of people who have been politically disaffected and disenfranchised, and then you give them something that says, hey, we'll give you assistance so that you can still survive and feed your children, but you got to make sure your man isn't in the home. So then those children are all raised in a single parent household without regular access to their father. That means that those little girls are going to see it more likely socially, right? That they're going to develop the attitudes that it's okay to raise your children singly because that's what's comfortable and known to them. Same for those black boys. They can see, my father wasn't there, and it's not such a bad deal if I'm not going to be there. You learn the culture from your upbringing and your environment. Environment shapes culture more so than any other thing. And so when that environment is caused by a design in a system, then you're more likely to see it perpetuate itself. And that's exactly what has led to this culture. So now I get that it's incumbent on the individual to make the decision, hey, it's still not a good idea. Again, I don't have any children out of wedlock. I want children. I'm getting up there in age. That's why I'm engaged now. But the idea is that I get that I was raised where I had my mother instilled what I would say are pretty conservative values regarding that, which is why I was always so determined to do that. So I think it is cultural.
Okay, fanatic. So let her go. Let her go. Go ahead.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead, girlfriend.
First and foremost, you said that Black women have always institutionally or governments have always been more lenient with Black women.
Not always. No, I didn't say always.
Right, but you failed to provide absolutely. Name one program that was only applicable to Black women. One program.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. Maybe I wouldn't be able to say that any program is exclusively accessed by Black women, but when you can see a program where it's like 90% of it is accessible by Black women. Hold on, let me answer the question. When you can, you asked me a question and you're not letting me fully answer.
When you can, let me 15 seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you. When you can point to a program that is like hyper disproportionate, where it's like 90% or 95% are women and only 5% are men, then that's a thing. And I'm pretty sure the welfare program in the 60s was exclusive to Black women.
Okay, all right. Now you can rebut.
You're pretty sure about that, and unfortunately, you're wrong. So what you're talking about is the man out of the house rule. That's what we're talking about, right? Okay,
yeah.
so here's the thing about that. When you're saying you're basically positing that Black women prefer government cheese to men who are providing in the household, and I'm here to tell you that that's not what it was. Cause and effect. The government saw that Black men, no men were there. First of all, second of all, obviously Black women were at the mercy of their communities and their men. So what do you think the government is going to do? Obviously, these women are at the mercy of these men and their communities. Obviously, they're going to need to have. They're going to need to be some way. So yes, Black women were on welfare, but the man out of the house rule. First of all, do you know what year that law was overturned? Does anybody know?
No. Please tell us.
It was instituted in the 1960s, and
wait,
again,
I want to know when it was overturned. When was it overturned?
I don't know the exact year. What was that year?
Do you know, ma'am?
Abba, yo. Abba, why are you like this?
No, hold on. You just asked the question. I want to actually know that.
No, Abba, why are you like this?
I'm so confused. What's happening?
Why are you like this?
Hey, listen. I just came back and I heard you were mad at me. What did I do?
Well, are you derailing the combo into your personal beef, Abba? Is that what you're doing right now?
No, but she's super hostile towards me. I'm here to support.
Well, you sound sarcastic as fuck. I can't tell if you. I can't even tell if you're.
He's absolutely sarcastic. Look, I'm gonna just say this really quick. Look. Okay, I'm a big fan, Abba. I appreciate you. I appreciate your content, but it seems like this might be the time for me to exit. But
I'll get to Abba later. Okay, so I believe it was overturned in 1968. So just so we're clear.
Wait, Annalisa, he says he wants to leave. I think he says he's done with you. You gotta let him affirm his batteries. Are you done, Fanatic?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm done. I just want to she can finish her point. Now, let me give my point. Then you can get the last word. Okay?
No. Actually, let her finish her point, and then you can finish yours, and then we're done. Go ahead, Annalise, because I interrupted you. Finish your point.
I can't hear. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. I was just saying that Fanatic needs to leave, so he wanted to be able. So he said, finish your point, and he's gonna give you one last point.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Can you hear us?
I can always hear you. Always.
Okay, but can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I'm always listening.
Hello?
Oh,
I don't think she can hear us.
Can you briefly tell me why she's so mad at me?
What? I don't think if I answer, she'll get mad at me.
Oh yeah. Okay, well, I mean, I feel like Destiny is a Black woman's name, so I think you should be able to.
That's why I'm safe. I'm just kidding.
I think.
Okay, so.
Okay, go ahead. We can hear. Wait, can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
The man out of the home rule was. Who said that?
Abba. Okay, Fanatic says he needs to leave, so he said finish your point, and then he's gonna give you one last point. We're gonna finish.
Okay, so my point to what he was talking about welfare, women did not choose welfare over. Like the idea that Black men really run with this narrative, like how remedial is it that women chose welfare to live in abject poverty versus having a man in the home who was providing and protecting them? Like, are you serious? What makes more sense, that they weren't providing anything, or that they were, and the Black women simply prefer to get less and to live in poverty? Like, what makes more sense to you? You guys really think that Black women and here's the thing, if Black women really wanted to rely on welfare for the rest of their lives. I'm pretty, because it was a Black woman who got that legislation overturned in 1968. So the man out of the home rule, it wasn't Black men who said, hey, we want to be in the home, we want to be in our children's lives, we want to take care of our families. It was Black women who advocated on behalf of having that overturned.
Okay. Okay. So Fanatic, go ahead. Go with your closing point.
All right, thank you. So listen, you keep moving this goalpost because when I'm talking to you about what is, and then you start making these points about preference, obviously, you would want to, instead of being dependent on the system, you would want a person who's at home that would be able to provide for you and raise your children, and you guys would be a connected family unit. But again, you got to think that these laws were existing and were largely implemented during the time when there was a march on Washington again. Well, let me finish. Nigga, relax. Hold on. I'm gonna have to mute you. Lord have mercy. Let me finish a dang point. That's at the same time. When this thing was happening, it's when there was a march on Washington again for jobs and freedom. So the providing that you're talking about would normally come by way of jobs. So then that's what Black men needed. But when you recognize that there's a march on Washington that's happening where Black men are asking for systemic, for them to eliminate racial discrimination in hiring practices, and affirmative action is a needed program to offset this racism that's not allowing them to work, then yes, a lot of times this was a family decision made by both parties, where the man opted, rather than be stuck in a situation where I cannot provide, I'm not able to find any employment, so then I can't actually raise my children in a situation, and my children will starve. Yes, I would rather step out of the home and allow my wife to get the government funds necessary in order to go ahead and get that. And it's also asinine to me. It's wild as hell that you would say it was a sole Black woman that overturned this law about in 1968 about the men out of the house laws, when you got to recognize that's directly on the heels of the Million Man March, the long hot summer of the Million Man March. Not the Million Man March, the March on Washington, the long hot summer of 1967, and all of the widespread countrywide protests that were happening at that time. But it had nothing to do with them. It was a lone Black woman. You have a very selective way of just completely ignoring all of history, ignoring all of data, ignoring all of facts, and just trying your best to implicate Black men while ignoring all data, facts, and figures. It's absolutely absurd. You walk back points. First you say it's had nothing to do with poverty, it's all culture. Then you go back and say, yes, it's poverty. Then you say, oh, it could be a matter of both. It's crazy to me. I don't think you have a cogent thought in your body, but thank you for at least trying to be decent half of this time. I love y'all. I gotta go. I'm out.
All right, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Listen, this is my thing.
Hold up.
The reason that I brought up.
Can I just say one thing?
No, hold on. The reason that I brought up the woman out of the home, the man out of the, and I don't know why he's acting like Black men were like always there. Part of the reason that Black women were dependent on welfare is because Black men were deserting them. It wasn't that it wasn't just like Black men couldn't find jobs. They were deserting them. It could maybe they were deserting them because they couldn't find jobs. What I'm saying, cause and effect. The idea that Black men run with the narrative that Black women chose welfare over. No, Black women chose living and being able to provide for their family because men could not.
And the men abandoned the families, right?
But go fuck yourself.
Jesus hold up. Why are you so hostile towards me?
I don't like you. You are smug. You're condescending. You think you're smarter than you are. I don't understand.
I actually don't think I'm that smart.
Maybe it's because you're with you rub shoulders with white men, but you're not.
With white men, I rub shoulders. Like, what do you mean? What does that even mean? Are you talking about Destiny? Destiny's the only white man I rub shoulders with.
Thank you.
He's the only one. Everyone else are all Black. So is it the Black men I'm rubbing shoulders with that's getting me dumb? What are you trying to say?
Well, definitely.
Definitely.
Don't tokenize me in this conversation, okay?
You are my token white friend. I'm not gonna lie.
No, but hold on.
Hold on. No. Stop. I just want you to know the reason why I was kind of hostile to yours, or there's twofold. One, you hit me up at the wrong time. I was out dancing, having a good time. Then all of a sudden you were yelling at me. I was like, well, chill,
that was
mama.
my fault. To be fair, I hit you up.
Yes, that's more your fault. So that's why I was a little bit contentious. And also, yesterday, I think you added me And then what scared the shit out of me is after you added me on Discord, you added me to a Discord that's just me and you. And I was like, this girl's insane. Like, she could just private call me.
I don't know how to use the app. I don't know what the fuck
Okay,
I'm doing.
I literally, I thought you were unhinged, so I didn't know it was this. I apologize. I didn't realize you didn't know how to use that,
Oh
so
my
my bad.
God, Abba,
So
like,
no,
don't
we're
think
starting
that-
off the wrong
don't think that highly of
foot.
yourself,
No, I didn't. What? I don't think highly of myself. I thought you were literally unhinged, but now I know I'm wrong. So like, okay, let's start off on the right foot. So why do you hate me?
Okay, so hold on, Steven. I sent you the Moynihan report, and the Moynihan report, I think that it does talk about welfare and the woman out of the house. The man out of the house rule. And I know you didn't scroll all the way to the bottom to go to the root cause, did you?
Well, I scrolled to the bottom, but that wasn't where it was. I'm guessing it's somewhere else in there. It's not at the very bottom.
No, well, at the very bottom, you're gonna have like cliff notes and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's like, you know what I mean. So, but if you look at that, the reason that I sent you that is because the same problems that were pervading the Black community in 1965 are pervading the Black community today. So we can't sit here and act like, oh, it's the government, oh,
Right.
it's white men,
It's black men.
You see, this is why I don't like you. Shut up.
It's black men. Let's just get right to it. You're gonna say it's black men, so I'm just like speeding this shit up.
Who do you think it is?
You said it's black men, right? That's what you were gonna say.
No. I'm asking you who you think it is.
Who's the reason for single mothers?
No, the plight in the Black community, how degenerate it is, how violent it is.
I mean, I think it's a multitude of things. I think it's multifaceted. I think there's multiple layers to this problem, for sure.
Oh, always, for sure. But there's always a catalyst. There's always cause and effect. What do you think it is?
But hey, listen, I actually am not really researched enough. Do you feel like it's black men?
I feel like it is. I think there are a lot of different variables, but I think that
Mostly black men.
I think if we're running under that the sort of framework that that black men are leaders and builders in the community, then yeah, they failed.
All right, I got you. Okay, so why do you hate me? What did I do? What have I been saying on these platforms that made you so upset with me?
I don't. What do you mean? Like you
DM'd me and you're like, I got some smoke for you. I said, damn, she trying to throw hands or something. This is wild, and so I just want to know like what's popping.
Oh, I can't remember. It was something that you said yesterday, probably about. Yeah, why did you call her a fat whale?
Oh, we gonna talk about the fatness thing? I thought we were gonna talk about black people stuff.
She got you, dude.
Oh man,
you should
want
have
to talk
said
about you want to talk about the fat stuff, or do you want to talk about something else?
No, but like why? But why do you? I don't like. Why would you?
Because she was catfishing somebody and then hiding the way that she looked. At least that was the whole idea of the story at the first. And so when she revealed how big she was, and there was some confusion as to why she was rejected, I'm like, boo boo, you're like 350 pounds. That's why you got rejected.
Right, but that's not what you said. You said, boo boo, you're a fat whale. Why?
Yeah, sure. I said the words fat whale because that's what it was. She's catfishing people. I have no sympathy for catfishes.
Okay, but so you're red pill, what, like red pill adjacent?
No. Don't pigeonhole me the same way I didn't call you no baby mama nothing. Don't be calling me no red pill adjacent. Okay.
I didn't pigeonhole you. I'm asking you.
No, you're insinuating and you coming in with some heat. You said I have some smoke for you. Now, literally less than 24 hours later, you're confused about what smoke you had. So I'm asking you, what's the smoke that you got for me?
I sent you the message yesterday, and it was pertaining to whatever bullshit you were talking about after you tried to justify calling her a fat whale. It had to do with that. But I'm asking you right now, to what degree? Like, I think I've heard you say that you agree with like red pill ideologies, stuff like that, right?
No, I just think that red pill do speak facts on certain things that are undeniably
like what?
true.
Like that's what I'm getting to. Like what?
Like the fact that the concept of hypergamy exists, that the idea that, like, generally speaking, within most dating dynamics, that people will generally date upwards in regards to like height, finances, whatever it might be. So that's one of the many things. The fact that they point out some double standards in regards to like how acceptable it is for women to be violent towards men versus the opposite side. The fact that they mentioned that there's like very little to no sympathy for male rape victims and stuff like that. So red pill and men's rights activists do advocate for things that are true. I don't call myself red pill because I think a lot of the ways that they move in these scenes are kind of cringe. But if you're being honest, they do say certain things that are true, and that's okay to admit.
That's what you said. You said that women overvalue themselves and women think they're shit and this and that, right?
Whoa! Where did that come from?
No, you did say that.
What did I say? What did I say?
Well, just restate it rather than playing this game. Just state it now. What do you think? Do you think women overvalue themselves? Do they think they're hot shit?
I think some people overvalue themselves. Sure.
Some people or women? Let's be clear.
Some women, some dudes. Hold up.
Oh, so you think it's equal on both sides?
I think people. That's why I said people.
We're not talking about people. We're asking women or men. Hold on. Who do you think overvalues themselves more, men or women? He won't answer.
No, because like,
oh
it's such a random
no,
question. Yeah,
it's
Destiny,
happening.
Destiny, you're trying to instigate something. And
I'm
you're
not
failing
instigating. I'm
miserably.
just asking.
You're
'Cause-
asking me who overvalues themselves more.
Yeah, in dating markets, who tends to overvalue themselves more?
Well, I don't think women overvalue themselves because men give them a tremendous amount of value. So I think whatever idea of like how good they are to some degree, it is true. So I would probably argue that it's probably dudes to some degree. I don't know. You can make it.
You think guys overvalue themselves more in dating markets?
Yeah. I think you could probably make the case that it's women. Sure.
Case. I'm all ears. Make the case.
You just asked me the question on a stance I don't even really hold. Like, what do you mean?
Hold on, Abba, I'm gonna be serious. Abba,
No,
you've been listening to way
no.
too much lab because you just moved through like 4 positions more fluidly than I've ever seen someone do.
You asked me to take a position, and I already told you I don't have a strong one on this. So yeah, maybe I'm going to shift on it, but I don't strongly believe in it. That's akin to asking me like, do you believe that 9/11 was staged? I don't know. Give me a position, Abba. Maybe. Why are you changing positions? It's like, bro, I told you I don't know.
Hold on. I've literally verbatim. I've heard you say that. That's why I'm specifically asking. I'm not asking you because like it's coming out of nowhere.
What you heard me say is that there's a lot of women who overvalue themselves. That is absolutely true. What do you want me to tell you? That's true. Now, if you're asking me more than men or whatever, I couldn't tell you. I don't know. But I tell you, there's a lot of people and a lot of women who overvalue themselves in the dating market. And they're confused as to why they're getting terrible results when it comes to finding partners. Yes. They don't understand why they get fucked and then never get dated or taken seriously. It's because generally they overvalue themselves.
Right. So, and how? How do they overvalue themselves?
Because the outcome that they want isn't happening, and the reason why it's not happening is because they can't actually get from the people that they're generally going after the things that they want. So they overvalue themselves.
So doesn't that mean they're undervaluing themselves if they can't get what they want from the people that they want it from?
What did you just say? Repeat that.
Wouldn't that suggest that they're undervaluing themselves if they're not going after like I don't understand.
No, I think that if they went for what they're actually valued at, they have far more odds of finding a partner successfully. Yeah.
Sorry, at what they're valued at? What do you mean?
Meaning that basically when you're out there dating, based off your looks, based off what you bring to the table, based off of like, what kind of personality you have, what kind of skill sets you have, what kind of background you have, there's a certain value that you're going to have when it comes to other partners. People are more desirable than others. And so when it comes to finding a partner, it's sensible to think that if your standards are too high based off what you have to offer, it's like, listen, you can ask to be dating Jason Derulo. Sounds cool, not going to happen. But then if Beyonce wants to date Jason Derulo, it can happen because she understands where her value's at. And if you were to say here, like, no, I'm going to get Jason Derulo, I'm like, well, you're overvaluing yourself. Is that clear?
Oh.
Huh?
No,
Wait, why are you stuttering? What happened? Are you freezing? What happened?
I understand what you're saying, but if
Okay.
men are the ones that need this whole men's rights movement and men are having sex and men are killing themselves and men are depressed and men are dying at the dying deaths of despair at the highest rate, wouldn't it mean that they are overvalued? Like they're not getting what they want either?
Sure. There's definitely a lot. I think men, in terms of what they're seeking out there, is not happening for a lot of them. So that's why you always counsel them to improve themselves as much as possible in order to get what that is that they want, or to lower their standards.
Okay, well,
What? I mean, I say this all this on my channel, so this is not like new.
No, I disagree. I don't think that women are like. What do you mean overvaluing themselves? Like the average girl is not going to think that she can get like some like a celebrity. Like, what do you mean like overvaluing themselves? Where do you see that happening?
You can actually see it on online dating profiles. For example, what ends up happening on online dating profiles is that traditionally, even for like average to busted ass women, they'll get a lot of matches in regards to people that they can match with. So it'll be like dudes who are much more attractive, and they got studies on this. But what ends up happening for a lot of these women is that even though they're able to fuck these dudes in terms of actually being in relationships with them, it rarely happens. And so there's a huge amount of disappointment there. And then what ends up happening is that because all these women, even at the bottom tier, are being funneled to men who are far more attractive or more desirable for different reasons, then there's a lot of dudes on the bottom end who are not getting any play. That's why online dating kind of works in favor of women, generally speaking, and very attractive people. Ugly dudes, like I always tell them, like, you're wasting your time on online dating. So that's one of the many ways in which, like, you could be out there on the dating market and then just having a bad time because you're overvaluing yourself.
But what if those girls just want to be fucked?
I mean, if they want to just be fucked, that's fine. But what people report is a tremendous amount of sadness over the fact that like just hookups or like unfulfilling relationships, and they want something with somebody who makes as much as them. I mean, there's studies and polls have come out in regards to women complaining about the fact that there's not enough eligible men who make as much of them or more, and so they're complaining about the fact that they can't find partners. It's not my opinion. This is stuff I can send you if you want to read up on it.
No. I know that it's true, but don't you think it?
Yeah, so you're overvaluing yourself. If you're sitting there and the market that you're trying to pierce into isn't biting on whatever product you're offering, then you have to either reduce the price of your product or you have to take it to a different market. That's the only options that you really got. And if there isn't different markets, then bitch, you gotta lower your product or nobody gonna buy it. It's gonna just stay on the shelf. It's not complicated.
So, but you're talking. So you're saying that you've seen studies of women who say they want men who earn more than them,
Or just as much, yeah.
or just
Yeah.
as much. Okay, so
Yeah.
So are these educated women?
Yeah.
What's the problem?
The problem is they're seeking men who are also equally educated or making as much as them, if not more. And the men that they're going for that area, well, they're going for any woman at any level. So they don't really care whether or not the woman's educated. They don't really care nearly as much if she's. So there's going to be more flexibility on the man's side in terms of what he's going to choose as a partner, less flexibility on the woman's side.
So you're telling me that this doesn't make sense. You're telling me that men are not dating women who are in their, or who are more in their, I guess, in their lane.
Yeah, so men are more flexible with their dating standards when it comes to the finances of their partner and the education level of their partner. So, for example, women are generally going to want to date somebody who's at their education level or more, whatever. Whereas men, they'll still want to date at that level, generally speaking, but there's much more leeway for them to be outside of that. And so what ends up happening is that if I have 2,000 men who are, college educated and 2,000 women who are college educated and they're trying to only date each other, well, what ends up happening is you find that there's a lot of men who cross over into dating uneducated women, whereas women don't do that nearly as much. And so as a result, you have women who are left behind just by a pure numbers game. And that's how you overvalue yourself.
Okay, so do you think that this is happening? You think this is happening a lot, or do you think that this is kind of like, because generally speaking, people date people that are on the same level as them, like either academically or economically?
That's not true. That's just not true. Hold on. Actually, let me rephrase. That is generally true, but you find a lot larger margin of error for men in regards to dating outside of that realm. And so as a result, already women are outpacing men for education nowadays. So you have more eligible women who are educated than men as things are going forward. And then secondly, men are also willing to date women who make less than them or have less education than them. And so, yeah, you just have less odds.
Right. Okay. So let's say they're willing. That's what they're willing to do. But does that mean that's what they actually do most of the time? Like most of the time?
Huh?
Just because someone.
I think the point that she's going to I think it's probably the case that I think that like the average like male with a bachelor's degree is probably dating like women with bachelor's degree. That generally people tend to match.
Sure, the average, but the problem is there's a lot of them who aren't. And so when women are stuck on a hardline stance where they're pretty much just going for that, and that there's some men in that group who are not, and also there's less educated men nowadays than there are women, you have a society in which women are at odds in regards to what they're looking for and what's available on the market. It's like a pure numbers game. There's just not enough men who are college educated for these women to date because these men are dating outside of that group. Do you understand?
Are you talking to me or her?
Well, either way, like, was why I'm saying autistic? Like, I'm confused by why is it so hard to grasp.
Sorry,
Destiny, is what I'm saying not making sense, Destiny?
Oh, talk to her. I'm just tossing.
No, maybe you could adjudicate because I feel like I'm talking. Maybe I'm missing something, so I'm not explaining it.
No. I understand what you're saying. I disagree. I like Steven said, most people date. Like if you have a bachelor's or a master's, you're going to date people who are like on your level.
That's not what the numbers bear out. So I mean, you can say whatever you want, but sure.
The numbers in what communities?
In American society, women who are making over a certain amount and women who have a certain level of education struggle to find partners at their level. And what I'm trying to relate to you is that due to the fact that there's okay, forget the fact that these men are not even dating out. Okay, let's say, forget it. Everything I just said was stupid and it's wrong, whatever. Let's say college-educated men only want to date college-educated women. There are more college-educated women than college-educated men. Do you understand?
That's
okay. So right, so this is a numbers thing, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I've been saying from the beginning. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's an overvaluing thing or if it's that men like.
Hold up, you're a black woman. You should know that like black women are outpacing men for black men, especially for like being educated. In fact, like you guys dwarf us. Okay, black women have the largest gap of any racial group between the women and the men. If black women, and a lot of them do hold this stance of only wanting to date black men, what do you think is happening?
Right, but black women are still dating black men who are not their academic equals. So.
Yes, and they're generally displeased by that. And so when they want to get married or they're going for it, they're generally going for people who are at their level. That's why you hear it's a common narrative in this community. It's a common narrative amongst people who are educated. And so do you understand how that could be an issue? The fact that there aren't enough college-educated people?
You mean college-educated black men?
Sure, both black men and men in general. Men are not. There's less educated men nowadays than women. That's all I'm trying to say.
All
so
right.
it's just a numbers game. That's all.
Oh, okay. All right, sure. I agree.
Okay, cool.
I feel like that kind of bolsters her argument, though, right? Because like you would say that maybe women need to relax their standards a little bit, but then she would say, well, look at what happened when black women relaxed their standards, and now there's a whole bunch of single moms, right?
I mean, I don't know what that argument is.
Black men want to have it both ways. Black men want to be kings. And
hey, say it with me now. Kings, yes, you queen.
Right.
Talk to me about that.
Kings, but you're also oppressed. You want to be leaders and builders, but you're also
yes. I want to be a king at home, but when I'm outside, I'm dealing with oppression. But at least when I'm come home to you, I just want to make sure that you and we got our own kingdom where we can get.
Why don't you function like? Listen.
Okay. Yeah, talk to me. What did I do?
No, but Steven, you see what I'm saying, right? Like,
listen, you're turning me, okay? I'm gonna be honest. I kind of
because I know you didn't read any of those studies. I know you didn't look at any of those studies. I don't expect you to. They're it's laborious. I get it. But
laborious. Let's go.
Excuse me. You're only allowed to hate black men here, okay? Not me. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Listen, the amount of DMs that I have of people like, "Oh, bitch, you're a bitch, you're this, you're that."
I would never do that to you.
I don't care about what you would do. I'm just saying, like, being on this stream, having this conversation, I'm getting a lot of like.
Yeah, don't add these people. Don't ever add them. They're bad.
I think here, can I? Okay, because hold on. Let me. Can I? Okay, so because she's obviously very aggressive, which is fine. I like that. But let me try to summarize.
Oh no! What? That's racist.
What are you calling me?
No,
wait, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
No. Actually, Steven, I'll say it for you. You have been very aggressive. You have been very hostile. No, you have. Let's be honest. Hold up. Stop. And I would just say this. What'd you just say?
Steven, I was kidding. I was being facetious. I was kidding.
Okay, we couldn't tell because it was the same tone you've been aggressive in the rest of the evening. So
that's fine. No, but I think, okay, so here's like broadly speaking, okay? Yes. I'm going to try to summarize her points, okay? Because I actually think there's a decent amount of merit here, okay? A lot of people in chat are mad, but I think she's arguing pretty well. Actually, better than almost anybody I've seen here, okay? So it's funny, okay? So I think that what she's arguing broadly is a couple of things, okay? That one, okay, and I'm borrowing from some other talking points I've heard before, is that when you look at the plight or the state of the black community, there have been persistent problems that have plagued the black community for a long time. And the idea that we can just say, or when I shouldn't say we, I'm sorry, the idea that black people can say, we need white people to fix this, we need white people to fix this, we need white people to fix this, when historically, if you already think that white people are an oppressive group, they're not going to help you. And two, white people didn't necessarily help the other groups that came, right, like Italians or Irishmen or whatever, right, that sitting around and expecting white people to help is probably not the best way forward, number one. But the reason why it's really bad, especially in the black community, is it seems like black culture gets a special pass sometimes for being self-destructive. That if there were a whole bunch of like fucked white people in the United States making songs about like meth labs and shit, everybody would probably look at them and be like, bro, why are you rapping about meth labs when you guys are destroying your communities with meth? But for black people, when they rap about like gang violence and all of this shit, everybody's like, that's cool, it's black culture, you have to respect that. But then when these black problems remain endemic to these communities year after year after year after year, generation after generation after generation, that she's saying that like black men or the black community can't turn and blame white people on those issues. I think broadly speaking, that's her position.
But I'm confused. So hold
on, Steven. This is why I knew that I would like you.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Can you just stop? Why is there an assumption that the black men would inherently be against what you've just said?
What?
Steven, why is there an assumption that the black men
because it's
these conversations are always happening in regards to how like rap music and this kind of culture.
Yeah, but here's the difference. Here's the difference. Okay.
Okay. Go
Jesus
ahead.
Christ, I hate that I'm making this reference. But here's the difference.
Yeah.
Okay, is that I don't know, and I could be wrong because I'm not that historically literate. Okay. Well, actually, no, I am more than most of this fucking community. But I don't remember there being huge conversations in like the Irish community, in the Hispanic community, in the Italian community. Like, hey, there's a huge divide. Mexican people don't know if they need to work harder or fight for systemic change, or Italian people don't know if they need to build lives for themselves or work for systemic change. It seems to be relatively unique in the Black American community that it's like, well, I don't know if we can actually work to build ourselves up or if we have to keep fighting the system, and we're going to use that oppression of the system to justify, I'll say, reprehensible behavior within the community, right?
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what any of that means.
Doug, that's right. You see, the way that you articulate, when I get really heated, I stutter. I go into like psychological collapse. But the way that you articulated it, immaculate. You're this is my friend. I knew I was gonna like him. Thank you.
Okay, go Abba. Good luck.
I know you guys are seeming like y'all buddy.
I'm just chilling. I'm just hanging out. Okay.
Hey, well, listen. I don't even know why they're so contentious with me. I don't even disagree with that stance. So I don't even know.
Okay, then I guess we're all in agreement.
Yeah, I don't know. No, she said she had some smoke from me, so I thought it was gonna be serious. But it turns out like I don't disagree with her. Just
let me ask him a question, because this narrative, I think, is extremely prevalent and is common in the Black community, especially in these like remedial manosphere.
Jeez.
Do you think that welfare took Black men out of the home?
I have no idea.
You've never heard that?
I've heard that, but you're asking me if I think it's true. I haven't researched it, so I wouldn't. I've not repeated that, and I don't know. So I might be honest, I don't know.
Okay, Stephen, do you think that welfare took Black men out of?
Did welfare take Black men out of the home? Probably.
Yeah, so,
I don't think so.
Familiar with this? This is a misnomer. It's really just remedial Black men bullshit. But really, they go around saying that Black women chose
that welfare supplanted the Black man in the household. Yeah, that's probably not the case, right? Sure.
Right. Okay. So
can I suggest one intrusion here on this? Okay, this is like the one issue, and I do agree. So here's something that I do agree. Okay. I think that the inability to criticize Black culture is pretty toxic and pretty pervasive in the United States. I agree that that is a problem, okay? But one thing that I will posit is that...
Wait, you just said it's inability to... Well, why do you say we're unable to criticize Black?
Because that's generally exclusively a conservative talking point, and it's almost always seen as racist.
Yeah.
Well, hold up. Wait. So maybe I'm having different kinds of conversations or seeing different conversations happening on these platforms. Mm-hmm. But I hear Black people and Black... prominent people in social media and like celebrities constantly talking about issues with Black culture.
I don't ever see that in the mainstream. Now,
how many Black people? Wait. There's been movements against gangster rap for so long in regards to famous people. There's people talking about how negatively impacting drill music. Even with the recent issue with Offset, there's been plenty.
Yeah, but don't those people normally get like blown the fuck out?
No, it's a constant conversation in regards to how this music is negatively impacting folks and how it's causing issues. That is not a unknown thing. That is a common talking point that people have been having for a long time. So this idea that people are not having these conversations,
it might be a common talking point, but it's made zero leeway, right? Like rap music and all that.
You could say it's made zero leeway, but that's very different than saying they're not willing to talk about it. There's plenty of reasons why maybe it's not making leeway, but it isn't true because I've heard these conversations since I was a youngin. Mm-hmm. Since I was a youngin, ever since rap been around, I've been hearing people talk about this stuff. So
no. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. You are right. I know that people are talking about it, but it still seems to be that the predominant pushback is Black culture is all the answers that Fanatic gave. Black culture is a response to the oppressive communities that came before it, the oppressive white community that came before it. Therefore, it has a right to exist in the United States in the way that it does, and it's relatively unassailable, which is why it continues in the way that it does. Yeah, there are people that tweet about it or argue about it, but it seems like the predominant culture is still moving in a direction that it's okay to rap about whatever you want because it's art and it's Black people. As crude as that sounds, it kind of seems...
Hit the nail on the head, best friend.
Because I know there was a lot of for instance, when you got like Juice WRLD and like the emo rappers talking about drugs and the dying of drugs, and then you've got these still seem to be like pretty prominent issues that's pretty like exclusive to rap music. I could be wrong also, by the way, because what do I know about culture?
I don't
These
know.
are the things that I see.
I know I've been listening to popular radio shows.
Mhm.
I've been listening to some of the most famous people having these discussions in regards to like music with the lean, and then now with drill music, and then before it was gangster rap and all this other stuff, and how like I don't know. To me, these conversations have always been prevalent. So if you want to make the argument that the current status quo is that we make this stuff acceptable, sure. But then you'd have to look at why. Is it something that we just accepted? Or is this just a matter like there's so much money involved and it's so profitable and the fan base is so behind it? There's probably a lot of things that are intersecting to make this kind of thing culturally relevant rather than just like we've accepted it. It's like, no, there's probably a lot of coercion and money involved in regards to this stuff. So I would argue that there's a lot of discussions to be had and changes to be made, but it's not true that people haven't talked about it, and I don't think people are just taking it lying down. At least that's not been my perception.
Is that, again, like a lot of things in the Black community with respect to Black men, it's just like a lot of talking, not a lot of doing, maybe.
Yeah, here's like, this is just the one thing that I'll kind of like insert here, especially when we talk about like Black men in particular, right? I guess something to consider. In the United States, when we talk about all of the different groups and communities that came to the United States. When they came to the United States, even if they started under oppressive conditions, you were selecting for people that were specifically, like when you look at like all the people that came through Ellis Island in the United States, these were people that were specifically saying, I'm going to leave the persecution I'm facing here in an explicit effort to start a better life in another country. You're selecting for like the most driven people, the people that are going to probably bring the strongest cultural and family values, the people that are going to work the hardest to build their lives in the United States. It feels like when you look at Black people's insertion into the United States, the way that that was done historically in the US is unique compared to every other group. Nobody has the same experience that Black people have. We have to create a literal class called African American because a lot of them don't even know where they came from. If you're the descendant of a slave, you can go back to your state or the ship and that's it. You have no fucking idea. Whereas like for the Italian and Irish people, even though they came over here and they faced oppression, they were with their families. They came of their own volition. They came because they wanted to build a better life. And I think that when you start with that founding stock, it's going to be a lot harder for one group, namely African Americans, over other groups. And the blame for that rests squarely on white people that bought, well, I guess maybe the white people that sold them, but like the institution of slavery, right? So I think that that difference in founding stock is important to recognize when you're talking about how the different groups of people in the United States are doing.
Oh, look at you, still blaming the past, giving Black men excuses.
Well, if we're gonna talk, I mean, Black men have been in slavery for like way before the transatlantic slave trade. So I mean, again, if we're gonna go all the way back, then I don't like, yeah,
that's
Black
facts.
Men, like
Black men were enslaved by Black people before, right? Is that what you want to say?
What?
Black men were enslaved by Black people.
Right, well, the flesh trade, every ethnic group engaged and in slavery, every single group on the planet. So like,
yeah, they did. But how many other groups of people, like their entire history was just defined by being a slave in the United States, right? There have been groups of people that were enslaved, like Chinese people for the railroads and stuff. There have been groups of people, sure, but like a lot of the people that are succeeding today are because they chose to come here, right? Or their families chose to come here in the past. When you look at like, why are Asians so good in schools? Well, I mean, holy shit, or why are African immigrants so good in the United States? Kenyans are the highest degree holders, or Nigerians are. I think Kenyans are a close second or third in terms of
No, Kenyans are the tallest Black people.
Sure. Well, no, but they're also people that immigrate from Africa. But like, who are these people? People that immigrate from China. They have the money, they've got the volition, they've got the willpower, they've got the values. They want to bring their family, and they want to succeed. That's different than slaves that were just bought, put here, fucked for 100, 200 years, 250 years, depending on how you look at it. And it's like, here you go. I think that history is gonna produce a different type of person at the end of that road. Yeah.
This is a discussion that should be had with some people who are like very knowledgeable about this stuff, and that there should be a strong bath before that happen. If Annalise wants to come on for that, I just know that's not my thing. So when she's asking me about like the welfare system and shit, I'm like, bro, I didn't read up on that, so I don't want to just cuff off the riff and all that stuff. But I would like to know one thing, Annalise. Why do you? Am I saying is it Annalicia?
It's Annalicia.
Annalisa, my bad. I didn't want to say your name wrong. Why do you have such like a bias against Black men, if any?
It's defined bias.
Why do you?
Feels like you come in with an extreme hostile energy when talking to Black men.
I mean, so I don't know how long you were here, but Steven saw it in real time when I was actually, you know, I was being malleable. Steven, stop.
No, it's true. I agree with you. It happened.
And so, I just like, that is my encounter with Black men. And again, I don't want to have to preface every single engagement or conversation with not all Black men. That should be assumed. I don't ever say, oh, it's all Black men, but it is a majority, and it is problematic. It's all of them. There are some exemplary Black men, but I think that when we're having these conversations, I get frustrated when Black men refuse to acknowledge, I guess, their failure as men, because when I look at the numbers, all the studies that I've sent you, Steven, and I have like 20 more,
I believe
but
you.
all of the studies that I've looked at, or the research that I've done, and not just in school, even in the communities, a lot of it has to do with the failures.
Can I? And this is like a bit of a tangent, but this is like a weird thing. So this is so weird, right? Because on one hand, I have no authority over other Black folks, right? I can say things, I can try to influence folks, but then, you know, it's very difficult to have these kinds of conversations because you're talking about Black men and like us as a group, and it's one of the weirdest aspects because we're constantly. When someone does well, you know, Black people up. When someone does terrible, all Black people are down. Then it's like when Black men do something terrible, all Black men are down. And then and you know, Steven, I don't know if you as a white man ever feel that feeling so much with your whiteness.
No, dude, but I get it secondhand. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I've talked to so many Black people that complain about this. It honest to God sounds fucking exhausting. The low tier God gave the same thing, where it's like every single thing you do, especially on the internet, especially as a celebrity Black man, is seen through the lens of like your race. Like it all gets interpreted that way, and it's very irritating, I would imagine, or exhausting to deal with it every single day.
It's very difficult because like whilst I can acknowledge that Black folks haven't done the best decisions in regards to like personal accountability when men not being present and stuff, like I wouldn't disagree with all that stuff, but like whenever I'm made to feel like I'm responsible or like I'm a Black man and like I'm looked at, I'm just confused. I'm like, man, I ain't got no kids, I ain't got no women pregnant, I haven't tried to get no women pregnant, I haven't left nobody, I haven't abandoned nobody, I want to have kids in a marriage, I'm trying to do it right, and I'm just I was like, damn, why can't I just do right and try to do right by my people and make sure I try to influence them as much as possible? So it's a difficult thing because you're forced to be part of the group in a way. Because you have certain, shared experiences or certain shared struggles to some degree. But it's also very difficult because I'm only really accountable to my own individual actions. And so whilst I can be on here prescribing like some decent advice, and I try to, sometimes the way the dialogue goes, it's just like, it's very vitriolic. And it's just like on both ends. Like I'll see people like, Black women, and I was like, yo, do you even know this woman? Like, what's she even done? And then on the opposite end, the way some Black women talk, like, I've had Black women just come up to me primed and they just like, I already know you don't fuck with Black women. I'm like, bro, what did I even do? First off, that's pretty much all I'm into. Sorry, go ahead. I've been speaking for a long time. Go for it.
You date white women?
No, I pretty much exclusively date Black women or non-white women.
Damn.
Oh, okay.
Wait, why is that?
Wait, what? Did you peg me as somebody who's into the?
I didn't know you were a fucking racist.
To the Becky's? Is that
My bad.
Yes.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you.
You look like an Emily guy to me, but yeah.
Yeah, you look. Yeah, I definitely.
I was just kidding when I said that. By the way, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Alicia.
I think so. I'm obviously these conversations are difficult. Obviously, it's going to evoke a lot of negative emotions and feelings in people, and knee-jerk reactions, because a lot of people are going to disagree depending on what side of the aisle you're on. Men and women are not agreeing on anything for the most part, especially in the Black community.
Word.
I think that I think, again, when we talk about how things look, or the optics, how things look in the media, you have some media outlets that are owned by Black men, and there's a responsibility there. And if they're not, if you can't blame society for the way that your image is being sort of portrayed. If you are,
I disagree.
You can disagree as much as you want, but at the end of the day, black men are nobody has that authority. Like the idea that you're giving them that authority to me is wild. But also the idea that you have media outlets that are owned by black men that are the ones pushing these narratives, or that are the ones perpetuating these negative stereotypes, that are the ones putting these to the forefront of the culture. Like they're also contributing to that negative image.
Okay, actually, I'm curious. I understand in regards to the negative image and how that perception exists. So listen, I can't make somebody undo their subconscious bias. But you said I can't blame society in regards to how it perceives you. You're right. I can't blame society for how it perceives me, but I can blame, or I can take objection with how people treat me based off of that perception.
What?
Do you agree? Yes.
I listen. If black men are engaging in the behavior that they are being sort of stereotyped and they feel like they're being disrespected or pigeonholed, whatever you want to call it, then you can't. Because
so in your mind, do you feel like a certain level of prejudice is acceptable?
I think that if you're going to perpetuate
But
some
I didn't perpetuate anything. Other people did. So me as an individual, I'm asking you, okay? Because I know we've been talking about the macro, and I know I fit within the macro. But my question to you is it acceptable for someone to be prejudicial to me based off that societal view?
I understand that you're an individual, but you're a part of a collective, and so that's why I'm saying it's important. The culture is important because your collective identity is linked to the culture. So if your culture is degenerate, you can't get mad if you're engaged. Not you specifically, but black men. If they're
it feels
engaged,
like the issue is having is that like you're hating ABBA for being a black man because of the culture of black men. Well, no, not hate, but like it feels like you're coming down on him hard for culture that revolves around quote unquote black men, but he hasn't contributed to that culture, but he's like catching flack for it just because he's a black man. I think that's like this is kind of like
in the same token, there's a perception of single moms or black women that exists out there. And if someone's to come at you with certain vitriol or negative emotions based off that perception, I would say that's unjustified. And you would say that you hate receiving that kind of animosity based off the fact that you're a single mom, because you probably have circumstances that contributed to that. What? Are you confused?
Personally?
Well, when people are being vitriolic towards you based off of little information or what they know a little bit about you, do you feel like that's fair?
So I would actually argue that he does contribute negatively to the culture. So
wait, who?
ABBA.
Oh shit.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now we can have a more interesting discussion. So why do I contribute negatively to the culture?
No, hold on.
Wait, ABBA, real quick before you guys do that. Hey, I promise you it'll be really, really short. I just read something like based off of the school thing. I swear to you, it'll be less than a minute. Okay. So I looked at all of those stats when you were talking about black men not graduating school and so on and so forth. And even though we already figured out data wise that black men do graduate high school in every state in the majority, but just like significantly less in the South because of economic reasons, it actually goes on to list all the reasons really quick, or the major reasons. So first off, they said the factors, the largest contributing factor is poverty. It's the leading factor impacting graduation rates. Then the next thing that they said is that additionally, students with parents who are not educated are less likely to achieve a full education. And then they said it's estimated that as many as 64% of African-American students have parents who have not completed high school, right? Then the other thing they said was internet access, that a lot of African-American people don't have internet access. And they said, and of the people that do have internet access, they're mostly only using smartphones for internet access. And they said that the reason for that was affordability. That was the reason for that. So it seems like all those things that you were talking about as far as graduation, as far as whatever, it seems like it's all economic. And if you think about the fact that the Brown versus Board of Education wasn't like overturned and all of that until like around 1964, and that there were still all these problems, that was literally only 2 generations ago. My mother was alive and born and attending high school in 1964. So that was literally, for me, literally 1 generation ago.
I don't think she'd disagree with that. I think the question then is that like, okay, let's say it's economic. Let's say that white people are complicit or even explicitly support it. Now what?
No, it wouldn't just be economic, it would also be cultural because of the fact that these previous systems are now leading to itself and to where now you have generational replication. And so while you can put the onus specifically on black men, and the one other thing, the gleaming for a statistic here, it says approximately 45% of African Americans in high school are living in single parent households with their mothers, and 35% are living in single parent households with their fathers. So it's not even that great of a difference between single fathers raising their kids and single mothers raising their kids. So it seems like this isn't just a specific men issue. It seems like it's both parties. And I linked all that. I linked it earlier inside of this Discord thing. You didn't link me a single thing earlier, so I didn't have a chance to engage with any of the things, or else I would have read them. But I linked it to you so you can read it for yourself. I'm not making this stuff up.
Yeah, I sent everything to Steven, and I promise I'll send it to you as well.
Yes, Steven, I think you should do like a proper debate between these two. That's like they can prep for and bring some like substantial studies and stuff like that. They can go ham.
That works.
If they want to.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out. Sorry to interject, Abba. You go. Y'all go back at it.
Why am I?
Hold on. Hold on. So, Steven,
yeah.
What I wanted to ask you was, so you're saying that that black people, I guess in the North American, I guess, have a very distinct experience as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and other.
In the United States, yeah, probably in Canada. I don't know shit about Canada's history with slavery, but
it's all the same. It's all the same.
Okay, then yeah, I would say yeah, it's a unique experience. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know how to pose the question. Do you think that I don't want to talk about black men anymore? Like, I literally don't want to say black. I don't want to do it, and I can't.
Just
I don't
say
have
it. Okay, it's okay.
It's okay. I'll say it for you, black men, and carry on the sentence.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, forget it. I don't want to.
Well, no,
Okay,
you might as well.
all right.
You've gone this far, so go ahead.
All right, hold on. I just want to know why I'm problematic, because like it's getting on close to 2:10. So, are you just gonna tell me, or am I just gonna go to sleep?
You can go to bed.
Okay, all right. Have a good night. Much great discussion. Thank you for finishing on that note. And Steven, we heard it here first. It's acceptable to be prejudiced against people based off the group image, because even though you didn't contribute, even if you haven't contributed, it's still acceptable. Honestly, it doesn't even matter whether I'm problematic or not. I think it's unacceptable to be prejudicial against any individual based off the group image. I would argue that there's some form of prejudice that's probably inevitable because it's split-second decision or it's ingrained biases, but I think we should do everything we can to not treat people that way, because I don't think every individual is going to enjoy the fact that they're being mistreated by cops or mistreated by women or looked at as a rapist or anything like that. And I think what it just does is further stigmatize people and make them distrusting of each other. And so I know you're arguing for that, and I think that's a really bad take.
I think it's. Did I actually say that, or did I say that?
Yes, you did.
No, I
yes,
didn't.
You did. Yes, you did. You said it's acceptable in my case because I contribute to the culture. But even if I didn't contribute to the culture, there's going to be plenty of people out there who don't contribute to the culture. So even if I take for a fact that you're right, it's unfair to be prejudicial against these individuals based off of that group image.
I don't think that it's right. Yeah, I don't think it's ethical. I don't think it's right for an individual to be discriminated against for their, the negative collective image. But I think my point was that it's if you are engaging in that culture, if you are engaging negatively with that negative image in any way whatsoever, I think that there should be a level of awareness, and there should be like a.
Is that something? Do you think Abba does that, or do you think he does?
Hold on. I actually don't care whether she thinks I do that or not. What about for all the people out there who don't do that? You have no way of knowing before you're prejudicial against these individuals. What I'm concerned with is if these people haven't contributed, let's say we're going to go at that starting baseline, okay? Because you have no way of knowing before you actually talk to these people. Is it acceptable to be prejudicial against them?
No, obviously not.
Okay, and if they have contributed, is it acceptable to be prejudicial to them?
I mean, I feel like it's not acceptable, but it shouldn't. I mean, I think it's incumbent upon the individual to have a level of awareness that's a. possibility. I don't know. I don't know.
I just want you to think about it because I don't think you realize what you said earlier. And I'm not trying to come for you. I'm just saying what you were saying earlier is you're essentially, what you were saying, you can watch it back. You were essentially saying that because black men contribute to this issue and perpetuate this stuff, they cannot be surprised or they can't be mad or they can't be upset or they can't feel outraged by the fact that they're being treated a certain type of way based off of that group identity. You contribute to it and you're part of a group whether you like it or not. And I'm just saying, as an individual, for most of the viewers who are watching who think of themselves as individual, when they hear your kind of message, it's almost reinforcing the idea that some forms of prejudice is acceptable. This is like a lot of the line of thinking of why, like, even people say, like, we understand why cops are a certain way or whatever it might be. So I just want you to recognize how.
Let me walk it back. Time out.
Okay.
I don't think anybody should be discriminated against. But when I'm talking about black men specifically and their image, I think that it's important to acknowledge that even if you, as a black man or as an individual, are not contributing to that negative image, it's important to understand why people are going to put you or see you through a certain lens.
I understand, and I think most black people understand why we're viewed that lens. I'm saying it's unfair because if you compare us to a lot of other communities, I don't think they get to live as individuals. Where I feel like we're always like pigeonholed into this thing that we didn't sign up for. We were born into this world and we're viewed through that lens, and I think that's the injustice that I'm talking about. Stephen earlier said that he doesn't get viewed that way, but one can make the argument that there's plenty of bad things that white folks do that probably should get them all grouped up in this status, but they don't. And so I just think it's unfair that I just come out the womb and it's just like I got this pigmentation, I'm part of a group, I'm somehow accountable, or I'm going to suffer as a result. And I just think that's the portion that's unfair that I rail against, because even though I try to live my life in a good way and I try to do right by people, that gets discounted because I'm just part of a group, and I don't. That frustrates me.
Real quick on this. So like this is kind of like an example, I think, right? If my son went outside and if he was playing with like a water gun and he aimed it at a cop and a cop shot and killed him, that would be, everybody would acknowledge that as like an ultra tragic thing. It's horrible. It never should have happened. It was sad. Like, just no excuse. But I feel like there's a group of people where if there was a black kid outside with a water gun and he aimed it at a cop and he shot, there'd be a lot of conversations about how maybe it's not acceptable for black people or even children in the community to exemplify violence even by play fighting like they do in rap songs, because that's contributing to why black people are the way they are in the United States. And it sucks that, like Abba said, like children don't sign up for these types of awesome as in like huge roles and responsibilities they're given. It's just kind of thrust upon them, and it probably feels extra triple shitty when there's a black person involved, like you reinforcing that kind of responsibility.
Yeah.
So what sort of what you're describing to me sounds like the double consciousness theory concept, where black people have to see themselves, or they sort of have to have an identity distinct from the way that the dominant society or the way that white people see them, but they also have to see themselves through the lens that that white people, or I guess the dominant society, kind of superimposes on them. So yeah, that I understand that, and that makes sense. And I think that's terrible. I'm
gonna do the most white thing I've ever done in my entire life. You ever heard that J. Cole song, "Snow on the Bluff"?
What is it?
There's a song by J. Cole called "Snow on the Bluff," but basically it's so like, I'm making a lot of assumptions here right now, okay? I'm out of my comfort zone. But like, it sounds like you have an awesome educational background and you have the ability to be conscious of a lot of the things and issues affecting the black community in like in a cognitive and an intellectual way that a lot of like white people, everybody like wouldn't be able to engage with. Because it sounds like you've done a lot of reading, you've done a lot of research. You know, you've done more research than probably 95% of all populations, Chinese, white, whatever, in terms of like issues affecting the black community. But it's a lot for you to step into those communities and then to take your level of education and then hold all those other people responsible, because they can't have that type of consciousness about the issues the same way that you do, because they weren't raised in the types of environments to be as conscious about those issues. And it's a really, really, really big burden to place on somebody, especially when a lot of these people are just trying to survive.
I agree to an extent. So where I sort of deviate is, I think that it's important that if black people are going to kind of not even avoid becoming a permanent underclass, like in perpetuity, if they're going to avoid that, if there's any hope that, you know, the Black community and the Black family and some of these structures, I guess, are going to be upheld, and the Black image is going to be changed, and the culture is going to be revitalized, and education is going to be valued, and marriage and family and all that, I think that it requires a very militant and community oriented approach. So while I don't want to, I don't want to.
Can I ask you just about that? You said the community approach.
Sorry?
When you say the community approach, I find that aspect so difficult, because even though we constantly say the community, I don't feel like there's as much unison or as much cohesion to be able to make these kinds of social movements really happen. And I think what people are asking for from Black people who are not monolithic to like pretty much any degree whatsoever, from conservative to liberal to, you know, interracial marriage and all this stuff, like all of our politics we've had so hard. I think it's very difficult to get all these folks to sit at the table or to kind of really unite under this issue. And so I don't see the outcome that you're, or the movement that you're wanting to happen ever happen. Especially in the internet age where people are more disconnected from their social groups and their communities more than ever. I understand what it is that you're saying you'd like to happen or what you think is necessary. I just don't think it is. I don't know if there's any point in dwelling on that.
So that's where we disagree. I think it's attainable. I don't think that it's I think it's attainable, but again, I find the differences, and I know this is probably an evolutionary imperative, but I think Black men have a very individualistic way of seeing the world and themselves in it, whereas Black women are very community oriented, very community driven, and I think that sort of dichotomy, or that difference, is kind of the reason that we can't get on the same page, that we're not on the same page, and that the community is sort of not stagnant. I would say it's degenerate. Like it's getting weird. Part of the problem. I think that Black men see things like, oh, I can only do things at the individual level. I can only think for myself. When in reality, any community, any social, cultural, economic, political change requires a community informed.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why.
I actually agree with you. I just don't think the way that society is currently set up encourages community-oriented things. I think and I think that's true across all groups. You're seeing more and more individualism and people breaking away from their communities. As the internet age has come and we've kind of even removed our national borders, you're finding people marrying people from different countries. People are overseas all the time. The way that we're dating, the way that we're living, the way that we're communicating, like you spend time on Discord talking to one dude in Montreal and another dude in Miami. This idea of community that we used to have before, it's fading with time. I don't think the society's set up to create that kind of cohesion that you're talking about. That's something that you may have asked us in the 60s when you knew your neighbors and you knew everyone around you and you lived around folks that look like you. Nowadays, that's rarely the case. And so I understand what it is that you're pushing for. I think the kind of coordination that's required is becoming eroded with time as society kind of goes forward. I think Steven could speak to this. Steven, do you see communities forming more and more, or people kind of separating and fragmenting off into different kinds of communities?
I think people are pulling away for sure, but like I don't think that it can't be the case that what she's saying is impossible. That can't be the acceptable answer, because that basically means that Black communities are that's it, that they've reached the end state and that's where they're going to be forever. That can't, if you're Black, that can't be the answer, right?
You want to know why? Because here's what's happening, okay? Even the idea of Blackness as we used to know it is fading with time. Now you have people who are mixed, and so you have to ask them, do you identify more with your Blackness, or do you identify more with your whiteness, or whatever it is you're mixed with? Now you also have people, sorry, you wanted to say something? I didn't want to cut you off.
No, the whole thing with like biracial people, that is a category, that is a group, that is their race. They don't have to pick, they don't have to choose. It's that is the community, and that is the group that they belong to. I don't understand why that's such like a...
Hold on, you don't have to choose. What I'm trying to say to Steven is when he's talking about that kind of cohesion that he's asking for, it's like first off, black folks are pretty much the only ones who are expected to all identify with each other based off of race. And I think that's only true for black Americans. And even with black Americans, you know, whether you go north, south, west, like they vary so differently. It's pretty much night and day. They might as well be from different subsets of groups. And so then you also have black Africans who really feel very differently politically on a lot of issues. The kind of cohesion that you're asking for from such fragmented communities is very difficult. It's why you probably won't see like some kind of new Asian alliance just springing up tomorrow. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. But I think generally speaking, all these groups identify with something much more specific. And when you're saying black, it's just a very difficult thing to unite everyone under an umbrella.
So here, like, or go ahead.
These are, I mean, in a lot of ways, there are minority communities that are not really changing as much as you're sort of asserting that they are. I think that a lot of communities are still able to, and a lot of ethnic groups are still able to sustain and preserve their cultural norms, their religious beliefs. I think that they're able, like you're able to. Sorry, go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah. Okay. So have you ever heard of a guy called Hobson? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, the rapper.
No.
Yeah. Well, what song did he come up with?
Yeah. So it's
we're all in this together. Go ahead.
It's called Jesus Christ. This is I'll reiterate this. I'm going to reiterate this for the 50 millionth time. It feels weird giving these criticisms because I'm a white person. I'm very much on the outside. But
no, you're Cuban. You just go with Cuban. Go ahead.
So something that Anna brought up earlier is that like, okay, I'll do another white person thing. Thank God, I've got all these good white person, black people things to fall back on. Ever seen a cartoon? Have you ever seen the? Have you ever heard of the Boondocks?
Yeah.
Yes.
You seen the episode on BET?
Oh, that's my favorite.
I think that's an example where I think Anna is talking about, or Anna? Is it Anna or Anna? How do you pronounce your name?
It's Annalicia, but Anna's easier.
Okay, Anna.
Annalicia.
Okay, Anna. Yeah. When Anna's talking about how when black people get in charge of their own media outlets, or when black people get in charge of the ability to start to disseminate culture, that it seems like it's not always the best representations or the best possible things that could like advance the entirety of the black community. And I know that there are. Oh fuck, I can't speak on that. There's a lot of people that wanted to talk about like the record label shit, but I can't speak to that. But that definitely seems to be a thing that that it seems like when communities of other racial groups, we can say Jews because they're the hot topic right now, get into positions of power or get the ability to like advance themselves, that like Jewish people are always like, I'm here, I'm helping other Jewish people, this is what I do, it's my community, it's my people, we're going to exemplify certain values, and that regardless of, you can stick Jewish people in any fucking part of the world and they will find ways to excel because those communities have incredibly fucking strong values. And like I personally, I know of, because of where I grew up in Nebraska, like the black communities that I was, I say a part of, but where my grandma lived or whatever, like those families were so unbelievably fucking conservative that like there would be no way that like these are kids, like the example I give, like these kids, if they got caught with rap CDs, they would get so much trouble. Like that's how strict a lot of these like black families were, like religious black families were in these areas that I were growing up in. And I feel like I wouldn't hear them be making like some of the excuses of like, well, it's systemic poverty, well, it's the police, well, it's that. I mean, these are things that they talk about, and these are conversations they have with their children, but there's a way different feeling of empowerment in those communities where it's like, you know, white people aren't going to help us, we've got to figure our own shit out. And I think that pushing that attitude is probably a good thing, even if you recognize simultaneously that the systems are fucked. But it seems hard to push that attitude because a lot of people will call you racist or whatever if you try to do it.
Steven, I don't think you're racist. You're my best friend.
Who, me?
Yo, Steven, I think she wants to have kids with you.
No, well,
so y'all can further
problem
this
is,
whole
okay,
discussion.
I think she might be racist, okay? So I'm trying not to be too close to that.
Hold up. Did you accuse me of jealousy? I absolutely am.
I said black men sexualize everything. Steven, 100%.
Okay, wait. You just did it. You just said it right there. But okay, hold on. I'm going to be critical of you now, okay? Stop smiling, all right?
No. We do sexualize everything.
True, okay. There is a difference when you speak, okay? There are ways that you can speak where it feels like you're coming from a place of compassion versus coming from a place of antagonism or hatred. And I think that's going to 100% determine how people perceive your message. Because like there is a way that you can speak where you can say like, listen, black men are not living up to the great men that I know they can be. Black men are not achieving or accomplishing what they absolutely have the capability of doing. That black history is rich with examples of people that have succeeded. You've got your Obamas, you've got your athletes, you've got got your successful black businessmen. These people exist, and black people can rise to that, and black men need to do a better job of attaining that goal. That's one message you could give. Or you could say, like, black men are shit, black men suck, they sexualize everything, fuck black men. Like, like, both of these messages are in a way the same, but I think just the way that you say them will probably...
Steven, have you seen a rap video? She knows.
Will probably influence the way that people view the message, right? Hold on, wait. Your mic just cut out. Wait, your mic is cutting out. Say that again. Whatever you just said, it didn't get... None of that went through.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Okay.
I said that I was really kidding when I said ABBA, like, black men sexualize everything.
No, it don't sound like you're kidding.
Okay, you can kid. Hold on, I'll give the same example I give. Okay, my child used to fake cry a lot. Okay, when he was 9 years old, he used to cry. He would fake cry in the backseat. And my rule for him was, as long as you're actually crying sometimes over dumb shit, you're not allowed to fake cry, because I can't tell the difference, and it triggers the fuck out of me. Okay, you can't come here and shit on black men all night long, and then make jokes about black men and say that you're just joking.
So wait. I'm actually curious about this.
Yeah,
Alicia. Do you not actually believe that black men over-sexualize more than other groups? I think deep down you do, don't you? And that's okay to admit.
Men, I think that black men are, I think they're hyperly, so hold on, because before I say this, I don't want people to think that this is just kind of exclusively based on my own opinion, like, oh, black men are so...
lots of people have this racist.
I don't think that. It's okay. You can just say it, but, like, is that something that you believe based off things that you've read and things that you've learned?
I believe that black men, because of their positions in society, because they okay, so
I don't even disagree with you. It's okay. You can just say it.
No, I'm going to answer your question. I think that they do. I think black men, as a group, I think that they do tend to hyper focus on, the acquisition of sex, like getting sex, sexuality, having kind of like the pimp mentality. But psychologically, they're doing it, and there's studies on this, as a way to sort of compensate for their powerlessness in society. So usually, like, masculinity. Economics is a big part of masculinity, and if you are a powerless group of men, or you're being subjugated, or you're being oppressed, and you don't have access to the same economic, I guess, power or influence, people can sometimes compensate in other ways, i.e. hyper promiscuity. So, the more women I have, the more masculine I am. And that's also why I think the Bald and the Bird podcast are so successful, because, again, it's largely black men who are consuming that bull. And it's powerless men who really don't understand what masculinity is, unless it's through sort of that lens of, like, women can you get, how many women can you sleep with? That's the objective in life.
Okay.
No value outside of that. So yes, I think that black men do hypersexual. I think they do. Yeah, and I think that it's a response to their positions in society, and I think that it's an overcompensation. Yeah.
Cool. Gotcha.
Can I poke on that for 1 second?
Oh.
So this is another thing that might explain the differences between, like, black men and black women. Might not have anything to do with the black thing, but it might also have something to do with more just the man and the woman thing. That, like, when you take away, I'll speak from experience here, when you take away like a person's ability to do something on their own, I think for women, I think that women in general, I'm speaking very broadly here, but I think that women in general are socialized more to have way better outreach to communities that they need help in. I think that women are really good at, and this isn't a slight, this is a pro. Men suck at this, okay? I think that women are really good at asking for help when they need it. I was homeless for a little bit, and I lost my house, and I could never imagine walking into a welfare office. I just couldn't do it. I can't never see myself taking welfare. And I think that's just like a stupid man brain thing. Like, when I look back in the past, bro, all these government programs are there for poor people to take advantage of. Why the fuck wouldn't you? But I think as a man, it's a really, really hard thing to do, to ask for help. And if you're in certain communities where, like, the only economic opportunities available to you are things like crime or things that are, less savory than, like, decent jobs, as a woman, it's easier to look outwards for help. And as a man, it's like, fuck, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I can to provide on my own, because I'm not here to beg for handouts, because it feels emasculating.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you guys the craziest pill, right? You guys gave a bunch of sociological factors and all this stuff. That's fascinating, bro. You ready for this, Destiny?
Hit me up, bud.
All right, bro. Listen, you know what it is, man. It's just like, man, black men, we just have way higher levels of testosterone than the average white man.
Oh my God, what do you?
And testosterone, according to studies, is associated with higher levels of infidelity. And this
Why are you
is
doing
true
this?
across.
Why are you doing this?
I'm just saying it's biology in
Why are you doing
in
this?
part.
We're
You know
making
what I'm saying?
progress. We were all getting along.
See, this is the. All right.
This is the problem with black men. Tell them.
No, I'm not. You know what? You know what?
You unrolled it all back. You unrolled it all back, dude. You're the Abba. You're the black guy at the end of American History X, okay? And you just killed my little brother. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, listen, I didn't kill you. I'm just telling you the truth. I can send you the studies. What you want me to do? This, I heard the studies. You mean higher levels of test, higher levels of it's like, what you want me to do?
Yeah.
I have a study that actually says that black men have the highest levels of estrogen.
Ooh.
I mean, that might be true, but the test and the free test just makes up for all that shit. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta slang this dick. You feel me? What you want me to do?
Thanks.
That's what I like about Steven. Steven, you're a fast learner, actually, and it is very impressive. So,
Look at Steven, just being the good old white boy.
Oh my God, can you stop?
One thing I'm going to push back on something that you said, Steven, because you said that, and again, this is why we have to acknowledge kind of the differences in. So yeah, I will agree that women, generally speaking, are more likely and probably just predisposed to reaching out for help or to to kind of building a community or whatever. Okay, yeah, reaching out for help and resources. But I think that the same thing for black women. Black women, in fact, historically speaking, again, because a lot of people like to ignore intersectionality just because it kind of threatens their positions of privilege and power, and it might ask of them, oh, what do you need to do, or what does society need to do? And that's not really the point of intersectionality. The point of intersectionality is to critically analyze and to observe how a black woman's how her identity may be affected and interaction in the world by being a woman and by being black, because being a black woman is distinct from being a black man, from being a white woman. True. And political and even legal implications are going to be different. So I think black women didn't have that. Black women sort of had to collectively, again, they're very, historically speaking, very community minded, community building. They together rather than outsourcing. That's the only thing that I'll say. I don't think that. I think that black women historically kind of look to each other, and they've always been building and building up and kind of putting the black community on their back. But yes, when it comes to needing help, yeah, I
Steven, can you continue defending black men?
No, why are you being so weird?
What you mean? This is like one of the wildest dynamics. It's like so fascinating to watch.
It's fucking uncomfortable as fuck for me. I hate you.
Well, hold up. No, Steven. Honestly, you need to push back on what she's saying, because I think you don't deep down inside some of it's a little bit wild. And you're being very like hands off because you're like, optically you're kind of concerned with how it looks. But I've definitely heard you in the past telling me, fuck the optics. So this is one of those moments where I need to defend the black man.
I'm trying my best over here, okay? She makes a lot of compelling arguments, okay? Maybe black
I
men
definitely
are
agree,
fucked.
and I think it's very sad that, considering the strong, compelling arguments that she's making, that you're not like going to bat for black men harder.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
Listen, my whole job in this conversation is to seem as unappealing as possible, so that the stocks of white men just continue to rise. So I'd like for you to continue defending black men, please.
Here, let's pivot. What is your opinion, Steven? I know what your
yes, Steven.
I think I know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Maybe about Steven and I like I love. I should have taken it like more, but even with you, I think that like when I saw you on the Bald and Burn podcast, there were moments where I saw you really like. Wait, can I say this, or is your audience going to be like, oh?
No, you could say.
I don't police black people. Are you talking about saying like bold and burnt?
No. You can't stop me from saying that.
I know. That's why I'm not trying to.
Hold up. What did you think when you saw Steven on that podcast? Tell us.
We already went through this.
No. I didn't hear it, so I'm actually curious.
Okay, so who's being antagonistic now, Abba?
What? Hedonistic?
Antagonistic.
Oh, I heard hedonistic. I said, boo boo. My stuff is in my. Okay, so I actually don't know. I'm not being antagonist. I'm actually curious. Like, what did you think when you saw him on the podcast? I'm confused.
What I observed, Steven, I saw you. Like, there were some things that were being said, and I saw you kind of cringe and die inside. Like, I saw what I interpreted it as, like, your head would go down, and you'd be like, like there was.
I just understood it. Is bald and Burt fresh and fit?
Yes.
Oh my days, yo, that is a crazy reference, yo. And Alicia, I know you don't like me and shit, but I'm not even going for it. I gotta give you. I didn't catch that till like 5 minutes later. That was crazy, bro. That was crazy. She calls them bald and burnt.
Yeah,
that's wild. Yeah. It's crazy because she was coming at me earlier for like the whale comment. Turns out she's just as toxic. You feel me?
That's not. How is that toxic?
You just said a black man is so dark he's burnt, and you don't know how that's fucking toxic?
He looks like the shit.
Oh my days! You can't make it up! Steven, you need to translate for me. As the white man who can get through to her, you need to speak on this issue, because you just heard the double standard. That is crazy. She said a black man is so dark he looks burnt, and she thinks that's okay, but I can't say whale on someone who's catfishing. You can't make it up.
Okay, how is that? Okay, Anna, you got to defend that. How can you do it?
So the reason that I can do it is because the
my days!
Are you okay, Abba?
Abba, put the needle down. Like, what are you doing?
What is the needle? What is that a reference to?
Because I'm black, she thinks that I'm higher likelihood of being a drug addict. Obviously, that's where she's going. You know, black man.
Okay.
No, I'm going to lean into everything that Abba's doing, and it's just going to get so degenerate. It's going to get really bad.
Hey, listen, degeneracy is black men's specialty, so let's get it, girl.
It's your purview, I agree. But the reason that I feel like it's okay for me to say that about, what's his name? What is it? Which one is which?
You don't even know.
About Fresh. Fresh is the one according to you that's burnt.
Okay, so right, him. The fact that they can sit on a podcast and talk about black women and call them night riders and dabbling in the dark, and they're not down with the brown, yeah, you could slap yourself. For him to look like that and say something like that, you look like the burnt shit emoji. You're not in a position to talk about what your preference is. Who the fuck are you?
Hey, you know what? I agree, and that's why I called the bitch a whale.
Right, but she didn't say anything. She didn't do anything. She
catfished somebody. She catfished somebody, which is exponentially worse.
No, she was insecure. First of all, my understanding of that debate yesterday was she had pictures. She had everything but her fucking social insurance number. What do you want from the girl?
Hold up. The whole point was that when I was reading up on it, which the articles were misrepresenting and the stuff that I was reading up was misrepresenting, is that she was catfishing someone, hence the comment. And so I, just like you, when you look at Fresh and you think he's saying terrible things, I thought she was doing something terrible, hence the comment. I'm just saying, we're operating on the same paradigm. The only difference is that you think yours is acceptable because you don't like them, but because I didn't like her for catfishing, that you don't think that's a problem.
Okay, wait, hold on. I think, believe it or not, I think you guys actually agree on this, okay? Calling that girl a whale, if she wasn't actually catfishing, would be a mean thing to do, right, Abba?
Absolutely. Hence why I apologized and I retracted the video within 30 minutes.
Gotcha. Okay. So that's why. So yeah. So Abba doesn't. He disavows those comments. Okay. He doesn't stand by those comments. Okay.
Well, like I said, and this is the problem. And see,
I appreciate you, Steven, for repeating what the fuck I just said, but with your white soft voice, so she can understand me.
It's not that Steven is white. That I'm like that has nothing to do with it. Honestly, but you.
No, I'm sorry. I cut you off. My bad.
The way that you came in, you just rubbed me the wrong way.
Okay, hold on. You gotta stop sounding like a Fox News anchor when you talk about black people. Okay, it's triggering me. Okay?
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be honest with you, Annalisa. I think you may, and I can't really say this for certain, but there's a feeling of like a bias, you know what I'm saying, that is a bit unfair against black men. And I can understand where it came from because, you know, I'm part of a larger community and they probably talked down to you and said a bunch of mean shit to you. I'm just saying, as an individual who actually agrees with a lot of your takes, I feel a lot of hostility. You know what I'm saying? And I think the chat feels it. They can feel it. And Steven, with his white complexion, you know, part of the group that hasn't oppressed you nearly as much. I just feel like, you know, the way you talk to him, it's very Steven. I saw you on the podcast with.
I mean, respectfully, Steve and I have kind of built a rapport over the course of this stream, which he hasn't been disrespectful to me. He hasn't been. Yeah, he might have like added some reprobate degenerate black men, but he apologized, and we, you know, we kind of recalibrated.
Wait, I might have what?
Yeah, you added to the degeneracy of black men, Steven.
No.
Hold on. My point is that Steven and I haven't, and I don't think it's because he's white. I honestly believe it's just because that's how Steven is. I think that he's empathic. I think that he has emotional awareness, and I think he's intelligent. So I can have a conversation with him probably about anything. It has nothing to do with. If he was black, I would be, and he was like this, I would be.
Hold on. I want you to be as honest. I want you to think about this and then answer. Do you believe, if you look at yourself, that you don't have a bias against black men?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'll accept that, and I'll take that.
Yeah. No,
wait, hold on. Here's just a random question. Just toss it in the dark. Do you have any friends that are black men?
Me? Yeah.
Okay.
For sure. Like that. It's not one of those like the white people who say I can't be racist because I have black friends. It's like, no, I'm in the community. Yes, I have black men who are friends.
Okay, let me ask you a different question. Do you believe?
Yes, but at the end of the day, these are like I've known them for so long. Always love, respect.
Okay, do you believe, based off of your lived experience dealing with people, dealing with black men and stuff, is there a possibility, okay, that subconsciously maybe there's a certain bias that exists that permeates based off of like maybe how you answer people or the kind of energy you come with? Do you think that there's a possibility for you to have some subconscious biases against black men?
So you said subconscious?
Yes, subconscious.
Okay, so no, so here's I know what I'm doing when I'm doing it. When I say that I have a hyper sense of awareness, if I'm acting a certain way or if I'm saying a certain way, I mean to do that. But like that's intentional. I promise you, there's no like I'm not like a passive aggressive. Like,
so your answer is no. You don't feel like it's possible for you to.
If I have a conversation with a black man and I'm not really like, he's gonna know. He's gonna know.
Steven, I'm gonna tell you, I'm consciously aware that I have a bias against white women. Like absolutely, bro. And I think 75% of that is your fault because the women that you be bringing on the streams always ulting all the time and crying for no reason. And so like there's like PTSD triggering like white women crying for no reason. Okay. But I'm conscious of that bias. And what I do when I'm having a conversation with a white woman is I try to intentionally be more patient and like be passive and be like, this individual, maybe she's not gonna ult. And 75% of the time she starts fucking ulting, and then I'm like, I was right, bitch. This is why I'm prejudiced. But I still fight it because I know there's plenty of white women out there who don't engage that kind of behavior, so I have to fight it. But that's me being conscious of that bias. And I think a lot of people are not honest about the fact that they have these biases, either subconscious or consciously, and it's only perceivable to other people because they can see the difference in the way that they talk. And so that's all I'm just trying to say. I could be wrong. Maybe you're really good. But...
How about you? That I'm conscious of the way that I speak to any individual, black, white, whatever.
I think subconsciously, I don't think you realize. I think consciously, I don't think you realize the way like you talk to certain people and the way that you interact online. And I only say this because I heard your voice and I thought I heard your voice. And I know you already had like a discussion. Actually, I've seen one in the past of you and that Saint in the Sinner guy. And I don't know.
Wait,
just
did they
like,
really?
Yeah, she did one. That shit was wild. I'm not gonna lie, that shit was crazy.
Oh, you're like an e-celeb. I didn't know it. I feel misled. Okay.
And it's just something. I could be wrong, but something to think about.
Okay, so again, I'm speaking in a way, and I'm 100% conscious of the way that I'm speaking, and I pick and I choose the way that I want to speak to who I want to speak to. That's
no, he's not saying that you're not conscious of what you're saying, but he's.
I understand how people will perceive it. I understand how people will take umbrage with it. I don't care.
Well, no, he's just saying that it sounds like maybe you've had like really bad experiences with black people in the past, and that's kind of like tainting your future experiences with other black people, kind of.
Well, hold on. So yeah, because he brought up the Saint the Sinner. So yeah, I know what he's doing. But the
well, it's not a matter of doing. It's not like
what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
Yeah, wait. It's not a matter of him like doing something like underhanded or sneaky. It's just like a feeling of like the way that you talk sometimes about black men, and I think even I got this impression a little bit. Is that like, damn, you like really hate black men because you've had like maybe you've had like really negative experiences with them. It's like the feeling that somebody could get potentially.
Hold up. Can I ask what am I doing?
Hold on. The only times that I can really say that I've had these types of negative encounters with black men is online. It's in these spaces. In the real world, I'm good. I don't like. I'm good. I'm fine. I don't have these issues. But online, definitely encounter.
I need to understand what am I doing? What is this I'm doing? When I bring up that podcast that you did with Saint the Sinner, what am I doing?
What is it called? There's a term. It's called oh fuck.
Describe it. Not sea lining. What do you mean?
No. Is it
dog whistling?
Dog whistling?
Yeah, there it is. Thank you.
You think I'm dog whistling because I brought that up? What was I trying to dog whistle?
Okay, can I finish my I'm gonna
No. It's important because you attribute to me some intentionality that I think is very negative, and then when I question you, you're like, actually, Steven, but it's like, no, you just said something that's pretty wild, and I don't think you acknowledge it, and that's part of the disrespectful aspect that I think that you have towards me. That I'm like, that's kind of crazy. If I was to accuse you of being a disrespectful ass person, you're like, how am I disrespectful? And I just moved on. You probably feel some type of way. You accuse me of dog whistling is the use of coded language or suggested language in a political message to garner support from a particular group. Who's this group that I'm trying to garner support from, and what is this coded language I'm trying to use? I want to know.
Okay, so if you call me disrespectful, I'll agree with you. Yeah, no, I'm most definitely I am disrespectful, but I pick and I choose who I'm going to be disrespectful to. And the reason that I said that is because obviously you obviously watched it, so you're familiar with me or with that podcast, that situation. So there's certain implications. If you're putting it out there like that, now people are going to kind of, what was that? What is that? And now that's a point of reference that they can go and refer to. And then it come full circle and it all makes sense. And then to me, that's a misrepresentation, because if that were the case, if it were just a singular interaction with a black man and all of a sudden my life is turned upside down and I'm online having these conversations, what does that say about me?
I mean, it's not just one. Saint the Sinner is a type of person. He's pretty aggressive. That's fine. Then you had a conversation with Fanatic that got extremely heated and pretty contentious, and there was definitely some aggressive fucking energy there. And then with me, even when I was being very charitable at different points, I still felt a lot of that energy coming from you. So I'm just saying, you're dealing with different kinds of black men from different walks of life with different messaging and different ways of communicating, and you're getting a lot of the same feedback, which is like, yo, we feel in some type of way. Now, maybe you disagree, and that's fine. But I'm just saying that is a perception I have. What I don't like is that you're jumping from what I said and you're like, well, I think you're dog whistling. That's a crazy thing to accuse somebody of based off of very little to nothing. And that's why I start to look at you even funnier when you say you don't have a bias, because the conclusions that you're coming up to based off of so little is very strange to me. That's what I'm saying.
So here's the first thing. So my interaction with you is predicated on our initial interaction, our initial dialogue, whatever it was.
What was that? What was our initial dialogue?
Hold on.
I'm asking you, what is it?
What?
What was our initial dialogue?
What set you off first about him? Like, what did he say or whatever that triggered you initially, I guess?
He came in and he said, black women are always right. He was just being...
that is true.
Is that our first interaction?
Yes.
Wrong. You came into my DMs and you said, I got some smoke for you. How is that our first interaction when the first time I even hear about you is you saying you got a problem with me? And you're saying, I'm being aggressive? Boo-boo, I don't even know you. And you drop it into my messages, talk about, I got smoke for you.
Okay, so first of all, when I went into your DMs, it was actually to say, hey, tell Destiny to check his DMs because I'm here waiting. That's really the reason that I wanted to go into your DMs. I messaged you additionally to say, hey, I want to have a conversation with you as well. When I say, I have smoke for you, I guess that was your perception. I have smoke for me. That's a colloquial way of saying, hey, let's have a conversation. You can say
Wait, hold
That's
on.
how
I
you
gotta
say you
clarify.
wanna have a
I gotta
conversation
clarify.
with somebody?
Because that sounds a little aggressive, no?
That's not a little aggressive. When someone says they got smoke with you, that's not something from a stranger that you're fighting. That's fighting words. You don't go up to random people you don't know and say, I got smoke for you. That's crazy talk. Are you seriously saying, like, I want to have a conversation? That's what you were saying?
Yeah.
Oh, my days. Okay, then I don't think you realize subconsciously the way that you come across to people, because you're saying things and they're not translating the way that you think they are. So you need to figure out why that is, because that's a crazy way to talk to people.
Steven, did I not say the same thing to you when I spammed you?
Yeah, but I assumed it's because we were gonna fight.
Like, you're mad at me for my energy, okay? Not realizing the energy that you gave me initially was way worse. So I'm just confused as to how you think you're supposed to be treated charitably when you don't even come into these conversations doing so. You didn't say, hey, Abba, I have a strong disagreement with you. I'd like to have a conversation. I would approach you very differently. But yeah, if I don't know you and you come to me, you're like, I have smoke for you. How am I not going to think you're a fucking unhinged person?
Jesus.
Oh, because you're not going to think that if you come on and you actually engage me respectfully, because you'll get what you give with me.
Steven, do you see the cognitive dissonance? She engaged me disrespectfully and aggressively, and then she's saying, "You're not gonna. I'm gonna give back what I got."
That's what you
hold
gave
on.
me.
Well, hold on. I'm threading the needle hardcore. I'm threading the needle so tightly right here. She didn't come at you disrespectfully. She just came at you with a lot of energy. That's what I would
That's
say.
not no, Steven. Yeah. I've got smoke for you is not the same as like I have a strong disagreement with you. That's not the same thing. That's not a lot of energy. When someone says I've got smoke for you, or like, oh, we about to throw down, like, bruv, that's fighting words. You don't just say that to random people you don't know.
I would agree with you in some cases. If somebody says to me in DMs though, like if somebody starts tweeting it out or something, sure. But I mean, if it's a private message, I assume it sounds like they want to fight about something, but I don't know if I would say it's like disrespect. But maybe, I don't know. That's not
From
us white people
you
don't say
know?
smoke for you. That's not like a term that we use. Right. We might say something that I might say to a friend is, "Hey, buddy, it looks like you're cruising for a bruising." Like that's what I would say, So
shut the fuck up, Steve. You stupid. Okay, you know what? Listen, I don't want to spend too much time on it, so I'll just let it go.
It does sound like you have like a big problem though, like a serious problem. I would say I do agree with that. Like it's not just like a let's meme. It sounds like you fucked up and I'm gonna call you out on it. That's what it sounds like when you say I've got smoke for you. That's what I would interpret it as. That's what I thought it was. I thought we would have a lot of disagreements. Yeah.
Let's go. Go ahead.
That's fair. That's how I felt yesterday. I felt like Abba was saying things that I vehemently disagreed with. And I went into his DMs primarily to say, yo, fucking Steven, I'm waiting. But also to say, hey, I also want to engage in a conversation with you. I have smoke for you too. Because I think I said I have smoke for Destiny. I think I said, actually, I'm supposed to debate Steven, but I also have smoke for you. So I thought that you sort of would.
No. Listen, no. Yeah. I have the DMs in front of me. I could just read them. It's simple. You sent me an invite to your server, which was just me and you.
How to use Discord? That's not fair, Steven.
Okay. Hold on. I understand why you did that. I'm not mad at you for it. Now that I've heard you explain it, I understand. I'm not mad at you. I just want you to understand how I perceived it, not knowing you. Okay. I don't know you. You invite me to Discord where it's just me and you. That's scary as fuck. That's already really weird. Okay. But it's fine. I know you didn't know, so it's okay. And then your second message, and this is your last message. Your second message and your last message, you said, Abba, I have smoke for you. Period. With a T at the end. And I was like, oh, this girl's wilding. And then I said, I unfriended right away because I'm like, I ain't trying to hear all this stuff. So that's all that happened.
I never said period.
Huh?
I never said I have smoke for you, period.
Okay. I did embellish just a little bit. You know, you just add a little bit of sauce.
He's not credible anymore.
What do you mean? I have screenshots. Come on, stop it, girlfriend. Period. You know, with the T at the end, it's just a joke.
Now he's portraying me as the period black woman.
Ooh. True. That's my bias. But you see, I can acknowledge it. I have a little bit of a bias.
Oh my god. Okay, if you want to talk about Saint Sinner, you want to talk about my
No, I don't. I actually don't.
Wait, what happened on Saint Sinner? I'm just curious.
You can go watch it on stream tomorrow and do a review if you want. It's a wild thing. Okay. I wanted to ask you, Annalise, how do you feel about chicken and waffles? Serious.
Okay, so first of all, do not review that. It is the most degenerate.
Oh, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it. It's crazy.
God. Okay.
So first of all. Second of all, I don't have an implicit or an explicit bias towards black men. So that's it. Full stop.
I think that's a very tough thing to 100% for certain, but that's okay. I'll accept it. You know your subconscious super well, so you know that. And like, there's no way for us to know on the outside, so we're not going to argue that. But seriously, how do you feel about chicken and waffles?
I've never had it.
Okay.
What?
Because Destiny, that's his favorite thing to eat. I don't know why.
Why are you
but
doing this to me?
No, I'm serious. Destiny has an obsession. Anytime he meets someone, like even me when I'm going to Miami, he's gonna take me out for chicken and waffles, and I'm just like, bro, you know, people eat different things, but it's not weird, racial or anything. Like he takes white people there too, so it's fine.
All sorts of white people.
What do you guys think about Andrew Tate?
Andrew Tate doesn't like chicken and waffles, so fuck him.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of him. He seems interesting though. Why? What do you?
He seems interesting to you?
Facts.
That's what I said. Yeah.
I've seen Steven do multiple videos where he defends him. Actually,
No, because people will say like, oh, he's a convicted sex trafficker, and that's not true. He's not convicted for sex.
No, you said after he got deplatformed, you were saying like, oh, he's really changed. His
I said he
ways,
made
apparently.
I said he made the perfect
and
PR
he did a
statement.
great
I don't know
job,
if they feel-
and
Oh my
like
God.
you're
Yeah,
really
do it.
good with
Yeah,
how he's
true.
coming out.
I love Andrew Tate. That's what I meant to say.
And also, he's very good friends with Burnt and Crisp, whatever you called them.
Not very good friend. She knows I've been on the show. That's how she fucking.
No, you don't just haven't been on the show. She made it sound like you were there and you like hated these guys. No, y'all be texting all the time.
No, we aren't be texting all the time. That's not true. Okay.
Steven's being a little bit disingenuous. He's
I'm not
misrepresenting
being-
because
why
he
would I
knows
move
that if you knew the truth,
Okay.
you would start to hate Steven because he actually likes Burnt and Crisp.
I don't care.
And hold on, because I actually do believe that as well. But I think that with Steven, there's a part of him, the smart part of him, that consciously realized that this is degeneracy, that he understands what the problem is. But I think there's another part of him that really kind of wants that that to be involved in that type of community or be ingratiated in
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm the pick me. What's like the white version of Uncle Tom? That's me, dude. I want to be that. I want to be that guy. Okay.
So wait, I'm like way off. Is that what you're saying?
Is that what I am? Is that what you're saying I am?
Steven, I wouldn't say he's red pill adjacent, but he's very sympathetic to these people who are like incels and nerds.
I am.
And to these red pill people.
I'm an Uncle Todd. Yeah.
But is that's a mischaracterization? Like you don't think that I didn't call you said the term pick me. I'm just saying I think that you kind of have resigned yourself to the degeneracy and kind of
hold on. I don't know what you say degeneracy. I don't sign off on terminology like that. What do you mean degeneracy?
So when you're on the podcast and they're disparaging women in some way, or they're objectifying them, or they're literally anything that comes out of their mouth is degenerate. So,
First of all, not everything that comes out of their mouth is degenerate, but I don't support them when they talk negatively about women. Those are usually the things I'm fighting back against.
Name one thing that came out of their mouth that was not degenerate.
Ooh.
When they say like women tend to date men that make more money than them, and men tend to date women that are like younger and pretty.
Don't use my talking points. Use something different.
What else have they said? That men need to work on themselves and build themselves up to be better people.
I also said that. Yeah, I said those three
bro,
things.
I don't know if you said every fucking thing.
You were here for this. I literally just said it. Use something different. Don't steal my points.
Okay. What are some of the things that they said that... Okay,
yeah, actually engage with what she's saying. Don't
You're
steal my
such a
talking points.
shitster. This is what Dan does.
No, that's actually what you do, but I'm serious.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead,
get you
engage.
so hard on the next conversation. You're gonna be fucking screaming, okay?
To be fair, though, Steven, you do engage in a lot of degeneracy. I'm pretty sure that's
Thank
something
you.
you're a very hedonistic person.
Yeah,
so
I am. True.
You actually align with them in that regards. Even though they do closed off, one-sided open relationships, you're not against open relationships. You actually love them.
That's true. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So he's into degeneracy. I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you.
I didn't say that the open relationship was the problem. It's that it's open on one end and closed on the other. That doesn't make any sense.
True.
Like,
I agree, but I called them out on that multiple times.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know what appeal you might see in them, or their talking points, or their I personally don't understand it. I actually think that they're both remedial. Like I think the burnt looking
What? Okay, hold on. When you say remedial, what do you mean by that?
It's hard, like
Never mind. I caught half the word. I understand. That's not a racial thing, is it, Abba?
What, remedial?
Yeah. No.
Don't that mean they're like retards?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just.
You think they're both remedial?
I think that they're. Does anybody listen to the things that they say, or is it just me?
I listen. I don't think They speak
Like
facts.
Baldwin says the same thing over and over, and it's like he thinks if he says it with more conviction the second or third time, or if he keeps on saying it over and over, that it's that you got it's believable.
Okay, just to be clear, he's not bald. He got a hair transplant. He's good now.
Okay, so he's bald. He, you know, I'm not going to go in on their looks because they're so stupid. Like,
don't you call them? Hold on. Don't you call them the bold and the burnt? Can you really say you don't go in on their looks? That's kind of.
No, so I was about to. It was about to get worse, and I just stopped myself and said, I'm not going to go in.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. We appreciate you. That's okay. Keep going.
But at this, like, I don't. What's the appeal to you guys?
There's no appeal to me. Okay, I have nothing. I wouldn't vibe or ever listen to anything like this ever. But I think the issue is there is, I understand everything. I understand your position now more because I think that your framing of their podcast is coming predominantly through a black person viewing a podcast by black people, and you think that it's for a predominantly black audience. So I'm hearing what you're saying more. I understand your perspective more on it now, but my perspective prior to listening to you talk about it was there are another group of people that are serving as a voice for disaffected and lonely men who feel like nobody's listening to them. That's the purpose that they serve.
True. I would also say the appeal for me is that I really like the women on the show, and the women on the show like black men, so it's kind of a nice change.
No, they don't.
The women on the show love niggas.
They love niggas with money.
I mean, that too, you know what I'm saying? But they don't know you got money until like the third or fourth date, so like, let's get it popping.
So
when I was on there, you know what I mean? I lived with 3 of the baddest, you know what I'm saying? It's a good time.
Go on that show are like really like bad, like they look good.
I've been trying to be a reoccurring guest. So we've gone through a bit of a fallout now, but like if I could, I'd like to mend the fence for sure.
Yeah, are you gonna get back on there?
I mean, hey, listen, listen. Out in this world, there's so much hostility towards black men in general that I just feel like being in a space that loves black men, like, let's go.
Okay, so, okay, so he
like, I'm not gonna front you. I'm not even gonna front you, like, you know what I mean? Like a submissive, kind woman. Like, I feel like if I go on that show, I'm much more likely to find it than being out here in this debate sphere arguing with people about, like, black men are the problem. You feel me? Like, sometimes I just want to be surrounded by people who, like, appreciate me. And
oh, you want a woman that's not gonna call you out on your shit. That's what you're saying. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, sometimes I just need support. I don't need to be constantly called out. Is there something wrong with that?
You need a mom. You want to be babied. That's what you're looking for.
I don't want to be a mom. What I want is a support system. I want to be her support system, and then I want to, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much oppression out there and so many people gaslighting me about the oppression that I just want to go to a space where I can be a king and I can feel like a king in my own kingdom.
Steven, black men have historically, they have been coddled. That is the reason that you can't talk about them. That's the truth. That is the reason that if you try to engage in any type of racial or social political discord with the black community, they're gonna cry because they've been coddled. They've been insulated by black women and the black community that you can't say anything about them, but they can say anything about black women. So I mean,
Steven, I disagree, and I just think a lot of black women don't want to take accountability for their coochie and their behavior. So that's something I'm not.
Lean into that a little bit more.
What you mean? I mean, if he ain't shit and you laid with him, that means you ain't shit either. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is.
But do you understand how probability works, right?
Yeah, and you probably choose ain't shit men if you constantly getting pregnant by ain't shit men.
Right. So if you have a large group of women, it's just not just black women, by the way. So I believe that it's white women who are the new face of single motherhood because of black men. So if you have groups of women who are becoming single mothers and unilaterally because of black men, can you really say that you think that you can really use the choose better argument, or do you think
I'm not using the choose better argument. I didn't make that up. You did. You told me that black men need to make better choices in regards to how they portray themselves in public and all this stuff. I agree. I think black men need to absolutely do that. They need to change that perception. They need to make better choices. They need to be more involved. And if they have the ability to make those choices, then Habibi, you also have the ability to make better choices with who you let inside your vagina and who you get pregnant by. Yeah, we all got to make better choices.
Right. And actually, and I'm sure you guys have heard of, at least ABBA, you've heard of Cynthia G, right?
Oh, is that the one that wants to abort the black babies?
Well, but that's what you guys are saying, right? You guys are saying you're having these kids, we don't want them. Like, so yeah. So I mean, that makes.
Wait, hold up. I just want to clarify. Cynthia G, I remember watching the video. She said we should be aborting black men because they're useless and pointless.
Jesus
No, that's
Christ.
not. That's not what she said. That's actually not what she said. She said.
Can you clarify her position?
Right. Well, I'm not gonna speak on her behalf. She and I are friends. I'm not gonna like put her out there like that. But
Okay,
I'm saying,
I'll look it up. Don't worry.
what I'm saying is, if black men are saying, well, black women you're the reason that you're a single mom. Why are you having these kids if they're not gonna, if the father's not and if black women are saying, okay, then we just won't have your kids. So
Hold up. I pulled up the clip. She said, abort all the black male babies. If that's your friend and that's who you be kicking with and you still say you ain't got no bias against black men, boo-boo, you're going to have to try a little bit harder to make a case because I think you have a conscious and a subconscious bias.
Hold on. As a matter of fact, Steven, if...
Steven.
I can't help you here. What?
Steven.
You see, Abba, this is what I'm saying. Steven, you can actually review one of her videos, and if you find any inconsistencies, if you feel like, okay, this is fucking crazy, I promise you, I'm not going to change my mind, but I promise that I will, you know what, it's just a good idea. I think that you should review those.
Yeah, Steven.
Yeah. I feel like I'm being pulled apart at the seams here. What?
Just review one video where she talks, because this is what happens when you're dealing with really smart people. If you say you should be aborting these kids and you're the reason that you're a single mother, and then black women turn around and they abort the kids, like what's the problem? This is what you're asking for. You don't want to raise the kids. You're blaming single motherhood on women when really that's not how that works. So yeah, what she's doing, she's just flipping it on its head. Okay, so you want us to abort
let's
wait. Can I just get you on the record? Can I get you on the record? Can you just 100% say that she did not say that we should abort black male babies?
I don't think that's what I said.
No. Okay, so she did say that. We're both in agreement.
I think that I'm trying to give more context to it, whereas you're just trying to frame, like you're taking literally you're taking a sentence and you're trying to frame an entire
No. The issue is you said before that she didn't say that. Now we can both agree that there's probably a context that would help explain it, and then Steven can review that later because Steven's the person to do that. But I just want you to clarify. Earlier you said what I said wasn't true, so it is true, right? She did say that we should abort black male babies. Is that, she didn't say that.
No.
Okay, cool. We got it on stream. We got it on tape. Okay, she made the claim, so we're good. Carry on.
Listen, I promise you, Steven.
Holy shit. Hold on. You're talking about Cynthia G?
Oh, yeah, that's Cynthia G.
Okay, I'm looking at these video titles and...
Steven, don't do that. Remember?
Becky wants black woman's help after her black Kang turned her into a baby mama. Isn't that a little bit...
No, read another one, Steven. No, please, read another one. Please.
Well, I'm just saying, like, okay, hold on.
Get out of it, Abba. Oh my God.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Yeah. One of her lives, and I like actually really review the video. Go to one of her lives.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll look over shit, but like, black Kangs?
No, don't look at the videos though. The videos, like, those are short. Those are usually like she's talking about what's going on in, like socially and culturally and like social media stuff like that. Go to one of her one of her lives. I believe one of the you know what? I'll send them to you. So that you're not like going through catalog of fucking streams. I'll send it to you.
Okay. I'm just saying, if you've got high hopes for me coming out with a positive review with titles like that, I'm not.
Yo, if you aren't aware, Steven,
No.
Cynthia G is like Nick Fuentes after like a race change. You feel me? Like that shit gets wild. She just happens to have sex unlike Nick.
Gotcha.
She gets buck wild in there.
Wait, somebody says what is a what is a naker? Is this like a
niggas, black men?
It's what?
Black men.
Does she use that in her video titles?
You damn right.
Why?
Steven, stop. First of all, stop.
Steven, she's so disappointed that you're not giving her queen a chance. Like she's so like sad about this. Like she's really disappointed.
Time
time out. She is a brilliant mind, but she's my contemporary. She's my she's not my queen. Like it's not like Booty Goon Samuels.
My bad. She's like a fellow princess.
All of the black men in the community put their knee pads on for fucking Kevin Samuels. That's not what this is. Okay? So just cut the shit. But Steven.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting you to come away with a positive review. I'm not expecting you to be like, oh, the only thing that I think is that you're gonna say she makes fucking sense. Like counter it. That's it. I think you're gonna think maybe some of the talking points, or maybe you might be like, oh, maybe it's extreme. But I think ultimately you're gonna say that there's validity, and I think that you're going to say, shit, like she's right. What are you gonna do?
Okay. Gotcha.
That's it. So, yeah. I think that so you guys like you guys said you like the Bald and the Burnt podcast, right?
I know neither of us have said that.
Sorry, Abba did.
I don't. He was being sarcastic when he said it. Don't trust whatever he says now. He does not like that podcast.
Are you being serious?
Yes.
I can't. That's the thing with Abba. I can't tell when he's being like authentic and genuine, and when he's just being like whatever.
That is the problem.
I had a beef with Fresh and Fit for some time, and then the more I watched Cynthia G, the more I realized we needed a coalition before all the black male babies get aborted. So now we're on good terms.
Right, but that's the problem. Like, why do black men have black men want to have it both ways? You want to have the argument that black women are sleeping with these men and they're becoming single mothers because they're sleeping with these men. And then when black women say, okay, we're not going to have your kids anymore because we don't want to fucking be single mothers, like then it's a problem.
Well, I think it's a bit different. If she would have said, let me finish. I think it's a bit different. If she would have said, I'll finish. I appreciate you. If she would have said, oh, if these men don't want us to have these kids and we're always responsible, then I'm just going to have an abortion. That's one thing. The fact that she specifically singled out aborting black babies, male babies, sorry, boo-boo. People are going to look at you a little crazy. It sounds a little bit crazy. But yes, carry on.
Have you ever watched one of her lives?
Unfortunately, yes.
Which one?
You want me to pull up the title? Why PK Subban and Tyrese Gibson were both dumped by their white Beckys by their preference.
So the dynamic between black men and white women, you don't believe that there's actually a dynamic and a psychological sort of, what's the word?
God damn. Usher Raymond selectively bred with the white Becky and got the white son he always wanted. These titles are wild, bro.
Really?
I need to tune in for more of this shit. This shit is crazy.
They don't have crazy titles either?
Oh, no, they absolutely do. They absolutely do. But if your argument is that Bolt and Burnt are really bad and that it's acceptable for her to do this because these guys are really bad, then that's a poor argument at our.
No, the argument is that her information is based in fact, and their information is based on this guy came in here and he said that every woman and every man. There's no statistical base in fact. They're just saying whatever the fuck they want to say, and they're calling it objective truth. That's the difference.
You realize that to most people, they see you talking about Cynthia G and pretty much don't see any difference between you being really into her and then other people being into Fresh and Fit. Because you say, all right, well, what Cynthia D says is the truth. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then friends of Fresh and Fit or people who like Fresh and Fit are going to say, well, what they say is the truth. And you guys are really just two ends of the extreme. You just think you're operating off the correct facts and you're being uncharitable to the opposite side. But the reality is, you guys are both ends of the extreme. I mean, sitting here talking about, I'm going to abort black male babies. Like, yeah, you sound fucking crazy and unhinged, and you probably should be thrown out with the bathwater. And on the same side, if these guys are talking about, like, well, we're going to have open relationships that are just one-sided for one side, they sound crazy too. Yeah. And most of the audience sees that, and most of the people are watching to see that, and most of the people who hear this shit are going to think that. Y'all sound fucking insane and unhinged. So, I just want to say that.
But did you watch that specific live where she said that whatever what you said? I don't even want to say it, but did you watch that live?
No, I did not.
So, and you never would.
I mean, I might watch it someday. You know what I mean? It's not, I'm not rushing to go watch her. Say she wants to abort black male babies, but I'll do it one day. Oh, she left. Steven. Yo, chat, wasn't it kind of crazy the way that, like, instead of talking to me, she always went to Steven? Earlier, we were talking about, like, we shouldn't lean on white people for help and to fix our problems. And all of a sudden, every time we have a conversation, all I hear is, Steven!
What'd you do?
Steven! I didn't do anything. She said, you going to watch Cynthia G? And I'm like, yeah, one day. She just disappeared. I think the Cynthia G and the boarding black male babies, I think it got too hot for her.
Yo, Abba.
Wait, you scared her while I left for 1 minute?
What do you mean? She needs to own
hours,
that.
You need
She's
to be
kicking
the
it with
babysitter.
somebody who's like a
Abba,
fucking
I gotta
genocidal
ask.
killer.
Abba, have you met a woman like that before?
Like her?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Wait.
Okay,
What do you
I'm
mean
just
like
making sure
her?
I'm not crazy because the
Wait.
subreddit's telling me like this woman isn't real. All right.
Oh, no, she is real. She is real, and there's people like that out there. And actually, you'd be surprised. Cynthia G is far worse than her and has a tremendous amount of.
I'm not
huge fan base.
surprised.
She has
I
a huge.
know.
She has a sizable fan base, and those women eat up the fact that like there's a certain level of hatred for black men in that community, and some of it's warranted. I understand they've been really traumatized by black men to some degree. Like I get it, but the fact that she sat in here and she said, I have no subconscious biases against black men. I have no conscious biases. But meanwhile, she's kicking it with somebody who literally has admitted biases against black men and says the most wild shit is crazy to me.
I didn't know this woman in particular.
Yeah.
I had no fucking idea she was like this unhinged. When she just owned, like, I asked her if she would like say it's acceptable for black women to date Asian men, and she's like, oh yeah, that's fine. And I ask if it's okay for black men to date like outside the race. She's freaking out. It's unhinged.
Wait.
Okay. Let me be charitable. Let me be charitable.
Hold on, I'll be charitable because I'm her Nazi king. Okay.
Oh God.
She would say that makes sense, right? Because it's black men that are letting down black women. So of course black women are okay to date outside of their racial preferences, but black men shouldn't be. Yeah.
Let me be charitable to her in the way that I didn't want to do to her face because it was funny to see her get upset. The thing is, there's a tremendous amount of pain within the community in regards to the perception of black women in the media, the way that black men sometimes openly talk about black women. There's a lot of cringe shit that I've heard black dudes say that really annoys the fuck out of me.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Like black guys will go out of their way to shit on black women sometimes. I'm like, bro, that's fucking cringe. Don't do that shit. At least I'm not into it. And so I understand there's a tremendous amount of hurt. When you compound that with things like the doll study or a society that constantly reinforces the fact that like black women are undesirable, there's a certain level of like, the same way you could understand why incels get to the point that they get to in regards to like feeling undesirable.
Black. I know how hard it is to date. Yeah.
Okay, so like I understand that pain. I'm not like unsympathetic to it. So when I see her say this stuff, I get it. I think it's like wild to me that she's saying all these things and she cannot see where her biases lies in that regards, because it would only make sense for her to have biases because there's a tremendous amount of hurt and pain there. And
I think she kind of knows.
I think she knows, but she just won't willing to admit it because she feels like it's going to discredit her. And
that's the reason why nobody wants to.
And it doesn't.
Yeah, people don't like to admit a bias because when you say you're biased, it makes it feel like you're saying you're wrong. That's the issue that people have, right? When it comes to bias.
Right, but I think it's important to be able to do that because you can see yourself better and see why you're making poor arguments or why you're not coming across to somebody. Like I could see the ways in which I'm biased against certain groups, and so I have to be cognizant of that and try to work on that to be better. But unless we acknowledge it, then we can't really have real human conversations. So all this to say, go ahead.
It's like when I was talking to her, I was like, "Hey, what are your solutions?" Because that's my litmus test. Like, hey, is this a serious issue for you? Because if it is, like, you'll machine gun out talking points. If you want to talk to me about housing, I have so much shit to say about fixing zoning laws and all that shit. If she hates black culture, I think it's like weird that she doesn't have any solutions other than black men do better.
I think.
Well, hold on. I'm very sympathetic now. Now, I'm glad I got a strong black woman's perspective because now it contextualizes some of the other emails I've gotten from black women that I don't understand. So from her perspective,
I'm effeminate. I'm a black woman now.
From her perspective, the leaders of the black female community are like single moms that are doing everything they can to try to support their children, support their communities, and uplift like their children whatever way possible. These are like the people. This is like what the leaders of the black women and black communities are doing. That's what they're doing. And nobody sees those people. Black women are ubiquitously panned as fucking losers. That's it. That like black women are the worst type of women. Single black moms are the worst of the worst of the worst. That's like culturally, that's how we treat them. But then when you look at like the leaders of the black community, these are people that leaders of the black male community, what they're in charge of is getting huge paychecks from white people to participate in the further destruction and degradation of the black community. So whenever you ask people like, well, who are the best black people? The answers are going to be people oftentimes that you'd probably feel are contributing to the destruction of the black community. It's never going to be black moms that are brought up ever. And it's always going to be black men that are destroying the community. That's her perspective. That's probably where a lot of her frustration comes from.
Also, because black men are so like, she feels as though they're really against. She feels like they're really against black women. She feels like it's not her responsibility to offer solutions for how black men need to fix the problems that she feels like they created. Because generally speaking, in the entertainment industry, most of the highest pushers are black men, and so that'd probably be something that she would also say.
Yeah, but when you look like, I don't know how I feel about it is when you look outside of the entertainment industry into like every all the other industries around, like you see black men like literally working themselves to death. It's called John Henryism, and like they will literally work until they die, and it's just like fucking insane that like she just doesn't like is willfully ignoring that. I guess I don't know. It's just
it's hard for her to be charitable because a lot of the pain and suffering that she's come as a result of black men. So I think the charitability aspect is thrown out the window right there. And if she would be, I think there's a lot of like middle ground that you can find. And it's important not to always sensationalize the issue because even though the marriage rate is tremendously down, the vast majority of black men are still marrying black women. They're still getting these marriages with black women and getting relationships with them. Yes, is there more black men dating outside of their race than other groups? Sure. But I feel like sometimes we sensationalize the issue and magnify it so much, and it's unfortunate. But again, so we're not, but we avoid that because it's uncharitable, and I don't like that. So, yeah, that's probably what I would say.
Like, oh man, I don't know. Maybe it's just because like come from a different background, but like the obsession with marrying within the race is like so weird to me. Like I don't see it in Hispanics or like I'll see it sometimes in Asians.
That's not true. That's not true. Hispanics do it.
Yeah,
Hispanics will do it by culture too. They'll do like if you're Mexican, they don't want you to date a married and Salvadorian or a Puerto Rican. Like they're very much like they would prefer if you've been with a Mexican as well.
Maybe I've just been around too many white people. I don't know. Just it fucking weirds me out here.
I feel like
well,
I don't think it's that weird. Wait, hold on. I don't think it's that weird.
I feel like it's a way more prevalent issue in the black community than it is in Hispanic communities. Like there might be certain Hispanic communities that are kind of racist towards each other, but I think that there is like this is like the huge cultural phenomenon of like when black men become successful, they go and they marry white women. Like the fact that like nobody wants to date black women, right? I don't think there's not an issue in like Latina communities where nobody wants to date Mexican women. No one wants to date El Salvadorian women, but nobody wants to date black women, not even black men, and that's a problem, right?
I agree. I don't know. I feel like that narrative is a bit exaggerated when you say nobody. It's too hyperbolic for my taste. It's not true. Plenty of black men.
When I say nobody, what I mean is that, like, statistically speaking, I think it's Asian men and black women that have the most trouble in dating apps. But also, just if you talk to people in general, like, how many white guys would be like, "Oh yeah, I really want to try dating a black woman"? Like that, like, it's not there, right? Versus like black men who want to date white women, or everybody wants it, right?
If your argument is essentially that, like, on the dating marketplace, that black women are at the top of the totem pole, like, I agree. They're probably be towards.
Well, they're at the bottom.
But within their own race, I would not argue that they're at the bottom. That is not the case. So that's what I'm trying to say. Within their own race, meaning like to black men, that's not true that they're at the bottom.
Oh, sure, that's probably true.
Okay, so and I think that's important to note. So because most people,
generally speaking, race and class and everything,
marry within their own race, marry within their own. So that's generally true. Mm-hmm. On the topic of why you think it's so weird, you have to understand. Like me having lived in the States for some time, spent a lot of time around black Americans, one thing you learn is like because they have a certain amount of shared issues and there's a certain amount of desire for like loyalty and staying within that community, that kind of rhetoric in regards to marrying somebody from your own race becomes very prominent. And it's not totally abnormal. Generally, when people marry outside of their race or things like that, they get removed from the communities oftentimes, either through, joining the other person's family or living in a different state. And so that's why people talk a lot about marrying their own race. Now, I don't necessarily agree with it. I don't think that homogeneity for black people in our modern society with the internet and everything is possible, but I understand where the sentiment comes from. especially if you're talking about political movements, like it makes a lot of sense if you're someone who wants to encourage Black people to move forward, to want to encourage Black nuclear families for political purposes. So like there's an ideology behind it that has like some coherent thoughts. I just don't think it's feasible in our modern society.
All right. I enjoyed our Black eugenics talk. I'm a normal person that works a real job, so I have to go to bed. Later, guys.
Good luck, buddy.
Destiny, y'all gonna grab some chicken waffles?
You know, dude, at this point, I was gonna go to the Brazilian barbecue place, but now I might just do it. So, because fuck you guys, you know, why not? If it's some good ass chicken and waffles, okay, so fuck you.
Bro, that was the most fascinating dynamic I'd ever seen. Just
good.
seeing like her only feeling comfortable talking like to you and addressing you was like,
okay,
really
well,
mind-blowing.
stop. Okay, it's because I'm doing my best to make a good faith understanding of everybody in the call.
I don't know. I think if some of the subconscious biases, I think if she sees a white man, that might be a little bit more cool. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. She wants to ask another question. She doesn't know how to rejoin the group. Jesus, one sec. Oh
she can
my
ask me
God.
anything she wants. I mean, listen, Candace, we both in Canada. Holla at your boy.
How do I call another person in the Discord window? Will it not let me do it if it's popped out? Or how do you restart the call?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you just kick out Fnatic and Forethought and then redo the call, I think it should be fine.
Well, no. Isn't there a way to individually just call somebody in the call?
Here.
What? Here, what?
Oh, oops. No, I was gonna call her individually, but I don't know how to bring her on. She's too much of a boomer.
Oh my god, how's she booming so hard?
It's okay. We can have this discussion another time. We should probably let it go. It's already 3 in the morning. Bro.
Well, no, hold on, because I don't know if I can submit myself to another 8 hours of this. Here, hold on. She wants one more question. Wait, right?
For you or for me?
Who knows?
I think it's for you, Destiny. I think she wants to come in here.
Shut
Steven.
Ready to start the call.
I could tell just the way that you were.
Oh my god, it fucked up. Jesus Christ. Fuck me. What time is it? Fucking 3:30, dude. Fuck me. God damn it. And now neither of these motherfuckers are picking up nice. Oh, hello. Did your phone die?
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, yes. Abba might be coming back, I'm not sure, but what's up?
Okay, so I want to ask you one last question. Serious question.
Okay, serious question. Go for it.
If I wanted to pivot, because talking about Black men is exhausting, honestly, obviously.
Okay.
But I also
about white men.
Okay, sorry.
Abba can't stop, eh? He can't stop.
He can't help himself. Okay, sorry.
Steven, I'll stop.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. What were you saying?
If I wanted to kind of pivot, but like in this space, like let's say the YouTube space, or I don't even know how Discord works, so I'm not going to say Discord, but let's say like the YouTube space. What space or what space should I occupy? Like,
what are you asking me? Do you mean like making content or watching videos or what?
Yeah.
No, making content.
Oh yeah.
Or should I maybe just continue with the whole Black man thing?
No. I mean, you know.
The issue is that if you make that your conversation topic online, your audience is going to exclusively be filled with like white
Black
dudes. Women. No, no. I'm not trying to sound racist, but how many Black women are on the internet? It's got to be the smallest demographic ever.
Cynthia G's audience is pretty much exclusively Black women.
How many viewers does she get? I just feel like that's a really small audience.
100K. No, and it's possible. There's plenty of people who only do the Black circuit. Absolutely.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
Well, I kind of want to again. Cynthia is a more brilliant mind than me, so I definitely want.
She's no Kang, but go ahead.
Even I told you, I'm gonna send you a video or two.
Okay.
And if you can just sit through it, and then you can make your analysis after. Just be honest, be objective.
Would you be open?
I mean, I can do it. I can watch a video and I can do it. I mean, I'll do it. I'll evaluate it. I'm just saying that right now she's starting on the back foot. Okay.
Would you be open to in-person debates?
Me? Probably.
Oh, yeah,
I guess. Oh, her?
Okay.
Oh, dude. Oh my God. You
live out in the middle, like I heard, like Alberta or some shitty province.
Who the fuck said that?
Okay, I could be wrong. My bad. I just didn't know if you had access to an airport. Sorry, Steven, what were you saying?
Yeah, you should go on Fresh and
See, this
Fit. I would.
Fucking guy. They would not want me on that show, and I'm not.
Oh, they would definitely want you on that show.
No, they would not.
It can't be on the after show though. I want her on the main show.
Yeah, you should go with Steven to the main show and
No.
then have a serious debate.
You should go.
I would like. Why? I would never ever go on that. Like, I would rather give. I would rather lobotomize myself if I'm going to listen to degenerate, stupid, chronically remedial, and.
But that's why you should be able to
pathologically
destroy them. You should be able to destroy
immature
them.
Black males. If I want to hear them like talk or have a, I'll just give myself a lobotomy. That's better.
But if you destroy them, that could jumpstart your YouTube career.
Right, but everybody knows that the way that they set up their show, they can't get destroyed.
And that's why I said. That's why I said you go in with Steven so he can be your voice to defend you if anything goes crazy. Because Steven, no, Steven has already done that for another person. Steven, haven't you already done that for what's her name, Erudite?
No, Erudite did all her shit on her own. Damn, I didn't fucking.
Steven, hold
defend
on, because I did notice the way that they treated you was very different. Did you notice like you got a little bit of that like white man privilege?
Okay, hold on.
True.
Hold on.
Because then you not talk to black male gets the same. Yo, she's preaching right now.
Hold on. Okay.
Stop.
Hold on.
Steven, I'm not saying this as a pejorative.
No,
I'm
I
just
never
saying
said. Well, excuse me, Queen. Stop. I didn't say you said it as a pejorative. Okay. What I'm saying is that I spent intentionally, okay, a whole first episode doing my best to be the nicest fucking person in the world. Okay.
True.
And that's why I think I got a lot of credit the second time I went back around. I don't know. Maybe me being white had a little bit to do with it, but I spent a lot of effort building bridges, okay, in that first episode in order to make them be more welcoming or warm to my criticism on the second episode.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, but so the way what I'm specifically talking about is when I see the way that they interact with, like, obviously black women, they shit on black women.
They shit on all women on that show. They shit on all women on that show.
Especially black women.
Oh, okay, maybe, yeah.
Yes.
Like, I don't know. See, Abba, I feel like this is my problem with you. I feel like you, and for me, it feels like I'm being patronized. I don't like to be patronized.
I think he agrees with that one. That's real.
I agree with you.
So, but I noticed that you were like, kind of like you were interjecting a lot, and not that you shouldn't have, but I've seen in instances where like people would interject, and you know his tagline, "Can I finish? Are you gonna let me finish? Can I talk? Are you gonna let me finish?" He did not do that with you, not one time.
To be fair, though,
he kept on, you know what he kept on doing with you? He kept on saying, Destiny, I think we're missing each other here. This is what I'm saying. And
I think it's a man
thing. He kept coming back to you, and he kept saying, did you have something to say? I'm sorry, like, are you good? Like, I promise you that there is a dynamic, or but
it's not based on race. That's what it's based off of gender and the fact that Steven is a guest. So they treat people differently based off whether or not you're some random Instagram thotty or if you're Steven, a creator online who can bring them value. Obviously, when they have Kodak Black, they don't say anything to him, even if his mom calls during the show, because he's a high value man. You feel me? Like Kevin Samuels would say. And so based off of your stature in life, they treat you differently, and it's normal.
I'm a high value man. Thank you, Abba.
You're like semi.
No, because Abba's wrong. First of all, it's not just that it's not just that you're like you're a man of status or you're wealthy.
Damn right, baby.
But Kodak Black was I saw that clip too. He was on their podcast, literally on the phone. But when you had what was that black woman's name? What was her name?
No, I was gonna say something stupid. Carry on.
Sorry.
Well, I think it was King Von's girlfriend. I can't remember.
Yeah. That's good enough. We don't need to know her name. Carry on.
I just want to punch Abba in the face. Honestly,
it's all right. I'm gonna be honest. I do too sometimes. Okay.
Violence. That is crazy.
Yeah, you're a black man. She's speaking your language.
Hold up. It's not like this lady has a career or she does anything special. So let's just like carry on.
Okay, but she does have a career. She is in music.
Okay, all the news articles I saw was like King Von's girlfriend. I'm like, isn't King Von dead? Like, why are we talking about his girlfriend? But anyways, carry on.
Okay, but I don't. So why was Kodak Black allowed to literally be on the phone, but those two black women couldn't like
Okay.
whisper 2 or 3 things to each other?
I'm gonna give you your favorite word in the world, okay? Intersectionality, okay? So there's layers to this kind of oppression that happens on Fresh and Fit. If you're poor, they don't give a fuck about you. If you're a woman,
He's
they don't
not
give a
poor.
fuck. Oh, hold up, let me finish, okay? Okay, if you're poor, they don't give a fuck about you. If you're a woman, they don't give a fuck about you. Now, if you're a rich woman, they give you a little bit more leeway, but they really fucking like don't fuck with ladies that much, especially. And then if you're a man and you're rich, then you get that extra privilege. You understand what I'm trying to say?
You know what you're describing? You're describing a homosexual man. Is what you're describing.
What?
You're telling me that they don't fucking like women, and I agree. They hate women. I think that they hate women, and I really think that they want to be with other men, and they have that gay rage because they can't. You're describing men back in fucking Greece, in ancient Greece.
You know what it's like? It's like sugar. You know what I mean? It's like it tastes so good, but you fucking hate yourself every time you have it. So sometimes you eat sugar. They hate fucking women. You feel me?
No, they don't like women. They do not like women.
I love sugar, bro.
Do you think they're gay? Do you think they could be?
She thinks they're gay.
Speculate that they don't like themselves, and especially the hideous one. He does not like his blackness at all. And neither.
I mean, it's not like you don't like his blackness. You call him burnt. Damn.
Yeah. You don't think it's kind of crazy that you're perpetuating? You don't think it's kind of crazy that you're perpetuating? No. I think it's kind of crazy that you're mad at them for perpetuating anti-black sentiment, and you're using things like burnt and like dust, like all these things, and you're perpetuating colorism and anti-black sentiment. I think it's kind of inappropriate for you to do so.
Maybe you're right, but at the end of the day, the reality is I don't care.
Hey, I like that she just owned that. So yeah, you know what? That is kind of fucked up, but fuck these.
That's
dudes.
the fit line right there. These are facts. She's not here to care about your feelings.
She's here
to say
hold on. But if Destiny, if she agrees to come on the podcast or like do an in-person debate, maybe in Miami, would you be down to take her?
Bro, I'd fly her out if she wanted to go fucking debate.
Okay. Forget it. Let's say it's not a debate with them. Would you be down to do a debate with Destiny in person? Like if you ran
Wait, what are we debating about? She convinced me. I hate black people now. Okay, I'm fully on her side.
Yo, listen, don't say that because now this looks bad on me. If you say that as a white man. Don't say that.
Yeah, don't say that. You can.
I don't want the added pressure as a white man. I just want to be treated like a human. Okay.
You can think that and feel that, but just don't say it out loud.
Okay.
I'll
just have extreme animosity towards every black person I talk to. Okay.
The reason why is Destiny's trying to do more in-person content. So that's what I'm asking.
Wait, but I'm not going to debate her in person. I don't know.
Then you could set up a 3-panel debate. I think more in-person stuff is good for you. You're doing stuff on campuses.
What are you? Hold on. Stop. What is happening right now? Okay. You pump the brakes. If there's an event,
hold on. I'm coming to Miami. So is Brittany. So this is normal. We're gonna do it in person content. Yeah. What's wrong?
Well, because you're not coming for me, are you?
Yeah. I mean, no homo. Don't say that out loud. That sounds kind of gay when you say it like that. You're coming for me? Don't say that shit, bro.
It doesn't sound as gay. It doesn't sound as gay as the things that they say on that podcast. I promise you. Like, you know what the funny thing is? You know what the funny?
What is the funny thing? Tell me.
Do you really believe? Do you really believe that men, and I'm going to say black men, I'm going to say black because these are black men. As much as they want to be white men, they're black men. Do you really believe that these black men should really be having conversations about their masculine plight with other men versus having it with their partners or their girlfriends?
What if they're single? Who do they talk to?
Huh?
If they're single, who do they talk to?
That wasn't the question.
I don't know
what. But these guys are all single. They're all single.
Yeah, I don't
know. But in that show, or sorry, in that what they were talking about is the importance of not talking to women and telling them how you feel, and you take all of that and you go to your boys and you tell them how you feel and what you're going through because only men understand masculine problems. Well, apparently men don't understand either because they're killing themselves at the highest clip. So clearly, going to men isn't really helping, is it?
That's
kind of true.
Whoa. That was uncalled for. The fact that you just brought up the suicide rate to make an argument against men is kind of wild.
And the fact that anything that any and everything that they say, that's what your response should be. Yeah, but you have the highest suicide rate. Like, you can't be.
It's like a more polite way of like, Maybe you should raise it a little more. You know, like Jesus Christ.
I just think there should be more equality in that family court should be biased against men. Well, yeah, men kill themselves, so fuck off. Your argument's stupid.
But would they ever say that? Like the thing about
No, I'm actually curious. They've actually brought this up. They've actually said before that family courts are biased against men. They feel like that's unacceptable. Would your response be like, suicide is really high, so you guys suck, shut up?
Right, but that's not true. That's what I'm saying. They think that they can say anything that they want.
True.
Courts are not biased towards women. Courts aren't like, do they know and do they look at a piece of research ever in their life? Do they even like ever? Like, I know that they're going to say, oh, the OK Cupid study that said that, whatever it said.
Steven, are you going to rebut what she just said, which is factually untrue?
You don't think family courts are biased against men?
No, I don't.
Steven.
Well, she got me. What am I supposed to say?
Steven, I want you to take her out for chicken and waffles and have a real.
Bro, she sent me like 45 fucking links earlier. What do you think I can argue with that point? I don't know if that's true or not. I know that like custody is more often awarded to women, but men don't want it as much as women. So I don't know what the actual reason why is. I have no idea.
Thank you. Oh my! So why are men arguing about custody or access to their children if they're coming to the consensus at the end of a relationship or a divorce and they're saying, oh yeah, the custody goes to the mom? People think that custody of children goes to the mom by virtue of her femaleness. No,
True.
she's the primary caregiver when they were together. She was the one bringing them to the doctors. She was the one going to the PTA meetings. Oh, the point when it comes to sort of like, the judges look at the best interest of the child and whatever is going to disrupt their day-to-day life.
That is true. That is true. But I will say,
Steven,
I do believe when it comes to sentencing, I do think that men get sentenced more harshly than women, even when you control for criminal background.
All factors. Yeah. So like, let's say a man goes around and then stabs Burnt and Fresh, and then another woman does the exact same crime and stabs Burnt and Fresh. For some reason, the woman, statistically speaking, is less likely to go to jail for a long time for stabbing Burnt and Crisp.
I thought it was Fresh and Bold, or what?
Hold up. Do I know why that is?
Yeah.
Because y'all got some ass and titties. Ain't that what it is?
Oh, it's the woman. It's the female advantage. Is that what it is?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Anyways, I'm really interested though, Steven, because I don't want to be like.
Yeah, what don't
you want to be like? People, I don't want to be like she hates. I really don't hate black men. Like.
I just want you to know that here I'm going to give you a quick tip, okay? Because I know less now. I can finally speak from a place of experience as a white guy. Anytime you find yourself saying over and over again, I swear I don't hate this group of people. It's probably something you gotta adjust with your conversation style. Just like a random tip, okay?
And also, I would like you to appreciate, Annalisa, that I'm actually on your side more than you realize. But I think because you've come at me with uncharitable energy and haven't, you've already pigeonholed me into these guys that are like red pill adjacent or fresh and fit type. I'm actually your ally. But instead, you look at Steven, a white man, to be your best friend and your ally, and that makes me sad because I want to be in your corner. I want to sit there and be like, you know what, black people in regards to like rap music, we can have that conversation, all this stuff, but you won't even just give me a chance, and I don't know, that makes me sad.
I think that first of all, I don't agree with your red pill talking points. I don't think that women are overvaluing themselves. I think that's like, I think that men are just failing at whether it's in dating or
can we agree that there might be some compromise in the middle there? Like, I'm going to be totally honest, and I'm not trying to shit on anybody, okay? But I do see quite a few women that are like, if I open up my Tinder, I can find like a 37-year-old woman who weighs 250 pounds, who has 2 kids, saying like they're looking for a serious guy, no jokes, like he needs to be ready to commit, he needs to have like a good business background, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, damn, you are not in a position to negotiate. I do see that pretty often. Like, there might be some women that are like a little bit too hyped up on like oh, you go girl, like you deserve everything and blah, 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 blah. That might be a thing that maybe, or no, you don't think that's a thing at all?
I don't think it's a thing because I haven't seen it, but I don't want that to be like, so.
That's fair. You might not see it. That is fair, right?
Hold on. So because she has two children shouldn't have standards? Is that like that? Is that the argument?
Probably. Well, hold on. 2 children and really overweight.
Okay, so
no, I'll say I'm just 2 children. Let's say she's 2 children, but she's a baddie. Well, for most dating people out there, it's definitely going to lower a lot of people's interest in you. That's just a fact of life. And so, understanding that, whether you're a woman or a man, even men who have kids, sometimes there's plenty of women who say, "I don't want to date a dude with kids. I don't want to date a dude who got baby mamas or children." That happens. It's okay to accept that and say, like, that's going to make it harder for you to date. It's going to have to probably alter your standard. And if you don't want to alter your standards, that's okay. But understand there's a possibility of you not finding a partner because you're being unreasonable. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's unreasonable to have standards, whether you have kids or you don't have kids. I understand that as you get older, it becomes more difficult to find what you're looking for, and dating, generally speaking, as you get older, is a shit show.
Well,
yes,
careful. That's not necessarily true. That was a very woman thing to say. If you're a guy and you don't mind dating younger women, dating as you're older as a guy is fucking awesome. You could swoop in as a 35-year-old dude with a career, and you can outperform every motherfucking 22-year-old kid in college. And girls want everything you have to offer. I've got a job. I've got money. I can travel the world. I've got fucking. I can show you the world. And women and every college girl's like, hell yeah, I liked it. I like older guys. I like 30-year-old dudes. Blah blah blah. Like every college girl's up on that shit. So it doesn't always.
It changes. Like now that I got a Bugatti, like honestly, meeting women is so much easier, and that's come with wealth and stability. So that's definitely facts we say.
The idea that younger women like want older men is it's not true. Like to the extent that they want you for what you have, okay, that's fine.
Well, here I think that I'm just speaking in generalities. Okay, do you understand? Wait, I need you to understand. I'm about to speak in generalities. Okay, right?
Yes, she understands.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, so generalities. Okay, is that men tend to value things in. This is a red pill talking point. I'm going to repeat this, but I agree with it. Okay, I think men tend to value things that women have earlier in life, which is no children, lower sexual partners, youthfulness, and beauty. Right, things that you have like in your early 20s, late teens, mid teens, if the guys are creepy enough. And women tend to value things that men tend not to come by until they're much later in life. So men that can offer some level of financial stability, have some level of independence, have some level of like in general their shit figured out.
True.
So, and those are things. So, yeah, I agree that like women don't explicitly think like, oh my God, I want a guy that's 30. They think I want a guy that has all these things that you can only really have when you're 30, generally.
How does it feel to realize that Steven's more red pilled than me?
I think first of all, I still disagree. So I really don't care.
What part of that do you disagree with?
He's way more red pilled than me. So like, if you
wait, hold on. What part of that could you possibly disagree with?
Because I don't think that an overwhelming majority of younger women would prefer to date an older man versus someone in her own her own age.
Isn't the average pairing like okay, so here I will appeal to stats. Isn't the ideal attractive age for women 24 and the ideal attractive age for men 30? Am I wrong on that?
True.
That's like a survey from like literally people around the world. I thought it was 24
I will
and 30.
tell you, it's an OkCupid survey, and basically what ended up happening is they tracked the graph of basically the age of the people who were taking the study, and then they tracked also like what they found attractive. What they found that even as men got older, what they found ideal in terms of attractiveness were still young women. Whereas with women, when the graph tracked, it actually found that women's age interest was either above theirs as the age went up or around their age. So women traditionally went for guys at their age or above.
Okay, but at your age or above is different than like 10 years older, 8 years older.
Yeah, but it's generally it's pretty rare for guys to go for women older than them. It's just not typically, and again, I'm speaking generalities, but it's not typically what men go for, right?
Yep.
Just
no,
I mean, it's also logical. At the end of the day, it's like if you want a spouse and you want to have kids, like generally speaking, as an older man, you're not going to date someone your age. Even if you're like, if I'm 36, I'm not probably going to date someone 36. I'll date someone who's like 30, 28, 27. Why? Not because there's some kind of crazy power dynamic. Just like she's got better childbearing years. Like if I start dating her,
for me, it is the power dynamic. That's exclusively what I'm looking for. A malleable.
Yeah, I told you. I was trying to warn you, Annalise, that this guy's got some weird thing for like red pill.
Exclusively what I want.
And
it's
I think
so much easier to
that.
gaslight a 22-year-old than a fucking 31-year-old. Fuck that.
Yeah, he's really red pilled.
I'm sorry. Those were jokes.
Were they really?
They
don't know,
weren't.
son.
They weren't. Honestly, like if you heard some of the red pill shit this guy says in private,
Shut
it's
the
crazy.
fuck up. You're
Hold on. So you guys don't think that like the whole red pill? Would you consider the bald and burn? Is that red pill?
Do you know what the red
Yes,
pill is?
they are
Do you know what the red pill is?
Uh-oh.
Like I know that for black men to ascribe to, oh, did you take the red pill or the blue pill? Like, yo.
Okay, the red pill. Everyone thinks it's like this misogynistic. It's not misogyny. It's not anti-woman. It's simply the truth. Okay. And
I mean,
that's what it is. The red pill is the truth. It's people seeking the truth. And so when these guys are saying we're red pilled, it's just that they're seeing the truth of the world.
yeah, but oftentimes the truth is pretty misogynistic to these guys. But yeah.
I know you've watched a lot of Cynthia Jean Burnt and Crisp. Have you watched any Sneeko?
Oh, only with with Steven.
Okay, you should watch him on his own channel. Oh wait, never mind.
Shut up. He has a channel. He's on Rumble now. Rumble.com. Find Sneeko on Rumble.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, you should definitely go support the brother. Free Sneeko.
You really thought that you could save poor Sneeko? What? I don't know. What did you?
No. I said free Sneeko. Free him.
No, I'm like with Steven. Like I saw like you had like this paternal instinct with him, like to like kind of like, don't be so fucking stupid. Like hear me out. Why were you like that with him?
Well, because I see he has a lot of the same energy that I had when I was younger, and it's nice sometimes if you can get somebody to tell you to chill out a little bit instead of having to completely throw your life away to learn mistakes that other people already made.
You were like that at that age?
Every man was like that at that, or maybe not. I shouldn't speak in generalities, but yeah, I think that when you're younger, you tend to feel very strongly about the world, and oftentimes you will have a very powerful worldview that you have a lot of conviction with that is shaped by very few experiences. So yeah,
True.
I was a fucking moron when I was 24.
But were I didn't know anybody when I was that age with those types of worldviews that were so reprobate and so toxic. I don't know anybody who actually like I should have 20 girlfriends, like bitches ain't shit.
Oh yeah, that's like rap songs we sing every day.
Right, but their message truly is that women have no value outside of sex. They can't do anything.
Facts.
And this is what you want, like, say you either want to be a woman or say you want a man. Like, if you think that women's value is intrinsically,
I got you, sister.
Linked to their vagina.
Mhm.
Like, this is what I'm like. That really.
I'm not gonna lie. I think if women sewed up their vaginas and never had sex ever again, I think most of them would end up single within like 2 weeks.
I think that even
I'm not saying that's their only value. I'm just saying like, actually no, they still got their mouth. Like if they sewed up their mouth and the asshole and the pussy, like they couldn't do it, but they still found ways.
Wait,
to
is that the only way that you relate
hold
to
on,
women?
Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's the only value they bring. I'm saying it's a necessity for these relationships to exist. Yeah.
Wait, do you really?
Right.
Is that... Okay, never mind.
It's just like that Mr. Gold video where he's talking to this girl and he says, "You have to have sex with me," you know, and essentially what he's saying. sorry, is that too creepy? Sorry.
Stop!
You
Don't
have to
slide
have
him.
sex.
No, don't slide him while he's not here.
Okay.
Go.
All I'm trying to say is, even though it's not the only thing that matters, it is absolutely necessary for the relationship to go forward. Yes.
Okay, no one's saying that sex isn't important, but we're talking.
No. It's necessary. If you go into a relationship and you're saying you will not fuck your man, you could be the best woman in the world, they're probably gonna let go of you.
Yo, no one is disagreeing with you, you freak. I said sex is obviously important in any relationship, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about degenerates on a podcast talking about you don't have any value. You can't do anything for me. You don't matter. Like what? Those two that's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You really those two are that's the same thing.
Wait, why do you keep making those fucking noises, Abba?
Sorry, I thought she was talking to you, Steven. I was confused.
Wait, no, she was talking to you.
Pretty sure she's talking to Steven.
I'm most definitely talking to you.
Oh, my bad. But you just never say my name, so I don't know. Like, you know.
Listen.
You say Steven's name when you address them, or like even sometimes you don't even say Steven's name when you address them. So like, I've never like most time you ignore me. I'm not gonna lie. It's like that's tough.
Abba.
There.
Do you
She said it for the first time. Let's go. I'm not gonna lie. Listen, that's kind of fucked up, but that shit was rewarding. Sorry, carry on.
Put the needle down. Put the pipe down, man.
Hey, listen, I'm smoking that Annalise. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
This is what you see. It's so. This is why it's so hard. Like so disingenuous. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Like on the one hand, I want to snap on him, and on the other hand, I'm like,
okay. I'm sorry. You know what? You're being seriously trying to make a debate, and I've been just.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm actually now at this point. I'm trying to understand because the way that Steven is framing it, it's like, oh no, this is what they really believe. Like this is their real, their world views, and they don't think it's wrong. But you're dealing with hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of young, impressionable, a lot of stupid kids who are consuming this content.
True.
And I wouldn't say the underlying message. The message is that women are there for your sexual gratification, and that they don't have an identity, that they shouldn't have an identity, they shouldn't have.
Yeah, that's going to be the part of the red pill that I'm pretty sure both of us completely disagree with, right? Yeah, that's not good. That's the most...
So it is red pill. They are red pill.
Well, that type of part of the red pill, yeah, like they literally say like single moms are churn and burn, or like or what do they say, fun use only or whatever. Like they have like some insane shit that they talk about.
Yeah. They've been on the carousel for too long.
Something. Yeah, they have some insane shit that.
What burnt raised by a mom?
No. She strong, stable family.
Burnt? No, that's not what. No, he was raised by his
I'm
mom.
not. I'm not going to engage in colorism. You're talking about Fresh, aka
Walter.
Walter Weeks.
Okay,
Walter, so let's actually. He's a human being, and even though he may be a reprehensible one, I don't like the idea of using colorism to address him. Carry on.
I've not seen like it's one thing if you're ugly on the outside, but on the inside to be so emotionally void and so predatory, I know you're gonna get the smoke. You're
gonna get the smoke.
Wait,
the
hold
smoke
on.
That you were gonna give
Wait
me
a second.
that you said wasn't aggressive.
Wait a second.
Like
when you say smoke.
Yeah, now you understand Destiny. That energy that she came at me with, that wasn't just a little aggressive. Now you understand. Destiny?
No, because that's not what the DM said, though. I literally asked you, I said, tell Destiny to check his fucking DMs. And then I said,
okay. I don't want to loop. I don't want to loop. My bad. Maybe I misread the DM, so I'll own that. I just want to ask, if would you be down to organize a debate between Destiny and Cynthia G and you like moderate or some shit?
I don't think she would. This is what I'm saying. I think that if you were to really listen to her talking points, if you were to really like listen to her, I don't think you would disagree. That's the problem.
Okay, so I think this is where a good point to stop at. Like Destiny, I want you to review her stuff.
Wait, Abba, can I ask you honestly? Am I going to disagree, or does she just use like inflammatory titles, but her points are like generally like, oh, okay, I get it.
I don't want to bias you, even though she's biased you. I don't want to bias you too heavy. So I think that you should watch it. I think there's content there. I think it's going to be an opportunity for have really good insight into Black people, because I know you love
treasure that. Yeah.
No, actually, Steven, that is actually right. It is.
Wait, can you say Abba was right?
No, she said what I said was right.
I said that the content and the talking points are valid, and it's just maybe you might think it's clickbaity, like some of the titles, maybe, and honestly, sometimes she tries to be funny, and I mean, your definition of funny and mine are maybe different. I think it's funny, but
true.
Yeah, no, I think that he's going to agree. So I don't think that there's a debate to be had.
Okay, how about do you want to put money on it?
Oh, Jesus Christ!
If you think he's going to agree, I would put money that he disagrees more than he agrees. And if you win, I'll fly you to anywhere in the world to have chicken and waffles. If I win, you got to PayPal me $100.
Okay, so slap yourself, because I'm not betting.
Ooh,
okay. I honestly believe that he's going to look past the
the Kangs, the wet part am I looking past?
I feel like Cynthia G is just a proxy for Annalise's real internal views, and she feels like if you could look past them, then you could see who Annalise really is on the inside and still appreciate her.
Well, Annalise, it's not Annalise, but I'm
Annalise. My apologies.
I'm not consumed by hate. Like
That's enough. It's enough with this. Oh, you hate black men. Oh, who hurt you? Oh, blah. Like, shut the hell up already. Like, who cares? Like, stop.
Okay,
see?
so you know what? So I'm going to retract that. I'm going to say, if you say that, I'm going to take your word for it. We should make Steven watch it, and I'll ask Steven afterwards if you don't think it colors her views of black men or makes her extremely biased. So, Steven, that's your job for tomorrow. You're going to watch it, and you're going to go through some of this content.
No, hold on. But you have to... Did my views predate Cynthia G's content? You have to ask yourself.
It's possible.
Wait, are you asking me that?
No. I'm asking Abba. He's saying that the
Yeah.
content.
So you're saying that you've had those views before Cynthia G, or before you even came onto her stuff. So like you guys have had similar views, you and Cynthia G, before you even watched her.
Right. Yeah.
What days? Okay, Steven. So basically, when you watch Cynthia G, it's going to be analogous to understanding more of her views. Do you understand? And so afterwards, you can concretely come back and say that she's hateful towards black men or not hateful.
First of all, Steven, you have to be objective, and you have to it's a critical lens that you have to look at it objective. You can't go into it like this fucking bitch hates black men.
Listen. I know you don't know my history, but I'll give anybody a fair shake. Okay.
True.
I'll give anybody a fair shake.
Okay, so then I'm not worried. I know that once he actually watches it, and I'm gonna send him the videos, he's gonna say, "Yo, like."
I'm gonna be like, everything you said up. Let me put it this way, okay? I'm not talking to Abba ever again, okay? Everything you said was facts.
Hey, listen, this is a fight for Steven's soul, and I believe that tomorrow there's going to be a reckoning, and one of us is going to be found out. Steven, how does it feel to be in the middle, a sandwich of two black people who can't talk to each other, but can talk to you, a white man?
I'm just trying to build my factory, man. That's all I want.
All right, all right. Well, listen. With that, I'm gonna leave you guys. And listen, Annalicia, sorry if I mispronounced your name. It's not on purpose. I appreciate talking to you, even if you didn't.
Treat you like
you came out a little bit crazy, me. You know what I'm saying, with the whole smoke thing. I still appreciate you, and I do think you're insightful, and I actually do agree with you on a lot of points. I'm being serious. And before you left, when you left, we've actually spoken about it, and I want to say, like, I do understand. Actually, no, it's gonna sound patronizing if I say that. So I'll just say, like, I do agree with you on a lot of points, and yeah, that's all. Cheers.
Was that genuine?
Yeah. Wait. Of course. I feel like you have a really hard time reading like sarcasm and shit.
No, I have a hard time reading him. I'm pretty incisive, and I'm pretty good with reading people. But something about Abba is very sometimes I don't think he knows if he's being serious or I think it's both. I think he does it under the guise of like trying to be funny.
Okay.
But anyway, how do I pivot? Because I don't want to be like typecasted in this space. It's too much.
I understand that my name is Destiny, but I don't know if I can give a black woman career advice for YouTube success. I don't know if that's I don't know if I can give you the answers there. But listen, if I'm going to be totally honest, you got a really great personality for screaming at people on the internet. I mean, you could probably make YouTube and just do debates like this. Like, yeah, why not?
But say I pivoted and then my content became it was about holding black women accountable, and black men are the prize and it's not their fault. Wouldn't that be more lucrative if I was more red pill, in other words?
There's always like a trade-off. It depends on what you want to do. I personally, the red pill shit is so fucking boring to me. I don't know how those guys get on stream and talk about the same fucking thing every single fucking day. That would drive me fucking crazy. Even the amount of dating content I've done so far is almost driving me crazy, talking about the same exact things. And like you brought up, like Myron does this thing where he will do these same speeches over and over and over and over again, and people will tune in and listen to the same things over and over and over again. I personally couldn't do it. That would just drive me to insanity. But if it is something you could do, I mean, obviously there's like a strong niche that you could build for yourself. You've obviously already gotten a bit into like online stuff. Like, I don't know, it might be your path to success, but
I could be like the queen of the red pill movement.
Well, but wait, you're not red pill. What do you mean?
I know, but it's lucrative.
Oh, you're talking about just like grifting hardcore.
That's what that's called, grifting?
Oh, yeah, that's what, I mean, I don't know if it's a white person or not. Yeah, grifting. That's what we say. When you have like fake views or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, fake views. Okay.
Yeah, so you're not
I-
actually a red pill, but you go on and you basically serve the role. You're like a pick me, basically. Yeah.
That's lucrative, right?
I mean, yeah, it can be. Yeah. That's why people
Okay.
do it, right?
Yeah, no, I can't be a pick me. It's they're too degenerate. I think that I'm going to. I think I'm going to. I don't even really like to do debates anymore. But I think that I will. Maybe I'll focus my content on like what's neutral. What's a neutral topic or space?
Bro, I don't know. Fucking climate change? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of like random shit you can talk about if you want, but you don't want to talk about neutral shit because that's not going to be exciting, right? Obviously, you should find the stuff that you feel the strongest about. And those are the conversations you want to have, right? Like, these are obviously things that you care about. These are things you can shout at people about. Like, why wouldn't you have these types of conversations?
Okay. So I'm gonna have a show and I'm gonna invite black men on the show and you, and I'm just gonna kind of like reverse. What if I do like reverse bald and burnt? That'll be interesting. If I invite like men and then I just like ask them these questions and set them up for failure and then make them look stupid.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do that. Yeah, there's a lot of shows. Erudite, Playing with Fire. There's a lot. Yeah, if you really want to go on shows and shit, I can like suggest some people, and I'm sure they'd let you on. And I don't know, Abba's saying these communities exist, but from my perspective, like black women that will go on the internet and argue people is a very, 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 very niche minority. Like, so,
It is.
Yeah. Even in real life, it's probably a very niche minority. So if you're able to do that well, like I'm pretty sure there's a lot of places for you that would love to have you, just for the difference of perspective. So.
Okay. Well, that was my question because I felt like you would have some insight. But I don't know how to use Discord. I promise you.
Yeah, you need to learn. Yeah, that's step one. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, okay,
Well,
without getting too personal into your job, okay? You say that you are a social worker. Is there?
Yeah.
Do you want to say anything more specifically about what you do, or you just want to leave it at that? You don't have to. It's not. Or here.
Well,
my next question is going to be, and you can decide if you want to share more about your job or not. Because I'm curious if like being a social worker has shaped. Because oftentimes the criticism of people on the right is that they're too individualistic. They'll tell people like, hey, you need to figure your shit out, pull yourself up your bootstraps, literally, and no one's going to take care of you but you. You've got to figure your shit out. That's like what the right-leaning criticism will be. The left-leaning criticism is people will only be as good as their environments around them. We need to build better environments. Stop telling people to do better. It's not going to help. We just need to make like better schools, better roads, better jobs. As a social worker, do you feel like that pushed you more towards one side than the other? That it made you think that like, well, systems are important, or made you think that like people need to take more responsibility, or what? Yeah.
I think actually I do case management. I work with I largely work with homeless people in shelters, and so I have to go like from site to site. And I think I have a pretty firm grasp of the importance of both being needed, and if we have any meaningful change. I think that institutional being I think that for certain demographics and certain groups of people, and I'm actually really I'm talking about I work with a lot of differently abled. We don't say disabled.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Yeah, if you work with homeless, like mental illness and disabilities are massively overrepresented in that crowd, right? Yeah.
So they're very psychologically impaired. So resources and programs are imperative in order for them.
Okay. Bro, we heard stand up way too late.
Okay, I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Oh, wait. Your thing just completely cut out for a second.
Oh, I said that we can have this conversation the next time that you have one of these debate shows or go live or whatever.
Oh, sure.
Because we're friends now, right?
We're yeah, sure. We're friendly, I'll say.
We're I don't like that. We're friends, and because you wouldn't be friends with someone that you think is like hates black men.
Well, I don't know if you hate black people. I'll know after I watch that Cynthia G person, okay? It's going to be a great awakening for somebody, okay?
Okay, fine, but I'm going to send you the video.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. You're personally vetted, so I'm going to judge you even harsher for it. Okay.
Okay, that's not fair, but okay.
Okay. All right, I'm going to bed because it's fucking late for me, all right? Thanks for the conversation. It's been fun. Yeah.
You again?
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, just hit me up.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye.
no problem. Have fun. Bye. Holy Jesus. This is something. Okay. So real quick, I don't know how to communicate this very well. I will say that I'm pretty disappointed. One thing that you guys have a really hard time doing is telling the difference between relatively intelligent people and relatively stupid people. I don't know if you guys are spoiled because like you're on like my debate streams all the fucking time. So you're like unironically, not to circle jerk myself or anything, but like there's going to be like a lot of, when it comes to like people of average intelligence, the people that are going to show up on like this type of stream are on average going to be relatively intelligent people. And I don't mean that as like a dick waving, we do high level ideas bullshit, but just in general, the type of people that are going to engage in politics are going to be like pretty smart, pretty academically inclined, maybe higher IQ, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's pretty rare that so like here's something that like, and again, I don't know what the experience is in terms of like you guys talking to women, but like Lav is somebody that is just obviously and clearly above average intelligence. This woman that I just spoke to is obviously and clearly above average intelligence. Like it's not even a question, it's obvious. But to see the response in chat, something like, oh, this woman's a dumb bitch. Oh, this woman's fucking retarded. Oh, this woman's so stupid. It's like the perspectives are insane in chat. I don't know if it's because they're women, or I don't know if it's because you disagree with their points, or if it's some combination of the two, and I'm trying to figure it out. I hope it's more the latter than the former, although the latter one is pretty disappointing, even if that's true. But yeah. Yeah, we need to do better you guys in chat need to do way better at critically engaging with what people are saying. There's not very much that she said tonight that was incorrect, but her perspective is definitely a bit extreme to one side, I would say. But most of what she was saying was pretty true. Just she leans to one side in terms of responsibility. But like to see people like spamming chat, like this person was like a brain dead fucking moron. Like you guys are treating this person like, and I feel like in a lot of your heads, she's like on the same level of intelligence as like the no bullshit or something. Yeah, I don't know. That's just Destiny. It's just because she comes off as super racist to most of us. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, so I joke about this sometimes, and I know that it sounds like a joke, but I'm going to tell you this seriously, and I'm not trying to do this as like a scoldy thing. And I'm going to be totally honest. My experience in minority communities is pretty limited, but the most racist shit that I've ever heard has always been from minorities. That is not surprising. If this woman sounded racist to you, it's because in your mind, you're looking at racism from like a progressive perspective, which is where every single possible microaggression is a racist thing. If you spent, like, minority communities will be racist in ways where they don't even give a fuck. It's not even like a thing. Like, if you mention something, it'll be like a whatever. And even parts around the world, like, people are just like, I remember when I flew out of Switzerland, I showed the guy my passport, and I didn't have a stamp on it. And I've just never I don't know. I sometimes I don't stamp it. I figure it's all electronic now. But the guy's like, why didn't you have a stamp on your passport? I'm like, I don't know. They don't stamp it. Do they do that anymore? And the guy's like, well, yeah. How did you get into the European Union? It's like, I flew in through Lisbon, I think, Portugal. And they both looked at each other and they laughed. And they're like, fucking Portuguese. And then the dude to my left laughed. And they're like, here you go. And they just gave it back to me. And I'm like, okay, I guess. But like, and these are white people, right? But I'm just saying that like, there's a very distinct type of like anti-racism that exists in like online progressive communities. And I understand, and that's good. I'm glad that we have high standards when it comes to racism. But like, you can't just write off people. It's like, oh my God, I think that person's racist. Because the way that minority communities talk, these people are not at the same standards as you are when it comes to like, what is racism? I'm just saying. And I'm not asking you to become racist or anything. I'm just saying, be careful. Hold on. She literally called a black dude you were friends with burnt the entire call. Don't try and gaslight that like that is inner minority racism. That is okay. I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm just saying that it's cringe as fuck, the same way that going back and trying to say that Pocahontas is immoral because it rewrites native perspectives, blah, blah, blah. I'm just saying that different people in different communities are at different places with how they deal with things like racism or microaggressions or colorism or all these other things. And just always keep that in mind when you're visiting these communities from the outside. Like, people in chat were screaming at me to correct her. I'm not about to call out like one lighter skinned black person for calling another darker skinned black person like, but like that, I just don't know if it's my place to say anything there. That feels weird. Okay, they would be like when I both heard them using the N-word on the call to be like, please don't say that word, I think it's like bothering me. That feels weird for me to say as a white person. Like, should she be calling people burnt? Probably not. I don't think it's a good idea from like, I think that colorism is real and it's a little bit uncomfortable, but she's already a lighter skinned like black person. Like, am I really as a white person about to call her out for colorism? I don't know. That just feels weird for me, you know? Just feels weird for me. But I'm just saying that when you if a male caller came on and called girls burnt of the same race, would you be this charitable? If it was the same race, yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's so hard not to come off as like white savior or whatever. Like, it's just weird to save black people from their own racism against their own kind as a white person on a call. That's just a very, very fucking weird spot for me to be in. I don't know if I want to play that role or not. But, you know, maybe not. Who knows? We'll see in the future. But Jesus. Then work on your fucking white insecurity. Yeah, let me get my cape, okay? Mr. Anti-Racism Man. I thought Fnatic did a good job. Yes, Fnatic did a really good job. Forethought did an okayish job, but then he snapped at her. But then that one guy that came on, oh my God. He like completely reaffirmed every single thing she said. He came on, he immediately started condescending, using nicknames, honey, sweetie, and then immediately asked her if she had a man, which is what she literally predicted would happen exactly. Like, as soon as he came on, it's like, oh God. I think you're too restrained on topics like this. I feel like you let her get away with a lot more than you should have, and Fnatic/ABBA saved that convo. Okay. This is a prediction that I would have, and I could be wrong, and I don't even know if I can find these people in real life. If you were to bring a normal if you were to find a strong, like, Christian black family, and you were to bring that mom and dad on to talk about black culture, I think the shit they say would blow your fucking minds. That's in the very limited experience that I have from being in black Christian communities. But I think those people would probably sound more racist than any white conservative you've ever heard before. They would come down on so much of black culture so fucking hard. Pull your pants up. Don't listen to that trash fucking music. It would be insane. That's just my very limited perspective as a kid. Maybe it wouldn't be that way. Maybe not all people that way. But yeah, I'm just saying the inner, and I'm not even saying that's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying that interracial dynamics are really, really, really complicated. And I mean, as you've seen over the past few days, right, we've talked to different black people with wildly different perspectives, right? Like, low tier God and this woman might have similar perspectives on things, but she might just hate him because he's a black guy. I don't know. He might hate her because of their differences on sex and dating, right? That all of these issues and all of these different racial issues are so unimaginably fucking complicated. Just be aware of that when you're watching people have these conversations, when you're navigating them, and just know that it's going to be very unlikely that you're going to be able to come through and swing with like one right or wrong answer. Just be aware of that. That being said, that Cynthia G woman looks fucking insane, but who knows? I'm just saying, be careful, okay? Like, Cynthia G might be horrible, but like, Nazis are pretty horrible too, but we make exceptions for the Azov Battalion because of the situations that Ukraine is in. You know, the content creators that black people might look to, you know, might be fucking crazy too, but who knows, okay? They're in their own war. Like, Jesus. Oh. Most of chat statistically don't interact with black people that much. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. I don't interact with black people that much. And even the black people I do interact with are overwhelmingly black immigrants. It's first and second generation black immigrants, which are way, 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 way different than African Americans. It's a totally different lived experience. So be aware of that as well, right? You have so many racist TTS for Dan to read. That evil dude is actually like schizophrenic. That guy donated over and over. That dude is crazy. I think he's the cake guy. He might be the same dude as the cake guy, the cake flakes guy. People like her and Lav are reprehensible, super hateable. They are not even compassionate to other people. Nightwalker, newsflash. Most people are not compassionate towards other people. You're just hearing a perspective that is very not your own, and so you extra hate them because they're not being compassionate to you. Generally, here's something you have to consider too, okay? And I understand that you're not going to feel this, but just fucking take it, and in 2 years you'll understand, okay? Overwhelmingly, the perspective given on the internet is that from a white man to a white man. And if you're black and you're like an internet tech dude, you're close enough on the internet to being a white dude, okay? Like, that's overwhelmingly the perspective you're hearing. So when you talk about like people being empathetic or compassionate, they're generally being empathetic and compassionate towards your view. We all kind of have a tribe here on the internet, and we're all pretty similar. And you've even seen some of the different tribes pop up when we intersect with the fresh and fit community. Those subreddits, those YouTube comment sections, those are a lot more wild than what we're used to seeing, right? Like that, those chat rooms, okay, the amount of like cocksucker and fag and shit I got called for being bisexual barely, that was wild to me. I haven't seen that type of open fucking homophobia since I was on battle.net in like 2006, okay? Those were wild times. But that's fine. Just be aware that there are different communities that exist that with wildly different people, with wildly different expectations. And I think it's good to have your perspective rocked every now and then. Not everything in the world needs to be built for you and by you. Sometimes it's nice to hear a different perspective, even if they do sound a little bit wild, even if they do say some things that's like pretty reprehensible and pretty shit, like calling people burnt is probably not a good thing, okay? Destiny, it's not because she's a woman, it's because she's very aggressive and hateful in a pretty explicit way to the group she targeted in a comical amount. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not, but okay. Jesus. Something I've noticed for a while in DGG is that it's when it's a woman on stream, the chat stops caring about being content brand and suddenly cares about the quality of the conversation. It kind of feels like women that come on stream are held to a much higher standard when it comes to chat. Maybe a little bit sometimes. Like, for instance, this woman was content, 1,000,000%. Say what you will about her. This woman was amazing ass fucking content. 10 out of 10. No, not 10 out of 10. Like 9 out of 10 content. But yeah, but like people, even Lab is actually good content in terms of the fights that it causes. But Jesus, like listening to Lab debate like Britney, Cherry, and Stardust like all at the same time, that's good content. Whether you like it or not, it is, and you know it is because you watch it. I watch the view count, motherfuckers. Okay, but anyway, Jesus. I think I'm going to write you an email since I'm mixed race and black/white, but she's pretty standard for some of the black women I know. Yeah, I've had, I actually can't talk about views black women have because there's literally like 3 that I know. So if I say anything, you're going to ascribe them to either like Bose or Tree. So I can't actually say anything. But like, I think you'd be pretty surprised at like some of the views that, yeah, it's a wild world out there, but okay. But that's good. Listen, grow your perspectives. That's what we do here. I love you guys. It's been fun. It's been a wild day. Ripperino, cappuccino, puppuccino, huppuccino, moppuccino, dappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my deuterinos. If it was trans people she was talking about, you wouldn't have let her get away with it. Just like you checked that far right guy. Content was good, but sucked that black men had to be the jester. If she was talking about trans people and she wasn't a trans person, yeah, I definitely wouldn't have let her get away with it. She was a black person talking about black people. If a trans person wanted to come on, there's a huge diversity of opinion in the trans community about trans people. I could probably bring on 5 trans people and have them fight to the death over whether or not trans women can identify as femboys, right? That's a topic that, like, you can put 5 trans people in a room and come up with 10 different opinions about that particular topic, right? But yeah, if it's a cis person and they're sitting there shitting on trans people, of course I'm not going to let them get away with that. No shot. Why do you think you can speak for trans people but not black people? This is going to sound like super shitty, and I'm so sorry to make it sound this way. I don't mean to make it sound this way, but in my opinion, trans issues and the issues relating to trans people are way simpler to understand than black issues. The trans community as a whole, in the widespread way it's blown up, is relatively a new phenomenon, and I think it's pretty easy to get caught up in the history. Black communities it's so complicated. There's such a huge history of fighting and division and issues that exist, and how to even go about talking about things in the black community. Like, black issues are just so complicated. They're so complicated, and there's so much history and shit that I don't even know about, and other people won't even know about that. It's really hard to catch up on. But if she comes back, you have to sub every time she says the word degenerate. Jesus. But I will say that, like, her treatment of, and the way that she describes, I will say this much. And I think I kind of was trying to get this across. Her treatment of and the way she describes black men is pretty gross. There's no excuse for that. And her statement of, like, well, I would assume that people know that it's not all black men. That doesn't cut it. I think she could be better with her messaging, because it does come off as, like, throwing black men under the bus constantly. Like, that does feel like pretty shit. But damn, like, and I don't know if there are any other black people in chat that want to chime in or whatever, but, like, she is by far from the first black woman I've met that hates the fuck out of black men. That is, in my very limited and very personal experience, that is not a rare opinion. If you go into black communities of black women and ask black women about black men, that's not going to be a rare opinion. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just, again, limited, and also selection bias. Who knows the people I mean? But yeah, Jesus. Okay. I'm not even talking about bows here, actually. We don't actually talk about race issues ever, but... You also, incel, you can't tell what a smart woman sounds like. Bad views, sure. Malicious, no. She consistently listened and was betting on points. Yeah, that too. I get something that is a little irritating to me is, like, women that exhibit, like, a more aggressive energy are really treated differently than men that exhibit a more aggressive energy. The reason actually why this is so funny, and fuck, I'm not trying to burn any bridges with the sharp dude or whatever, but, like, the reason why I was laughing so much earlier in the call between her and that sharp guy was because, and I don't know if anybody else picked up on it, that was, in my mind, that was a traditionally masculine versus feminine type of argumentation style. But she was exhibiting all the masculine traits and he was exhibiting all the feminine traits. She was saying, like, oh, well, what are you going to disagree on? What are your data? What are your studies? What are you talking about? And he's like, are you bitter? Are you hated by, like, the roles were 100% up there. But I don't think anybody in chat even picked that up. Everybody's just, like, shitting on her and then shitting on him. And it was just, like, wild. But it was really funny because she was essentially playing, I don't know if anybody saw it, but she was fit. She was Myron there. Like, these are the facts. You don't like it. I don't care. Sorry if it upsets you. You're being upset. And then the other person was like, the sharp guy was like asking, like, oh, well, if you had bad experiences, sweetie, like, we're starting like name calling, like, whatever. Like, yeah. But I don't know. This is all of the, yeah, geez. A lot of stuff going on. Okay. I'm going to bed. What a wild day. Oh, I was saying what I have tomorrow. What do I have tomorrow? Oh, shit. I have a live show at 3:30. Am I even going to stream in the afternoon? She was absolutely not Myron, maybe Sneeko. If in your mind she was more comparable to Sneeko than Myron, you are totally lost. Absolutely not. That woman feels like she has a pretty big life view that's been shaped by a lot of experience and a lot of data digging. I don't think that she was similar to Sneeko at all. No. I think she was closer to, like, a Myron type figure. Destiny, you're either lost or a white knight. I am a white knight. Thank you. A black knight, actually. Or a white knight on a black horse. They call me the reverse Oreo. Okay. Good night. Jesus.